A C Grayling. The History of Philosophy. About the author. Professor A C Grayling is Master of the New College of the Humanities, and a Supernumerary Fellow of St. Anne's College, Oxford. He has written and edited over 30 books on philosophy and other subjects, and has written on non-Western philosophy. For several years he wrote columns for the Guardian newspaper and the Times and was the chairman of the 2014 Man Booker Prize. Preface. This survey of philosophy's history is intended for the general interested reader and for those embarking on the study of philosophy. There are fine scholarly treatments of particular periods in the history of philosophy for those who wish to take their inquiries further, and I hope that some readers will be motivated by the following pages to turn to them, and above all to the primary literature of philosophy itself. Not all the classics of philosophy have an impenetrable veil of technicality and jargon draped over them, as is the case with too much contemporary philosophical writing, the result of the relatively recent professionalization of the subject. It was once taken for granted that educated people would be interested in philosophical ideas. The likes of Descartes, David Hume, and John Stuart Mill accordingly wrote for everyone and not just for trained votaries of a profession. To tell the story of philosophy is to offer an invitation and an entrance, much as Bertrand Russell did in his History of Western Philosophy, a book that achieved near-classic status for the sparkling clarity of its prose and its wit, though not always for its accuracy, adequacy, or impartiality. Nevertheless, that was a book I relished as a schoolboy, along with its 19th-century predecessor, G. H. Lewis' A Biographical History of Philosophy. It is a testament to both that, after the long intervals that have elapsed since they were written, one can enjoy them still, despite knowing that the explosion in more recent scholarship has added much to our understanding of philosophy's history, and that philosophy's history itself has grown longer and richer since their time. The ambition in what follows is to iterate their achievement for our own day, and to supplement the endeavor by looking not only, though mainly, at the Western tradition but beyond it to the other great traditions of thought, the Indian, Chinese, and Arabic, Persian, even if only in outline, to indicate comparisons. An historical overview obviously does not pretend to offer a complete treatment of the thinkers and themes it discusses, for this one must go to primary sources and scholarly examinations of them. But not all readers intend to carry the study of philosophy further, and for their purposes it is important that they should be given a reliable account of the thinkers and debates constituting philosophy's great story. That aim is fully in view here. My method, accordingly, is to give as clear and concise an account as I can of philosophy's main figures and ideas. Notes are kept to a minimum, and almost all are asides or amplifications, not textual references. There are bibliographies citing the main texts referred to, and works which will take readers further. It is an almost irresistible temptation to discuss and debate, criticize and defend, when writing of philosophical ideas, for that is the very essence of philosophy. But in this kind of book that temptation has to be restrained to a considerable degree, not just because yielding to it would quadruple the book's length, but because doing so is not the main point. At times, though, it is necessary to show why what followed from a given philosopher's ideas was influential or prompted disagreement, so an evaluative element is not wholly absent. Acknowledgements. My thanks go to my colleagues at the New College of the Humanities, especially to Dr. Naomi Goulder and Dr. David Mitchell, and friends and colleagues in philosophy there who have made the experience so rewarding: Simon Blackburn, Daniel Dennett, Peter Singer, Christopher Peacock, Ken Gems, Stephen Pinker, Rebecca Goldstein, and the late Ronald Dworkin. My thanks go also to Daniel Crew of Viking Penguin, to Bill Swainson who first commissioned this book, to Catherine Clark, to Molly Charge, and to the many students over the years who have taught me much about the thinkers and ideas surveyed in the following pages, proving the deep truth of the tag docendo disco. Introduction. Philosophy's history, as today's students and teachers of philosophy see it, is a retrospective construct. It is chosen from the wider stream of the history of ideas in order to provide today's philosophical concerns with their antecedents. This fact has to be noted if only to avoid confusion about the words philosophy and philosopher themselves. For almost all of its history, philosophy had the general meaning of rational inquiry, though from the beginning of modern times in the Renaissance until the 19th century it more particularly meant what we now call science, though a philosopher was still someone who investigated anything and everything. Thus it is that King Lear says to Edgar, "First let me talk with this philosopher, what is the cause of thunder?" On William Hazlitt's tombstone, engraved in 1830, the famous essayist is described as the first, unanswered, metaphysician of the age, because at that time what we now call philosophy was called metaphysics to distinguish it from what we now call science. This distinction was often marked by the labels moral philosophy to mean what we now call philosophy, and natural philosophy to mean what we now call science. The word scientist was coined as recently as 1833, giving the related word science the sense it now familiarly has. After that date the words philosophy and science took on their current meanings, as the sciences diverged more and more from general inquiry by their increasing specialism and technicality. In contemporary philosophy the principal areas of inquiry are epistemology, metaphysics, logic, ethics, aesthetics, the philosophy of mind, the philosophy of language, political philosophy, the history of debates in these areas of inquiry, and philosophical examination of the assumptions, methods, and claims of other fields of inquiry in science and social science. Most of this is, and certainly the first three are, the staple of a study of philosophy at universities in the Anglophone world and in Europe today. And correlatively, these are the fields of inquiry that determine which strands in the general history of ideas are selected as today's history of philosophy, thus leaving aside the history of technology, astronomy, biology, and medicine from antiquity onwards, the history of physics and chemistry since the 17th century, and the rise of the social sciences as defined disciplines since the 18th century. To see what determines which strands in the history of ideas to fillet out as the history of philosophy, we therefore need to look backwards through the lens of the various branches of contemporary philosophy as listed above, and this requires a preliminary understanding of what these branches are. Epistemology or theory of knowledge is inquiry into the nature of knowledge and how it is acquired. It investigates the distinctions between knowledge, belief, and opinion, seeks to ascertain the conditions under which a claim to know something is justified, and examines and offers responses to skeptical challenges to knowledge. Metaphysics is inquiry into the nature of reality and existence. What exists, and what is its nature? What is existence? What are the most fundamental kinds of being? Are there different kinds of existence or existing thing? Do abstract entities outside space and time, such as numbers and universals, exist in addition to concrete things in space and time such as trees and stones? Do supernatural entities such as gods exist in addition to the natural realm? Is reality one thing or many things? If humans are wholly part of the natural causal order of the universe, can there be such a thing as free will? Metaphysics and epistemology are central to philosophy as a whole. They are, as it were, the physics and chemistry of philosophy. Understanding the problems and questions in these two inquiries is basic to discussion in all other areas of philosophy. Logic, the science of valid and sound reasoning, is the general instrument of philosophy, as mathematics is in science. In the appendix I give a sketch of the basic ideas of logic and explain its key terms. Ethics, as a subject in the philosophy curriculum, is inquiry into the concepts and theories of what is good, of right and wrong, of moral choice and action. The phrase as a subject in the philosophy curriculum is employed here because the word ethics has multiple applications. Even when used as the label of an area of philosophy, it serves to denote two separable matters: examination of ethical concepts and reasoning, this is more precisely described as metaethics, and examination of normative moralities which seek to tell us how to live and act. Normative morality is distinguished from the more theoretical metaethical inquiry by describing normative morality as a first-order endeavor and metaethics as a second-order endeavor. By its nature, philosophy is a second-order inquiry, so ethics in the context of philosophical study standardly means metaethics. But the word ethics also, though relatedly, denotes the outlook and attitudes of individuals or organizations regarding their values, how they act and how they see themselves. This is a familiar and good use of the term, and, interestingly, reflection on this use shows that the words ethics and morals do not mean the same. This is easier to grasp when we note the etymologies of the terms. Ethics comes from the Greek ethos meaning character, whereas morals derives from a coining by Cicero from the Latin mos, morus, plural mores, which means custom and even etiquette. Morality, accordingly, is about our actions, duties, and obligations, whereas ethics is about what sort of person one is, and although the two are obviously connected, they are equally obviously distinct. This distinction naturally appears in the arenas of metaethical and normative discussion too. In their identification of the locus of value, some metaethical theories focus on the character of the agent, others on the consequences of actions, others again on whether an action conforms to a duty. When it is the character of an agent that matters, we are discussing ethics in the sense of ethos just described. When it is the consequence of actions or conformity with duty that matters, it is the narrower focus of morality which is in view. Aesthetics is inquiry into art and beauty. What is art? Is beauty an objective property of things natural or man-made, or is it subjective, existing in the eye of the beholder only? Can something be aesthetically valuable whether or not it is beautiful and whether or not it is a work of art? Are the aesthetic values of natural things, a landscape, a sunset, a face, different from those we attribute to artifacts, a painting, a poem, a piece of music? Philosophy of mind is the inquiry into the nature of mental phenomena and consciousness. It was once an integral part of metaphysics because the latter, in inquiring into the nature of reality, has to consider whether reality is only material, or in addition has non-material aspects such as mind, or perhaps is only mental as the idealist philosophers argue. But as consensus has grown around the view that reality is fundamentally and exclusively material, and that mental phenomena are the products of the material activity of the brain, understanding those phenomena and in particular the nature of consciousness has become a topic of intense interest. Philosophy of language is inquiry into how we attach meaning to sounds and marks in a way that enables communication and embodies thought, indeed perhaps makes thought above a certain rudimentary level possible in the first place. What is the unit of semantic meaning, a word, a sentence, a discourse? What is meaning itself? What do we know, or know how to do, when we know the meaning of expressions in a language? Is there such a thing as a language such as English, or are there as many idiolects of English as there are speakers of those idiolects, thus making a language in fact a collection of not completely overlapping idiolects? How do we interpret and understand the language use of others? What are the epistemological and metaphysical implications of our understanding of language, meaning and language use? For good reasons the philosophies of mind and language have become conjoined into a single overall inquiry in more recent academic philosophy, as the titles of books and university courses ubiquitously attest. Political philosophy is inquiry into the principles of social and political organization and their justification. It asks, what is the best way to organize and run a society? What legitimates forms of government? On what grounds do claims to authority in the state or a society rest? What are the advantages and disadvantages of democracy, communism, monarchy and other forms of political arrangement? The history of philosophy as it is viewed backwards through the lens of the above inquiries is an essential part of philosophy itself, because all these inquiries have evolved over time as, so to speak, a great conversation among thinkers living in different centuries in different circumstances but nevertheless absorbed in the same fundamental questions, and therefore knowing the case law of these debates is crucial to understanding them. This prevents us from unnecessarily reinventing the wheel over and over again, helps us to avoid mistakes and to recognize pitfalls, allows us to profit from our predecessors' endeavors and insights, and gives us materials to use in trying to understand the subject matter at issue, and to frame the right questions to ask about them. FN1 Philosophical examination of the assumptions, methods, and claims of other fields of inquiry is what is meant by such labels as philosophy of science, philosophy of history, philosophy of psychology and the like. Every inquiry rests on assumptions and employs methodologies, and self-awareness about these is necessary. Philosophical questions about science, for example, are asked by scientists themselves and not only by philosophers. Philosophical questions about the study of history likewise are raised by historians in discussing their methods and aims. Consider each in turn more particularly, as follows. Should science be understood in realist or in instrumentalist terms, that is, are the entities referred to by technical terms in science really existing things, or are they useful constructs that help to organize understanding of the phenomena being studied? Is scientific reasoning deductive or inductive? Is there such a thing as scientific knowledge or, on the understanding that all science is open to refutation by further evidence, should it be understood as a system of powerfully evidenced theories which are nevertheless intrinsically defeasible? As regards history, if there is no evidence one way or the other for a claim about something that happened in the past, is the claim nevertheless definitely either true or false, or is it neither? History is written in the present on the basis of evidence, diaries, letters, archaeological remains, that has survived into the present, or so we judge it is partial and fragmentary, and many of the past's traces are lost. Is there therefore such a thing as knowledge of the past at all, or is there only interpretative reconstruction at best, and perhaps, too often, just surmise? Reflection on the kinds of inquiries, and kinds of questions those inquiries prompt, shows that philosophy is the attempt to make sense of things, to achieve understanding and perspective, in relation to those many areas of life and thought where doubt, difficulty, obscurity, and ignorance prevail, which is to say, on the frontiers of all our endeavors. I describe the role of philosophy to my students as follows: we humans occupy a patch of light in a great darkness of ignorance. Each of the special disciplines has its station on an arc of the circumference of that patch of light, straining to see outwards into the shadows to descry shapes, and thereby to push the horizon of light a little further outwards. Philosophy patrols the whole circumference, making special efforts on those arcs where there is as yet no special discipline, trying to formulate the right questions to ask in order that there might be a chance of formulating answers. This task, asking the right questions, is indeed crucial. Until the 16th and 17th centuries, philosophers did not often enough ask the right questions in the right way about nature. When they did, the natural sciences were thereby born, developing into magnificent and powerful fields of inquiry which brought the modern world into existence. Philosophy thus gave birth to science in those centuries. In the 18th century it gave birth to psychology, in the 19th century to sociology and empirical linguistics. In the 20th century it played important roles in the development of artificial intelligence and cognitive science. Its contributions to aspects of neuroscience and neuropsychology continue. But the core of questions in epistemology, metaphysics, ethics, political philosophy, the philosophy of pursuits, and the rest, remain. They are perennial and perennially urgent questions, because efforts to answer them are part of the great adventure of humanity's effort to understand itself and its place in the universe. Some of those questions seem unanswerable, though to act on the thought that they are so is to give up far too soon. Moreover, as Paul Valéry said, undifficult est un lumière. Undifficult insurmontable est un soleil, a difficulty is a light. An insurmountable difficulty is a Sunday. Wonderful saying. For it teaches us that the effort to solve even the seemingly unsolvable teaches us an enormous amount, as the history of philosophy attests. What follows, then, is the history of philosophy in today's meaning of the word philosophy, showing how the subject matter of today's philosophical inquiries began and evolved. It is mainly the history of Western philosophy that I describe in these pages, but I give overviews of Indian, Chinese, and Arabic, Persian philosophy, and a consideration of philosophy in Africa, to note some connections and differences among the great traditions of thought. See the opening pages of Part V. In all cases I have of necessity focused on the main figures and ideas, and in the case of the non-Western traditions I write as a spectator observing from the other side of a linguistic barrier, having extremely little access to Sanskrit, Pali, and ancient Chinese, and none to Arabic. A difference between this and other histories of philosophy is that this one does not detour into what most others give, namely, accounts of the theologies of Augustine, some of the church fathers of early Christianity and the schoolmen of later medieval times such as Aquinas and Duns Scotus. This is a history of philosophy, not of theology and religion. An oddity of histories of philosophy which include theologians among the philosophers is that there is no better reason to include Christian theologians while excluding Jewish or Islamic ones, and no better reason to include theology in a history of philosophy than to include a history of science. Indeed, there is rather more reason to include this latter. A fundamental difference between philosophy and theology is that philosophy is the enterprise of trying to make sense of ourselves and our world in a way which asks what we should think and why, whereas theology is the enterprise of exploring and expounding ideas about a certain kind of thing or things taken to exist actually or possibly, namely, a god or gods, a being or beings supposed to be different in significant and consequential ways from ourselves. As I write in dealing with this point in connection with Arabic, Persian philosophy in Part V, if the starting point for reflection is acceptance of a religious doctrine, then the reflection that follows is theology, or theodicy, or exegesis, or casuistry, or apologetics, or hermeneutics, but it is not philosophy, and that is the principle of demarcation I apply throughout. A way of dramatizing the point more polemically is to say that philosophy is to theology what agriculture is to gardening. It is a very much bigger, broader and more varied enterprise than the particular, localized and focused one of talking or theorizing about a god, which is what theologos means. Of course in philosophy the question whether supernatural entities or agencies exist, and what difference would follow for our picture of the world and ourselves if one or more did so, from time to time arises, and there are philosophers who, drawing on a conception of deity from natural theology, that is, some general considerations about a supernatural mind or agency, use it to guarantee the possibility of knowledge, as Descartes did, or as a basis for existence, as Berkeley and not a few others did. These views are discussed in the appropriate places in the following pages. But the tangled efforts to make sense of something like deity as traditional religions wish to have it understood, omnipotent, eternal, omniscient being or beings, and so forth, is not except tangentially a fruitful part of the story of philosophy, and is left to its own historians therefore. Part I. Ancient Philosophy. Philosophy before Plato. There is a wall standing between us and the world of antiquity, the period of the decline and fall of the Roman Empire and the rise to dominance of Christianity. Edward Gibbon connected the two phenomena, blaming the former on the latter. He is in significant part right. Remember that in 313 CE the Emperor Constantine gave Christianity legal status and protection by the Edict of Milan, and not long afterwards, in 380 CE, the Emperor Theodosius I decreed by the Edict of Thessalonica that Christianity was to be the official religion of the empire, outlawing others. The change brought rapid results. From the 4th century of the Common Era, CE, formerly cited as AD, onwards a vast amount of the literature and material culture of antiquity was lost, a great deal of it purposefully destroyed. Christian zealots smashed statues and temples, defaced paintings, and burned pagan books, in an orgy of effacement of previous culture that lasted for several centuries. It has been estimated that as much as 90% of the literature of antiquity perished in the onslaught. The Christians took the fallen stones of temples to build their churches, and overwrote the manuscripts of the philosophers and poets with their scripture texts. It is hard to comprehend, still less to forgive, the immense loss of literature, philosophy, history, and general culture this represented. Moreover, at the time Christianity existed in a number of mutually hostile and competing versions, and the effort, eventually successful, to achieve a degree of consensus on a right version required treating the others as heresies and aberrations requiring suppression. including violent suppression. In its assault on the past, Christianity had help from others with a similar lack of interest in high classical civilization: Huns, Goths, Visigoths, and others, the barbarians, whose migrations and invasions into the ever-weakening Roman Empire hastened its collapse. FN1 The shrinking of mental and cultural life was both a cause and an effect of diminishing education. Fewer books were written and published, prohibitions were imposed on what could be read and discussed, and the predictable consequences of such circumstances followed in the form of increasing ignorance and narrowness. Christianity congratulates itself on the fact that the preservation of fragments of classical literature which managed to scrape through this period of appalling destruction was the achievement of monks, in later centuries, copying some of the manuscripts that survived, and although this was a merely partial, belated, and inadequate response to the wanton zealotry of the earlier faithful, one must be grateful even for that. As one would expect, only those texts regarded as most significant and outstanding, by individuals themselves thus regarded, managed to survive, and even so, much of the work of some of the greatest figures perished. Only think, Aristophanes was one of a large number of playwrights in 5th and 4th century BCE, before the Common Era, Athens. From quotations and allusions we know the names of about 170 other comic playwrights and 1,483 titles of their plays. All are lost, just 11 out of more than 40 of Aristophanes' own works survive. We have only 7 plays by the tragedy on Aeschylus out of 70 whose titles we know. Imagine if, of the 36 plays printed in the first folio of Shakespeare's works, we know of at least one lost play, Cardenio, said to have been co-written with John Fletcher, only 4 were still extant. If we knew the titles of the other 32, what a mighty speculation they would prompt. Imagine if our remoter descendants had just 4 of Shakespeare's plays, no Cervantes or Goethe but only their names and reputations, a fragment or 2 of Schiller, no Jane Austen or George Eliot but again just admiring mention of them, a few quotations in others' works from Marx, 1 leg from Michelangelo's David, 1 copy of a Poussin painting, a single poem by Baudelaire, just a few lines of Keats, and so on, scraps and remnants, and not always from the best of their time. This is how things in fact stand with regard to classical and Hellenic antiquity. And consider, by the accidents and ravages of history the future might indeed have little more to offer its inhabitants than this. It is an irony perhaps that it was people associated with another Oriental religion, Islam, which, a couple of centuries later, also erupted into the classical world, or rather, into what was by then the carcass of the classical world, who saved some of that carcass's legacy from oblivion. FN2. As these thoughts tell us, what we know of Plato's predecessors in philosophy, they are conventionally known as pre-Socratic philosophers even though some of them were contemporaries of Socrates, has come to us in shreds and patches. There are 2 kinds of sources for our knowledge of them: fragments, which are quotations from them in the writings of later commentators, and testimonia, which are reports, paraphrases, or summaries given by later writers. The scholarly task of identifying and collating this evidence is known as doxography. The term doxographer is also applied to those individuals in ancient times who preserved scraps of the pre-Socratics' writings or views by quoting or reporting them. Plato and Aristotle both summarized and quoted pre-Socratic thinkers, sometimes inaccurately, which well illustrates how careful doxography has to be, given that even these giants could get it wrong. Aristotle is indeed a major source of our knowledge of the pre-Socratics, because he discussed them often and had 3 of his students, Eudemus, Meno, and Theophrastus, write treatises on various of them. Meno concentrated on their medical writings, while Eudemus wrote about their mathematics and astronomy. Only a few traces of the resulting books survive, as quotations and summaries in the work of yet later writers. Theophrastus discussed the pre-Socratics' theories of perception in his On Sensation and their science in his Tenets of Natural Philosophy. A few sections of the first book survive, only the title of the latter remains. Aristotle and his students were writing about thinkers some of whom lived 200 years before their time. The next important source is Cicero, writing 200 years after Aristotle's time, in the 1st century BCE. Thus already the thread was growing longer and thinner, the thread of memory and transmission of sources, manuscript copies following earlier manuscript copies, with mistakes creeping in. Cicero was a serious student of philosophy who sought to inform his Roman contemporaries about Greek thought. But by his time the first age of philosophical genius had passed, and in the centuries that followed other causes of inaccuracy entered the picture, not least polemics, as in the writings of Clement of Alexandria in the 2nd century CE, whose comparisons between Christian thought and Greek philosophy were not designed to favor the latter. Nevertheless he quotes some of the pre-Socratics, adding to the doxographical store. The 2nd century CE in fact offers a fairly rich harvest for doxography. The septic philosopher Sextus Empiricus quoted extensively from the pre-Socratics on knowledge and perception, while Plutarch's Moralia quotes them on a wider range of topics. An anonymous work of the same period called the Placida, Opinions, does the same. This book was originally thought to be by Plutarch, so for convenience its unknown author is called Pseudo-Plutarch. Later that century Alexander of Aphrodisias quoted a number of pre-Socratics in his commentary on Aristotle. In the early 3rd century CE Bishop Hippolytus of Rome wrote a refutation of all heresies arguing that Christian heresies arose from Greek philosophy, in the process quoting extensively from the Greek philosophical tradition in order to refute it, thus paradoxically preserving the views he sought to demolish. One of the most useful sources for the history of Greek philosophy is the Lives of the Philosophers by Diogenes Laertius, written in the 3rd century CE. It is an informative and entertaining work, though again not always accurate. It also sometimes, perhaps indeed too often, relies on legend and hearsay, which tempers its value, but nevertheless its value is great. In addition to summaries of biographies and views it gives a bibliography of philosophical works, demonstrating yet again how much has been lost. There was an earlier text, of course lost, on which the Placida drew, which later served as a source for the selections on natural philosophy of John Stobaeus in the 5th century CE. That earlier text is attributed to Aetius, who lived around 100 CE, and who is thought to have himself used Theophrastus' book. Another important 5th century source is Proclus, one of the last heads of the academy Plato had founded 9 centuries before. Plato's academy, the school of Athens, was closed by the Emperor Justinian in 529 CE, along with a general ban on the teaching of philosophy because it conflicted with Christianity. A very important doxographical source, for all that it dates from 1,000 years after the beginning of pre-Socratic philosophy, is the writings of Simplicius in the 6th century CE. In his commentary on Aristotle's Physics Book I he quotes a number of the more important pre-Socratics, in some cases thus serving as the only source of information we have about their views. Significantly, he says that his reason for quoting so extensively from one of them, namely Parmenides, giving more of the text than was necessary for his argument, was that copies of Parmenides' work were extremely rare and difficult to find, so he felt the need to preserve some of it. These are the major sources, but not the only ones. Scattered here and there in other writings are mentions, anecdotes and tidbits which the fine net of doxographic scholarship has trawled up. They come, for some examples, from what remains of the writings of Agathmeres the geographer of the 3rd century BCE, the Chronicles of Apollodorus of Athens, written in the 2nd century BCE, the book on birthdays by the Roman grammarian Censorinus in the 3rd century CE, and others. As already noted, neither the fragments nor, perhaps even more so, the testimonia can be regarded as completely reliable. Apart from their brief and scanty nature, they were quoted or reported by writers with their own agendas in mind, sometimes hostile to the views of the philosopher being quoted or paraphrased. Questions of language, interpretation, context, and relationship to other fragments pose difficulties for understanding what was really meant by the fragment or reported view. This caveat has to be borne in mind. As a result of the great scholarly achievements of the 19th century, when the study of the doxographical sources benefited from advances in philology, the study of language in historical texts, a story of early philosophy emerged which quickly assumed the status of orthodoxy. More recent scholarship, including the discovery of texts like the Strasbourg Papyrus with previously unknown lines by Empedocles, and the Derveni Papyrus containing philosophical quotations among Orphic hymns, complicates the neat picture that the orthodoxy gives, and throws some of it into question. FN3 However, in its broad outlines the orthodox story is a good starting guide. The detailed refinements and criticism of recent scholarship make better sense if one knows what it is adjusting. That orthodox story goes as follows. The pre-Socratic philosophers. The pre-Socratics were given this name by the aforementioned 19th century scholars not because all of them predated Socrates, some were his contemporaries, but because the scholars recognized a significant difference of interest between them and Socrates. This is that the pre-Socratics were concerned with questions about the nature and origins of the world, whereas Socrates focused his attention on ethics. Accordingly, the scholars, following Aristotle's name for them, described the pre-Socratics as physikoi, physicists. Before giving an account of each of the major figures individually, it is useful to see where they fit in the first millennium of philosophy. The first of the physikoi came not from Athens but from Ionia, a flourishing group of cities originally founded by Athenians on the eastern shores of the Aegean Sea. One of the cities, Miletus, was home to Thales, regarded by the Greeks themselves, and by all historians of philosophy since, as the father of philosophy. Of course he was no such thing. It cannot be the case that in the scores of thousands of years of human history before the 6th century BCE no one had speculated about the nature and origins of the universe. Indeed, for several millennia before Thales lived, great civilizations were flourishing in Mesopotamia and along the Nile, possessed of astronomy, architecture, bureaucracy, and writing, and based on great cities and organized economies. There must have been many thousands of citizens of these elaborate cultures who pondered philosophical questions. But Thales is the first person we definitely know of who wondered about the nature and origins of the universe, and not only wondered, but put forward ideas about them which are distinctively philosophical rather than religious or mythological in character. More on this shortly, because it is indeed a significant matter. We do not know Thales' dates of birth and death, but we do know that he was said to have predicted an eclipse that took place in 585 BCE, so this date is taken as roughly the midpoint of his life, his flaruit, he flourished. The traditional way of viewing the history of early philosophy is to connect the members of a geographical school of thought as if they were members of a real school, with pupil following teacher. This might be right, and I think probably was, even if sometimes a figure identified as someone's pupil might more accurately be described as a follower or as a younger colleague. In any event, history gives Thales a pupil, Anaximander, who likewise had a pupil, Anaximenes, and these three are bracketed together as the first Ionian philosophers. Whereas Thales and his Ionian successors lived on the eastern margin of the Greek world, the next significant steps in the story were taken on its western margin, in the Greek colonies of southern Italy. Pythagoras, he of the theorem about the square on the hypotenuse, in fact came from Ionia originally, but transplanted himself to Croton on the heel of Italy. The city of Elea, not far from Croton, was the birthplace of a towering figure in early philosophy, Parmenides. The adjective Eleatic is therefore applied to him and to the school of philosophy he founded, his principal followers being Zeno and Melissus. Contemporary with Zeno was Empedocles, from Acragas in Sicily. Parmenides is one of the two greatest of pre-Socratic philosophers, the other is Heraclitus, whose birthplace was back across the Greek world in Ionia. Towards the end of their lives, Heraclitus was slightly the older of the two. Parmenides was still alive when Socrates was born in 470 BCE, the seat of philosophy became, and for several centuries thereafter almost exclusively remained, Athens. Athens saw, apart from Socrates himself, the flourishing of Protagoras, the Sophists, the atomists Leucippus and Democritus, and then Plato and Aristotle, and after the latter the schools of Epicurus, the Cynics, and the Stoics. In the final century of the first millennium BCE, the centers of philosophy began to multiply again, including Rome and Alexandria as increasingly important homes of debate and inquiry. The last great philosophical movement of antiquity, Neoplatonism, which began with Plotinus in the 3rd century CE and flourished until the 7th century CE, included thinkers associated with those two cities as well as Athens and elsewhere. Such is an overview of ancient philosophy, 1,000 years of it, stretching from the beginnings with Thales in Ionia through Plato, Aristotle, Epicureanism, Stoicism, which provided the outlook of many educated Hellenes and Romans until the advent of the Christian era, and finally Neoplatonism. We now look at the leading figures in this story in more detail. Thales. Thales was traditionally regarded as one of the 7 sages of Greece. His Flaruit of 585 BCE suggested to later commentators that he was born in 625 BCE, on the assumption that men reach the midpoint of their lives about the age of 40. His birthplace of Miletus on the eastern shores of the Aegean was a wealthy and flourishing city. He was an astronomer, a mathematician and, despite a reputation for unworldly philosophizing, an engineer of note. The imputation of unworldliness comes from a story recounted by Plato in the Theaetetus, that Thales fell into a well because he was gazing up at the stars so intently that he did not look where he was going. Fn1 It is reinforced by a story Aristotle tells in his Politics that Thales' neglect of worldly ambition meant that he was poor, and was reproached for being so by his contemporaries. The story of the well might have its roots in the fact that if you descend to the bottom of a well you can see the stars even in daylight. The possibility that Thales was doing just that is suggested by other evidence of his practicality. When he was criticized for his poverty he said nothing, but studied the weather carefully until, one year, he was able to predict that there would be a glut of olives. Before this became obvious to anyone else he rented all the olive presses in Miletus, and rented them back at a premium to their anxious owners when the latter came begging for them. Aristotle says, in this way he proved that philosophers can easily be wealthy if they wish, but that is not what they are interested in. A clincher regarding Thales' practicality is the story that he was hired by the ruler of neighboring Lydia, King Croesus, to find a way for his army to cross the river Halys without building a bridge. He did it by having the army camp on the bank, then digging a ditch round it and diverting part of the river's flow to make it pass on both sides of the camp, so shallowly that it could easily be forded in either direction. These credentials help us to evaluate the views Thales held and his reasons for holding them. Obviously he had a serious mind, and there was a good reason why his successors in the tale of philosophy regarded him as the first of their name. Recall that one of the chief interests of the pre-Socratics was the question of the nature and source of the world. In the sense of universe, the term they used was cosmos, hence the label given to them of physikoi, physicists. Their distinctive mark is their rejection of traditional mythological accounts of the cosmos. One such account is offered by Hesiod in his Theogony, written about 700 BCE, a work of great and even powerful poetic charm, but scarcely satisfying to an intelligent and genuinely interested inquirer into the nature of the world. Hesiod tells us that first of all chaos came into being. From chaos were born Erebus and Black Night, from night, again, were born Ether and Day, whom she conceived and bore after mingling with Erebus. In desiring a more intellectually compelling account, Thales sought to identify the cosmos as arche, a word which can be translated as principle and which in the context denotes what the cosmos consists of, or from which it comes into existence, or both. As Aristotle put it in talking of the pre-Socratics and indeed of Thales specifically, the arche is that of which all existing things are composed and that from which they originally come to be and that into which they finally perish. This they state is the element and principle of the things that are. Thales' candidate for this principle was water. Why did Thales nominate water? One might reconstruct his thinking as follows. Water is ubiquitous, it is in the sea, it falls from the sky, it runs in your veins. If you cut a plant you see that it has liquid inside. If you rub a clod of earth in your hands it is damp. We and all animals and plants die without it and therefore it is essential for life. Moreover, water could be said to produce the earth itself, for you need only look at the vast quantities of soil produced by the Nile as it floods every year, a reference to the silt thus washed down. And moreover again, as a kind of clincher, water is the only substance Thales knew that can occupy all three material states: solid, when it freezes; liquid, in its basic state; and gas, when it boils away into steam. You might indeed say that water, ubiquitous, essential, productive, metamorphic, is a rather brilliant choice of Archie, if you lived in 6th century BCE Ionia. But it is not so much what Thales chose to identify as the Archie as how and why he did so. He did not rely on legends, myths, ancient scriptures, teachings, or traditions. He relied instead on observation and reason. That is why he is the first philosopher. The contrast with accounts of the cosmos of the kind given by Hesiod is sharp. Hesiod himself no doubt regarded his account as figurative or symbolic, but there is a large difference between being content with figurative accounts and trying to offer a theory that can be supported by observation and reason. Aristotle also tells us that he interpreted Thales as having held that soul, anima, is what causes motion, for he is reported to have said that a magnet has a soul because it moves iron, and further, that soul is mixed in with the whole universe, and perhaps this is why Thales supposed that all things are full of gods. Here one must recall that at the very beginning of philosophy, which is also the very beginning of science, the conceptual resources for explaining motion and change were few. The one thing available for an explanation of how things can move or change was an analogy with one's own human experience of agency. I pick up a stone and throw it into a pool, making a splash. I made the sequence of events happen, so by analogy there must be some similar active principle that accounts for motion and change in the world. Fn2 Indeed we speak of something animating something else, harking back to the idea that things other than animals, this word itself Beto-kenning animated things, have a power of agency, can move, change or act on other things. What Thales was therefore groping for was an account that would allow a generalization from such phenomena as my experience of agency and the magnet's power to move iron, to an inclusive explanation for alterations of place and state. How else, without a vocabulary yet sufficient for the purpose, to talk of this than to say a magnet has a soul, thereby meaning an animating principle, a power of causation or of interaction with other things. Thales is credited with the injunction know thyself. He is said to have died when old of heat and thirst while watching a gymnastic contest on a hot day, in short, from dehydration. For one who held that water is the Archie of the cosmos, this is an ironic end. Diogenes Laertius records a different account of his death, quoting a letter said to have been written by Anaximenes, whom we meet shortly, to Pythagoras. Here the story is that Thales went out one night with his serving woman to look at the stars, and, forgetting where he was, stepped over the edge of a steep slope and fell. Anaximenes then adds, in testament to Thales' position at the fountainhead of philosophy, let us, who were his students, remember the man, and continue to regale one another with his words. Let all our discussions begin with Thales. Anaximander. Thales' pupil Anaximander rather startlingly fast-forwards the concept of the Archie, saying that it is the apeiron, the unbounded or indefinite or infinite. This is a remarkable leap from the idea that the Archie must consist of some form of matter. Unlike his teacher, he wrote a book, On Nature, Periphusios, and a quotation from it by Simplicius counts as the very first recorded words of philosophy. Like all the early philosophers, Anaximander was a man of many abilities. He is credited with being the first person to draw a map of the entire world, as the world was then thought to be, and he is said to have predicted an earthquake. The ability to foresee awesome natural phenomena, Thales had his eclipse, seems to have been a mark of genius attributed by later writers, for whereas eclipses might, with difficulty, have been predictable in those days, the ability to predict earthquakes is still, so far, largely beyond science. Anaximander was said by Eusebius to have developed gnomons for identifying solstices, time spans, hours hori and equinoxes. Modern scholarship suggests that what he made was a sundial for marking the seasons, not the hours of the day. Apparently no sundial for telling the time of day has been recorded as existing before 350 BCE, and Horai anyway meant both hours and seasons. Diogenes Laertius reports that Anaximander erected a gnomon in Sparta. As this suggests, he traveled. He is said among other things to have been involved in establishing a Milesian colony on the shores of the Black Sea. Anaximander thought that humans came originally from fish, which looks like an anticipation of evolutionary theory, but to think so would be to read in present ideas to what superficially sounds suggestive in ancient ideas. In any case, he said we should not eat fish, on the grounds that they are our kin. Fn 3 He said that the sun is pure fire and is not, as most people appear to have then believed, smaller than the earth. He said that the moon shines by reflecting light from the sun, and that rain comes from vapors that rise and condense into clouds. He attempted calculations of the relative sizes of the sun, moon, and earth, and said that the earth is cylindrical, it is a short fat cylinder, and the upper flat end is where we live, surrounded by an ocean. Diogenes Laertius, however, says that he thought the earth is spherical. In either case, the earth hangs motionless in the midst of the infinite, having no more reason to fall than to rise, or indeed to move in any direction at all. Anaximander's most distinctive thesis, however, concerns the arche. He said that the apeiron, the infinite or indefinite, is that from which everything comes into being and into which everything finally reverts, by a process which is like reciprocity or compensation. Those famous first ever words of philosophy, as quoted by Simplicius, express this idea: where things have their origin, there too their passing away occurs according to necessity. They pay justice and reparation to one another for their injustice in conformity with the ordinance of time. The concept at work is that nature operates according to laws, and when they are disturbed, reparation sets in to restore their proper operation. When justice is interpreted as balance, the point becomes yet clearer. His view is reported at more length by Plutarch thus: the infinite is the universal cause of the generation and destruction of the universe. From it the heavens were separated off, and in general all the worlds, infinite in number. He asserted that destruction, and, much earlier, generation occur from time immemorial, all the same things being renewed. The reasoning behind Anaximander's view is suggested by Aristotle in the Physics, where he discusses why it might be held that the infinite is the principle of things. First, he notes that the infinite can have no other purpose than to be a principle, and can itself have no principle, that is, cannot derive from anything more fundamental than itself, for if it did it would not be a principle. The idea of the infinite is attractive, Aristotle remarks, when we think of the nature of time, and also of mathematics. Moreover, if it is held that the region outside the heavens is infinite, then body and worlds also seem to be infinite, for why should there be here rather than there in the void? If body is anywhere, then it is everywhere. Again, if void and space are infinite, body too must be infinite, for with eternal things there is no difference between being possible and being actual. And Aristotle then identifies a consideration that might relate more closely to Anaximander's view, that generation and destruction will come to an end unless there is something infinite from which what comes into being is subtracted. The range of Anaximander's interests is impressive, as is the nature of his thinking. His ideas are imaginative and striking, from drawing a map of the world to measuring time and the seasons and the relative sizes of the sun and moon, to conceiving of nature's laws and their balance, of a plurality of worlds, and finally of the cosmos itself as emerging from the infinite. All this indicates a gifted and ingenious mind. Among the early Ionian philosophers he is the most imaginative. Fn 4. Anaximenes. As one might expect from a pupil or younger colleague of Anaximander, Anaximenes learned from both his predecessors. He agreed with Anaximander that the arche is apeiron, infinite, but he did not agree that it was indeterminate. Rather, he agreed with Thales in thinking that it was material, but he identified a different material candidate, with what he took to be greater metamorphic capacities than water and therefore better able to be the source of the variety of things in the world. His candidate was air, somewhat loosely translated as air, but meaning a sort of dense moist air or vapor. His view is given in epitome by Simplicius, quoting Theophrastus. Anaximenes, like Anaximander, declares that the underlying nature is one and unlimited but not indeterminate, as Anaximander held, but definite, saying that it is air. It differs in rarity and density according to the substances it becomes. Becoming finer, it turns to fire; when condensed, it comes to be wind, then cloud, and when further condensed, it becomes water, then earth, then stones, and the rest come to be from these. He makes motion eternal, and says that change also comes to be through the eternal motion of the air. Note that this last point provides a basis for motion and change without the need to suppose that things have little souls in them. Anaximenes held that the earth is flat and sits on the air like a lid. Thus did Aristotle describe his view. His theory allowed him to say that cloud is thickened moist air, that when it is squeezed rain falls from it, which becomes hail when the water freezes, or snow when there is an admixture of wind in the moisture. Earthquakes occur when the earth is either too dry or too wet, for when too dry it cracks, when too wet it falls apart. The sun, moon, and stars are air refined into fire; they too are flat and ride upon the air. The stars are too distant for us to feel their heat. The sun does not circle underneath the earth to reappear at dawn, but instead rides round the circumference of the flat earth rather as one can make one's hat revolve on one's head. It is hidden from us by distance and mountains as it makes its passage back to the starting point, which is why the night is dark. A significant point of interest is Anaximenes' concept of condensation and rarefaction as the mechanism of the transformations air undergoes. Thales had not offered a suggestion about how his Archie could change from liquid to solid and gas, but Anaximenes does. Moreover, Anaximenes regarded heat and cold as properties of air, not as substances in their own right. Plutarch writes, "As Anaximenes of old believed, let us leave neither the cold nor the hot in the category of substance, but as common attributes of matter, which come as the results of its changes. For he declares that the contracted state of matter and the condensed state is cold, whereas what is fine and loose, calling it this way with this very word, is hot. As a result, he claimed that it is not said unreasonably that a person releases both hot and cold from his mouth. For the breath becomes cold when compressed and condensed by the lips, and when the mouth is relaxed, the escaping breath becomes warm because of rareness. The observation that air blown through pressed together lips is cool, but warm when exhaled from an open mouth, is verifiable. One can do the simple experiment and feel the proof on the back of one's hand." This shows that Anaximenes' views were attempts to make sense of observation, and, this is the significant point, doing so in a systematic, inclusive theory that brought all phenomena together into a single explanatory framework constrained by those observable facts. That the resources both conceptual and practical for devising such a framework were primitive, these thinkers were starting from scratch, only makes one admire them more. Pythagoras. Next in historical order is Pythagoras, but he is personally something of a mystery. There was certainly a Pythagorean school or cult, perhaps a religious order, that had something to do with a charismatic individual called Pythagoras, and the contribution of this order to mathematics and related subjects is very considerable. Its teachings influenced Plato, who however mentions the individual Pythagoras only once by name, saying that his followers were profoundly devoted to him. The remark occurs in Book X of Plato's Republic: his disciples loved him for his teaching. Even now his latter-day followers stand out for their manner of life. Aristotle mentions him only twice in his extant works, but wrote a book on his school which has been lost. Quotations from it in later sources suggest that Aristotle wrote chiefly about the religious aspects of Pythagoreanism. Indeed, the stories associated with the individual Pythagoras tend mainly to appear in the later doxographical tradition, by that time relying on legends and mystical traditions of a dubious kind. The earliest reference to Pythagoras occurs in verses by Xenophanes, which relate that Pythagoras stopped a man from beating a dog because he heard the voice of a deceased friend in the dog's howling. This conforms with the Pythagorean doctrine of metempsychosis, that is, the transmigration and reincarnation of souls. Pythagoras is said to have forbidden his followers to eat beans because they contain the souls of the dead. Another early reference to Pythagoras is found in a fragment of Heraclitus' work. Heraclitus, who lived just a generation after Pythagoras, praised the advances he had made in science, but said that he had misused them for charlatanry. This lends credence to the idea that the Pythagorean group was more than a philosophical school, being dedicated to a religious way of life also. By origin Pythagoras was an Ionian. His Flaruit is given as 532 BCE, suggesting a birth year of about 570 BCE. He was born at Samos, an island close to the Ionian coast between Ephesus and Miletus, during the reign of Polycrates, and is said to have left Ionia for the city of Croton in Italy in order to escape Polycrates' tyrannical rule. This detail is implausible. Other sources say that he undertook diplomatic missions at Polycrates' behest, and in any case the court of Polycrates has been regarded as an enlightened one, at which the poet Anacreon and the famous engineer Eupalinos of Megara lived. Whatever prompted Pythagoras to leave Samos, legend has it that he first traveled widely in Egypt and the East before settling in Croton, and hagiographers credit some of the doctrines associated with him to his studies there. It is something of a reflex among doxographers to credit several of the early Greek thinkers with acquisition of wisdom from the East. The belief that the East is a source of especially deep wisdom persists into our own day. It seems that the religious aspect of Pythagoreanism was focused on worship of Apollo. For a time the order wielded considerable political influence in the Greek cities of southeastern Italy, but lost its influence in an uprising that followed Croton's destruction of the city of Sybaris in 510 BCE. A follower of Pythagoras, a famous champion wrestler called Milo who led the Crotonites in their victory over the Sybarites, was burned to death with other Pythagoreans in their lodge when the citizens of Croton rose against them, thinking that Milo intended to impose a dictatorship on them. Only 2 members escaped. In Diogenes Laertius' account, Pythagoras himself was present in the house when it was attacked, and attempted to flee, but he was captured when he found himself at the edge of a bean field, which he would not cross because of his scruples. And so, says Diogenes, his pursuers cut his throat. Other lodges in other cities were burned down also, the cohesion of the order being thus destroyed and its survivors dispersed. Neither Plato nor Aristotle quotes any sayings of Pythagoras, and much of what is claimed to be reports of his teachings has turned out to be forgery. What is at least certain is that the Pythagoreans believed in metempsychosis, and were vegetarians, though, as we have seen, they avoided beans, on the basis that animals and humans are kin and to eat flesh is a kind of cannibalism. Indeed, some of the teachings ascribed to Pythagoreans, especially the akosmata, things heard, that is, the symbolic rules of the order, suggest a survival from concepts of taboo. They include proscriptions against breaking bread, stepping over crossbars, touching white coquerels, walking on highways, letting swallows live in the roof of your house, and looking at yourself in a mirror next to a light. Pythagoreans were instructed to roll up their bedclothes when they got up in the morning, and to smooth out the impress of their bodies on the mattress. It is unfortunate for our understanding of the philosophy of Pythagoras that the legends which grew around him centuries after his time obscure how much influence he had on Plato and others. In the texts of the Neoplatonist philosophers Porphyry and Iamblichus, writing much later in the 3rd and 4th centuries CE, he is represented as a prophet-like holy man who had received divine revelations. Iamblichus calls him the divine Pythagoras in his treatise on the Pythagorean life, and Porphyry says, "No one else has had greater or more extraordinary things believed about them, life of Pythagoras." Some of these views led to the theory that much of Plato's own thought is borrowed from Pythagoras. It would be easy to think that Pythagoreanism is just another of many cults and movements predicated on primitive beliefs. But the school's contribution to mathematics and science make it unignorable. Indeed, even among the more cult-like aspects there are points of interest. Pythagoreans believed that music purifies the soul, important for a belief system seeking to help the soul escape from the will of rebirth, as was the aim also of Orphism and other mystical cults. Moreover, Pythagoreans divided people into three kinds, on analogy with people who attend the games: some come to compete, some to buy and sell under the stands, and some to spectate, for which the Greek verb is theorein, from which we get theory. The philosophers are those who spectate or look upon the world to study it. These latter are the best kind of people, therefore, said the Pythagoreans, and closest to purification and consequently to escaping from the cycle of rebirth. The mathematician Aristoxenos said that Pythagoras was the first to take the study of arithmetic beyond the practical needs of commerce. The Pythagoreans introduced a way of representing numbers by arrangements of dots in triangles, squares, and rectangles, and demonstrated a number of arithmetical properties through the geometries of these arrangements. The number shapes had religious significance too. The one by which Pythagoreans swore their oaths was the tetractys of the decad, that is, a triangle of dots with a row of 4 along the bottom, 3 above that, then 2, and then 1, adding up to 10. Pythagoreans thought that 10 is the natural basis of counting, and gave it a mystical significance. There is of course an infinity of triangular numbers. 3 is represented as the triangle of 2 dots with 1 dot above it. 6 is represented as a triangle of dots arranged 3, 2, 1, 10 we have seen, 15 is 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And so on. Rows and columns of the same number of dots as each other give square numbers, while oblong numbers are those in which the columns have one less dot than the rows. We now use numerals ultimately derived from India, though now called Arabic numerals because the Arabs transmitted them to the world at large, but we still often call numbers figures. If there is one thing almost everyone knows about the Pythagoreans, it is Pythagoras' theorem, stating that the square of an hypotenuse, this being the longest side of a right-angled triangle, opposite the right angle itself, is equal to the sum of the squares on the other two sides, where A is the hypotenuse, A2 equals B2 plus C2. This was in fact known to Thales, to Egyptians in their geometry of land mensuration and to Babylonians and Indians long beforehand, but it is possible that Pythagoras or a follower discovered a proof. A major achievement of the Pythagorean school was its discovery that the pitch of a musical note depends on the length of a string whose vibrations produce the note, and that simple numerical ratios explain the consonant intervals of the scale, 2:1 octave, 3:2 perfect fifth, 4:3 perfect fourth, and so on. To understand this, think of two guitar strings of equal length, tension, and thickness. If they are both plucked together they sound the same. If different lengths of each are plucked, they sometimes sound dissonant and sometimes consonant. This latter observation underlies measurement of consonant intervals, an interval being the distance between two notes, and a consonant interval being one in which the two notes sound good together. Experiment will show that if you have two lengths of string of equal length, tension, and thickness, plucking one while simultaneously plucking exactly half the length of the other will yield a consonance. This is the octave. If the second string is plucked at 2/5 the length of the first, the resulting consonant is a perfect fifth. Go to a piano and play the notes middle C and G above middle C together, that is a perfect fifth. This discovery, even more than the theorem about the square on the hypotenuse, has been hailed as the first step of true science, because it provides a quantified description of an observable phenomenon. And in its extension to the idea of the harmony of the spheres it generalizes the idea to all nature. The Pythagoreans thought of the heavenly bodies as emitting a hum as they flew through space, the distances between them being such as to form a scale. Earth and Moon are a tone apart, Moon to Mercury a semitone, Venus to the Sun a minor third, Mars to Jupiter and Jupiter to Saturn are each a semitone, and Saturn to the sphere of the fixed stars is a minor third. For the Pythagoreans as for others, including Plato, the idea of harmony came to have more than just the mathematical significance of ratios producing consonances, it became a key metaphor in thinking about matters ethical and psychological also. Just by itself, however, without further philosophical applications, it represents a notable step. The insights and discoveries of Pythagorean mathematics led not just to ethical ideas but to a metaphysics in which reality itself is regarded as constituted by number. Allegedly the motto above the entrance to a Pythagorean lodge was "All is number." Think of the dots as atoms. That is not how the Pythagoreans put it, but the connection is a natural one to make, the more so as the structure of material objects, think of a crystal, is informatively describable in terms of geometries. This might not have been what the Pythagoreans meant, for Aristotle reports that they assigned numerical values to certain abstractions such as justice and marriage. Justice is 4, marriage 3, the right time is 7. Odd numbers were said to be male, even numbers female. The meaning of such views is unclear. But it is also likely that they thought of the world as consisting structurally of whole numbers and their ratios, as their reaction, their horrified reaction, to the discovery of irrational numbers suggests. This is explained as follows. Consider the relationship between the length of a side of a square and the length of the diagonal drawn from one corner of the square to the opposite corner. There is no way of expressing the ratio of the length of the diagonal to the length of a side in integers, whole numbers. Pythagoreans regarded this incommensurability as a ghastly, indeed an evil, phenomenon. To see what is at stake, consider a square of which each side is 1 meter in length. To determine the length of the diagonal seems easy, for it is the hypotenuse of the right-angled triangle it forms with two sides of the square. We know that the square of the diagonal's length is the sum of the squares on the other two sides, it is 2 meters square, 4, 1 times 1, plus, 1 times 1, equals 2. But what is the square root of 2? Well, obviously, it is the number which, when multiplied by itself, makes 2. What is that number? It cannot be 1, because 1 times 1 equals 1. It cannot be 2, because 2 times 2 equals 4. It is therefore something in between 1 and 2. But whatever it is, it cannot be expressed as a ratio of two integers, it is not a simple fraction. This is best understood in decimal terms. An irrational number is one whose decimal expansion never either terminates or becomes periodic, repeats regularly. How can nature consist of numbers that misbehave in this way? The discovery of irrational numbers was so traumatic for the Pythagoreans, legend has it, that the man who made the discovery, or, some of the legends say, the man who revealed it after the order's members had been sworn to secrecy about it, namely Hippasos of Metapontum, was punished by being drowned. The discoveries and views of the Pythagoreans seem so different from those of their Ionian predecessors that it is a relief to find oneself on more familiar ground with their cosmology. Here indeed they seem to have borrowed from both Anaximander and Anaximenes. Aristotle relates that the Pythagoreans thought that beyond the heavens there exists a boundless breath which the world inhales, thereby acquiring cohesion and order. This is a little reminiscent of Anaximenes, as is an extension of his concept that the arche is air into the idea that darkness is very condensed air. Anaximenes' air is unlimited, like Anaximander's apeiron, and the Pythagoreans make darkness the unlimited and light the limit. Pythagoras is credited with thinking that the earth is a sphere, and later writers also claimed that he thought the cosmos is heliocentric, which is why the Copernican heliocentric model of the universe was described as Pythagorean. The idea that the heavens beyond the system of the planets, however arranged, are wheels of burning air which we see through apertures in the underside of the sky, these apertures therefore being the stars, is a conception that the Pythagoreans might have taken from Anaximander. The latter thought there were 3 such wheels, and the Pythagoreans very likely identified the gaps between them with the 3 musical intervals they had discovered, namely, the octave, 5th and 4th, the music of the spheres. It was the musical discovery that the consonant intervals can be expressed as simple numerical ratios that is the great legacy of Pythagoreanism. The idea of harmonia, harmony, opened a set of conceptual possibilities which proved to be very influential. It suggested that opposites can be brought into harmony, or can produce harmonies in their interactions, not least by blending, as when wet and dry, hot and cold balance each other or temper each other's excesses. Indeed, the idea of temperament in early medical science, the harmonious balancing of the choleric, phlegmatic, melancholic, and sanguine humors, was held to be constitutive of good health, the concept of temperature as a relation between hot and cold, and the ethical doctrine of the mean as the virtuous middle path between vicious extremes. Thus, courage is the middle path between cowardice and rashness, all owe themselves in one or another way to the idea of harmonia. It is not too much to say, wrote the historian of ancient philosophy John Burnet, that Greek philosophy was henceforward to be dominated by the notion of the perfectly tuned string. Xenophanes. Xenophanes' Flaruit lies somewhere after the middle of the 6th century BCE, making him a contemporary of Pythagoras. But he lived a long time, dying in his 90s after a life of wanderings. We have a quotation from him which says, "By this time 67 years have tossed my careworn soul up and down the lands of Hellas, and these wanderings began 25 years after my birth," thus making him 92 at the time he wrote these words. We can imagine these words as a reply to a question he asks in one of his poems. This is the kind of thing we should say by the fireside in winter, as we lie on soft couches after a fine dinner, drinking sweet wine and crunching chickpeas. "What country do you hail from, good sir, and how old are you? And how old were you when the Mede came?" The reference to the Mede is to the conquest of Ionia by Harpagos, a Mede who served as a general in the army of the Persian king Cyrus. The Ionian cities had formerly been under the sway of King Croesus of Lydia, and when Cyrus attacked Lydia he asked the Ionians to revolt in his support. They refused, so after his victory in 540 BCE Cyrus sent an expedition to punish them. Rather than submit to Persian rule, many of the Greeks sailed away from their cities. The entire population of Phaeacia did so, resettling in Sicily. Xenophanes' poignant question, "How old were you when the Mede came?" doubtless resonated with the diaspora of refugee Ionians who could still remember their homes on the eastern shore of the Aegean. His dates, though uncertain, are bracketed by several facts. One is that he is said to have heard Anaximander lecture. Another is that he referred to his contemporary Pythagoras in the past tense, which indicates that Pythagoras died before he did. An unreliable tradition says that he was a tutor to Parmenides, which would place him in southern Italy sometime in the last 2 decades of the 6th century BCE. In his own turn Heraclitus refers to Xenophanes in the past tense, suggesting that he was dead by the time of Heraclitus' maturity in the early 5th century BCE. Xenophanes' birthplace was Colophon, an Ionian city between Miletus and Ephesus and therefore close to Pythagoras' birthplace of Samos. Assuming the references in his fragments mean what they seem to mean, he left Colophon when it fell to Harpago's army, aged 25, and thereafter wandered until his death. He wrote in verse on a wide range of subjects, some of them philosophical, though it is a matter of controversy whether he wrote a philosophical poem as such. Quotations of a philosophical bent mainly come from his satirical attacks on Homer and Hesiod, whose anthropomorphic account of the gods he despised. This latter is indeed one of the most distinctive facts about Xenophanes, his emphatic rejection of traditional religion and its anthropomorphic Olympian deities. He argued that there is no such thing as divination, such natural phenomena as earthquakes and rainbows are not messages from the gods, he said, but should be naturalistically investigated and understood. He was critical also of the Greeks' obsession with athletics and athletes, and the expenditure of public money on both, saying, "Far better is our art, i.e. poetry, than the strength of men and horses. These are but thoughtless judgments, nor is it fitting to set strength before goodly art." He points out that even if there arises a boxer mightier, a runner swifter, a wrestler more skillful, than others, the city would be none the better governed for that. It is little joy to a city if a man conquer at the games, that does not fill its storehouses. In line with his attitude to inquiry, he took a keen interest in the natural world, noting the presence of fossils of fish and seaweed on mountain tops, and speculating about meteorological phenomena and the extent of the world in both breadth and depth. Regarding this latter, he thought that the earth extended indefinitely downwards, and that therefore the sun could not circle beneath it at night. Instead, there is a new sun every day, gathered together out of many small fires. It is in Xenophanes that we read the anecdote about Pythagoras hearing a dead friend's voice in a dog's howls. This was satire on Xenophane's part. He thought the doctrine of metempsychosis silly. He was scathing about Homer and Hesiod because they ascribed to the gods all things that are a shame and a disgrace among mortals, stealings and adulteries and deceivings. He said that if oxen and horses or lions had hands, and could paint with their hands, and produce works of art as men do, horses would paint the forms of the gods like horses, and oxen like oxen. He thought instead that there is a God which is nothing like anything we know, and which, see below, might in fact be the same thing as the world itself. In the passages where he addresses topics central to the thought of his Ionian predecessors, he shows that he knew their ideas well, and had been influenced by them. All things come from the earth, and all things end in earth. All things are earth and water that come into being and grow. He seems to have thought that the earth is being progressively dissolved into the sea. All human beings are destroyed when the earth has been carried down into the sea and turned to mud. This change takes place for all the worlds. That last sentence has caused a debate among scholars. It suggests, under the influence of Anaximander, that there is a plurality of worlds, but elsewhere in the commentaries on Xenophanes, and in Aristotle's remarks about him, he appears to have held that the world is one, a doctrine which, as we shall see, was held by Parmenides, who was influenced by Xenophanes even if he was not actually taught by him. But the unclarities and apparent inconsistencies in Xenophanes' views are not all to be blamed on him. A later member of the school founded by Aristotle, the Peripatetic school, wrote a treatise on Xenophanes and two other thinkers, in which he said that Xenophanes claimed that the world is neither finite nor infinite, and neither in motion nor at rest. Simplicius, writing much later, was frankly baffled by such claims. But, whatever Xenophanes actually meant, there are suggestive hints in these views that relate him to Parmenides. Aristotle says in the Metaphysics that Xenophanes was the first to argue that reality is one, and Plato called Xenophanes the first of the Eleatics, these being the philosophers of Parmenides' school who subscribed to the doctrine that reality is a single unchanging eternal thing. Aristotle went further to suggest that Xenophanes thought that the world and God are the same thing. In one fragment indeed he says that the world and God are equal every way. As the commentators remind us, it would be a mistake to interpret talk of God in this context as if it has the same sense as in far later views about deity, such as those familiar from Judaism and Christianity, for in effect Xenophanes' denial of the existence of the traditional gods, and his assertion that God and the world are one and the same thing, are jointly intended to imply there is no God but the world. Apart from the connection with Parmenides' views, these notions, if indeed this is what Xenophanes meant, also anticipate the philosophy of Spinoza, who lived more than 2,000 years later. Fn 5. Something that anyone reading these pages might cherish in Xenophanes is his account of a dinner of philosophers, in which he writes, "The floor is clean, so are our hands, and so are the cups, a mixing bowl stands by, and another bowl of gentle flower-scented wine, there is cold sweet pure water, golden loaves of bread, and a magnificent table laden with cheese and rich honey, the cheerful men, always only men, alas, pour a libation pledging always to do acts of justice, the drinking is continent, just enough to allow everyone to get home afterwards unaided, and the talk is not of myths and wars, but of excellence, arrate." Heraclitus. One sure way to live in philosophical memory is to issue striking remarks that are obscure or ambiguous, or better still a mixture of both. Heraclitus is an example. Known as the obscure, the dark and the riddler, he sauced his obscurities with arrogance and misanthropy. He was an aristocrat, born in Ephesus about 540 BCE or soon afterwards, whose family were part of the city's ruling elite. He gave his hereditary political office of basileus to a brother, and later in life went to live a rustic hermit's life, though he returned to the city when he fell ill, and died at about the age of 60. He wrote a book, a copy of which was given to Socrates by the playwright Euripides, so says Diogenes Laertius, reporting what is probably a mere legend. Euripides asked him what he thought of it. Socrates replied, "What I understand of it is splendid, What I don't understand of it is probably splendid too, but it would take a Delian diver to get to the bottom of it. A major problem with understanding Heraclitus' philosophy is that the surviving fragments of his book are obscure in themselves, and it is not clear how to arrange them in order, which is a problem because different orders support different interpretations. Aristotle in the Rhetoric complained that it was hard to know how to punctuate Heraclitus' sentences to clarify their sense, and gives as an example the only sentence whose position in the work we know, namely, its opening sentence, of this account logos which holds forever men prove uncomprehending. Is it the logos that holds forever, or are men forever uncomprehending? We do not even know the title of his book, which would be some guide to what it is about. Later doxographers said that it had 3 parts, one on nature, one on politics and one on theology. This is a break with the philosophical tradition to that point, in ranging more widely than cosmology. But which of these subjects contain the main point of what he wished to say? Given that it appears to have been written in a consciously oracular style, one imagines that comparisons with Nietzsche's Thus Spake Zarathustra might be suggestive, and perhaps with its author too, one can see how difficulties increase. The account Heraclitus gives of the nature of the world is accompanied by remarks on perception, knowledge, and inquiry. Nature loves to hide, the eyes are more exact witnesses than the ears. Does he mean, to observe for oneself is better than to listen to what others say? Even those who, like Pythagoras, engage in scientific inquiry do not get things right. The learning of many things does not teach understanding, otherwise it would have taught Hesiod and Pythagoras, and again Xenophanes and Hecataeus. In any event, Heraclitus thought that he had grasped the correct logos, a word used by Greek philosophers in such a variety of ways that it can be taken to mean any and more of account, theory, framework, word, reason, significance, principle, and as we might say the underlying logic, of something. One reasonable reconstruction of Heraclitus' account is as follows. Everything is in flux, as Plato puts it in the Critylus. Heraclitus says that all things pass and nothing stays, and comparing existing things to the flow of a river, he says that you could not step into the same river twice. Heraclitus' disciple Critylus, who was so convinced that everything is constantly changing, would not reply when spoken to but would only waggle his finger to indicate that he had heard, because by the time he was ready to answer, the world had changed. Some commentators disagree that Heraclitus meant what Plato says he meant. Rather, they say, he meant that things stay the same only by changing. As is the case with a river, its flux does not destroy its continuity as the same river, but in fact constitutes it. This latter reading is more consistent with another of Heraclitus' doctrines, that of the unity of opposites. One interpretation of this is that a thing can combine opposite qualities. Sea is simultaneously the purest and the foulest water, for fish it is drinkable and healthy, for men it is undrinkable and harmful. Likewise youth and age, waking and sleeping, life and death are the same thing in us, for having changed round they are these, but when changed round again they are those, though in these cases not simultaneously. But others of his fragments seem to say that opposites are in fact identicals. The straight and the crooked path of the fuller's comb is one and the same, the way up and the way down is one and the same. These remarks are true. A staircase is both up and down simultaneously, differentiated only by whether you are ascending or descending. Men do not know how what is at variance agrees with itself. It is an attunement of opposite tensions, like the bow and the lyre. Another identification of opposites requires, however, a more studied interpretation. One fragment says, good and ill are one. Does this imply a version of Hamlet's there is nothing either good or bad, but thinking makes it so? Most likely the explanation is deeper, for Heraclitus seems to have held that it is by the conflict or tension that holds opposites together that existence itself is made possible. Homer was wrong to say, would that strife might perish from among gods and men. He did not see that he was praying for the destruction of the universe, for if his prayer were heard all things would pass away. All things come into being and pass away through strife. Strife is justice. All things happen according to strife and necessity. Following Aristotle, Many commentators see Heraclitus as conforming to the tradition of the earlier Ionians in being a material monist, that is, as holding the view that there is a single underlying material arche. As we saw, his predecessors had successively nominated water, the infinite, and air, he nominated fire. The cosmos, which is the same for all, was not made by gods or men, but it was ever, is now, and ever shall be, an ever-living fire, parts of it kindling, and parts of it going out. Fire is lack and abundance. All things are in exchange for fire, and fire for all things. Fire turns into water, and half of water turns into earth and half into a fiery wind, and both can turn back into water and water back into fire. These changes are the result of the strife that is an application of justice which reverses the domination of one thing by another. It might seem that the fact of eternal flux and change makes knowledge impossible, and Plato thought that Heraclitus meant this. But his remarks about the value of learning, and his criticism of others for not achieving understanding even though they study and inquire, suggest otherwise. Indeed, it appears that he attached great ethical significance to knowledge. Sound thinking is the greatest virtue and wisdom, it is to speak the truth and act on a proper understanding of the nature of things. This is why he says of himself that his preference is for seeing, and hearing, and learning. Pythagoras had taught a way of life, Heraclitus offers wisdom teachings of his own. Like many others, he counseled moderation and self-control in such activities as drinking and eating, but unlike many others he frankly extolled the pursuit of fame. The best choose one thing above all else, everlasting fame. Since he also thought that the best deaths occur in battle, it is not clear that he meant philosophical fame. He said character is fate, and that it is not good always to get what one wants. In politics he advocated the rule of law, the people must fight for the city's laws as for its walls, and a wise choice of rulers. Both pieces of advice are consistent with the idea that there is a cosmic logos, which can be interpreted as saying, the cosmos is governed by universal laws, and that rationality, the rational apprehension of these universal laws, applies as much to ethics and politics as in cosmology. But he was not a proto-democrat, he had no time for fools and the many, the mob. Most men's teacher is Hesiod, they are convinced he knew most things, he, a man who could not recognize that day and night are one. It cannot be denied that other and later philosophers were struck by Heraclitus' views. How can one say influenced by them given that neither they nor we are quite clear what they were? Of course his contemporaries and successors had their interpretations of what he meant, and were doubtless influenced by those, but one could extrapolate quite different results for later thinking from this. Some think Parmenides developed his philosophy in opposition to Heraclitus, others see Democritus echoing Heraclitus in his ethical pronouncements. Plato is often read as employing an interpretation of Heraclitus in arguing for the transience and instability of the material world, and from Parmenides in arguing for the eternity and immutability of the intelligible world. Some saw Heraclitus as squarely in the Ionian tradition of physics, others as a sceptic. Such is the fate, and the usefulness, of being a riddler. Parmenides. Parmenides was born to a wealthy family at Elea either around the year 515 BCE, as Diogenes Laertius says, or a decade or two later, so that Plato's claim that the young Socrates met him around 450 BCE can be regarded as plausible. Diogenes follows Aristotle in saying that he was a pupil of Xenophanes, but that he did not agree with Xenophanes' views. However, like his teacher, he wrote his philosophy in verse, using Homeric hexameters embellished with Homeric images, especially from the Odyssey. Diogenes says that it was also claimed that Parmenides studied with Anaximander, and that at one point in his life he associated closely with a Pythagorean called Ammianius, of whom he was very fond, as evidenced by the fact that when the latter died he built a shrine to him as to a hero. One reason suggested for this devotion was that Ammianius had persuaded Parmenides to dedicate his life to philosophy. Some in the doxographic tradition described Parmenides as a Pythagorean, and there is no reason to think he might not have been one in his earlier days, though by the time he wrote his poem he no longer was. Parmenides' poem tells of a young man who is taken up in a chariot to meet a goddess, who promises him that he will learn all things from her. Fn 6 But, she says, even though everything she tells him will be true, he must test what she says for himself, judge by argument, she says, the much disputed proof uttered by me. After a lengthy introduction, the poem itself begins with the first of two sections, entitled Truth. We have about 150 lines of the poem, over 2/3 of it from this section. The second section is entitled Opinion, and the goddess warns that it concerns a view of the world that is deceptive. It is about our ordinary, sense-based view of the world, and the senses are misleading. By contrast, the first section, Truth, tells us that knowledge properly so-called is possible only in relation to what is, to reality, because what is not literally cannot be thought or said. Only reason can get us to the truth about what is. This truth is that what is must be a single unchanging and complete thing, perfect, whole and eternal. The views of other philosophers, premised on the transformation of an archie into a plurality of things based on motion and change, on interaction, flux, reparation, mingling or whatever the thinkers in question have suggested, are false in the light of reason, for only an eternal, immutable, and comprehensive one is thinkable. At the beginning of the section entitled Opinion, the goddess says, "Here shall I close my trustworthy speech and thought about the truth. Henceforward learn the beliefs of mortals, giving ear to the deceptive ordering of my words." She then sets out a cosmology in which fire is of the heavens and is opposed to dark night, a compact and heavy body. Everything is full at once of light and dark night, both equal, since neither has anything to do with the other. In the heavens necessity binds the stars, the sun, moon, Milky Way and other phenomena are either unmixed fire or have their portion of night, this explaining the variation among them, and in the midst of these is the divinity that directs the course of all things, for she is the beginner of all painful birth and all begetting, driving the female to the embrace of the male, and the male to that of the female. But this way of opinion or way of seeming is, to repeat, deceptive. It is the path wandered by know-nothing two-headed mortals who think they live in a world of contingency, plurality, and change. On the deceptive evidence of their senses they believe that things can both be and not be, because, for example, a thing can have a certain property at one time and lack it at another. Do not follow this path out of habit, relying on your senses, the goddess again warns the young man, judge by reason. But it is important to know this way of seeming so that one can contrast it properly with the way of truth. You must find out everything, she tells him, both the steadfast heart of well-rounded truth and the opinions of mortals. In these opinions there is no truth, but you must learn them anyway. The central point in Parmenides' system turns on what he meant by what is. He has the goddess say that what is unborn and unperishing, a unique whole, unmoved, perfect, complete. And she adds, nor was it once, nor will it be, for it is now, one, continuous. The questions this raises are, is the what is physical, or is it a non-physical thing, an abstraction like the infinite or perhaps a god? If it is physical, how do we make sense of the fact that, on almost all views, spatio-temporal properties are distinctive, indeed defining, of the physical, whereas Parmenides' what is both all there is, all space, and does not change, at very least complicating what can be understood by time, if time exists at all? Obviously this interpretative question is controversial, but the larger consensus is that Parmenides viewed the what is as physical. One fragment describes it as a sphere, and Aristotle stated that Parmenides did not believe in any sort of non-physical reality. Nor does he speak of a god or gods in connection with reality. The goddess of the poem is a literary device merely, but appears to regard what is as the universe itself, as everything viewed in totality as one thing, a plenum or complete fullness of physical reality. This raises the question whether the sphere is infinite, for if not then space has to be finite so that the sphere can fill it completely. Either way, if the sphere is physical it has to comprehend all space because it is unmoving and unmovable, and because it is unchanging we have to think either that there is no such thing as time, or what is comprehends all time in one changeless present. This seems to be the meaning of the fragment stating neither is there, nor will there be, time apart from being, because fate has bound it down to the whole and unmoved. That at least is consistent with the central thesis that reality is an unchanging one, on the view that time exists only where there is change. In the envisaged plenum of what is there can be no change and hence no time, or only an eternal present. Indeed, as there can be nothing beyond or outside what is, the particular concepts of change and motion are empty. There could only be change and motion if beyond what is there is also what is not. In this sense, if you think with Anaximenes that the archie rarefies and condenses, then the change of one state, more rarefied, into the other state, more condensed, and vice versa presupposes that the state into which the archie changes its aspect was, as it were, not there. There was no being more condensed for the less condensed to become more of, for if there were no such not then existent state, there would not be something for a different state to change into. Likewise, the Pythagoreans talk of the air outside the cosmos which enters to separate the cosmos into distinct units also assumes the existence of what is not, as the thing that motion and change act upon to turn it into what is. The key point for Parmenides is that one cannot think about what is not, whereas anything that can be thought must be. It is the same thing that can be thought and that can be. It needs must be that what can be spoken and thought is, for it is possible for it to be and it is not possible for what is nothing to be. Another way of putting this is to say, if you think, you must be thinking of something, therefore there cannot be nothing. Only that can exist which can be thought, thought exists for the sake of what is. Note that Parmenides does not offer mere assertions in the section on truth, he offers arguments. The striking contrast between the two sections of the poem lies in the fact that in the first we are asked to consider that what is has to be comprehensive, it has the character of tautology to say whatever is, and that one cannot think or say what is not because what is not is by definition nothing. It appears paradoxical to think that one might have nothing as the object of one's thought. One might reasonably have much to say about how in fact we talk about what is not the case, but which is possible, or was the case, or will be the case but is not so yet, and so on, and one might question the claim that the realm of the real and the realm of the conceivable are necessarily the same and exclusive. But at least these are deep challenges, and philosophy has grappled with them throughout its history. This is very different from saying there is fire and dark night, and the mixture of the two, and in the midst of things the divinity that directs their courses. We see from earlier pre-Socratics that not all such theorizing, the archie is water, is air, is mere assertion, but rests on some sort of observational and inferential support, but the way of seeming in Parmenides' poem does not have quite that character, even if it borrows from what was undoubtedly an observational base in asserting that fire is of the heavens, because where could the light of the heavenly bodies come from if they were not themselves fires or emanations of fire? And as it happens, they are indeed fires, or, for the more local of them, reflections of fire. Parmenides was not quite as obscure a writer as Heraclitus, but the hexameter verse in which his system is expounded nevertheless creates difficulties for a clear interpretation. Despite that, he marks a highly significant moment in the history of philosophy. He is a turning point, for the influence he exerted on those who came after him was enormous, whether they accepted his views or disagreed with him. His followers Zeno and Melissus defended his theory of the one, Zeno with his famous paradoxes, Achilles and the tortoise and the rest, see below, aimed at demonstrating the impossibility of time and change, while any thinker who accepted the reality of change and plurality had to address Parmenides' arguments and find ways of overcoming them. Parmenides' greatest influence, from the point of view of impact on the entire subsequent history of philosophy, was on Plato and the Platonists. Plato admired Parmenides greatly, he has him worsting Socrates in a late dialogue, and he derives from him the view that the senses and what they tell us about the world of appearances, the familiar world around us, which seems plural and subject to time and change, deceive us as to the true nature of reality. That is a theme which has underwritten an enormous amount of what philosophy and, later, science has achieved. Zeno of Elea. Plato's Parmenides and Diogenes Laertius' lives of eminent philosophers are almost the only sources of information we have about Zeno's life. If Plato's account is correct, Zeno was born in 490 BCE, and accompanied Parmenides to Athens in about 450 BCE, where the young Socrates met them. Zeno was said to be not just Parmenides' pupil but his adopted son and his lover. He was a tall and handsome man, Plato says, and Diogenes says that his books are brimful of intellect. Aristotle said that Zeno invented dialectic, the form of philosophical argument aimed at arriving at truth, as opposed to heuristic, argument conducted merely for the sake of argument or for point scoring, in part by starting from the views of an opponent and demonstrating that they lead to unacceptable conclusions. Diogenes says Zeno was a man of noble character, both as a philosopher and as a politician, for when his attempt to overthrow the tyrant Nearchus failed, he was arrested and tortured before being killed, but did not betray his friends. Fn 7 His death produced a multiplicity of legends. Saying to Nearchus that he had something private to whisper in his ear, Zeno laid hold of the ear with his teeth, and did not let go until stabbed to death. Another version says it was the tyrant's nose, not his ear, that he bit off. A third says that he bit off his own tongue and spat it at the tyrant rather than reveal any secrets, and this so roused the citizens that they stoned the tyrant to death. When Nearchus told him to reveal who was behind the coup attempt, Zeno said, "You, the curse of the city," whereupon Nearchus had him thrown into a giant mortar and pounded to death. One might think these picturesquely gory details are intended to enliven what anyone would think is the otherwise staid tale of people whose greatest excitement consists in thinking, but in fact philosophers have had a lively time, as their biographical details often show, for ideas can be dangerous things, demanding courage to express them or live by them. Diogenes wrote a tribute to Zeno as follows: "You wished, Zeno, and noble was your wish, to slay the tyrant and set Elea free from bondage. But you were crushed, for, as all know, the tyrant caught you and beat you in a mortar. But what is this that I say? It was your body that he beat, not you." In Plato's Parmenides, Zeno is reported as saying that his arguments about the impossibility of motion and plurality are offered as a defense of the Parmenidean thesis that reality is one and unchanging. "My arguments are a defense of Parmenides' argument against those who try to make fun of it, saying that if what is one, the argument has many ridiculous consequences which contradict it. Now my treatise opposes the advocates of plurality and pays them back the same and more, aiming to prove that their hypothesis that there are many things suffers still more ridiculous consequences than the hypothesis that there is one." In other words, Zeno's arguments have the form of a reductio ad absurdum of an initial hypothesis, by showing that contradictions can be deduced from it. Zeno created about 40 paradoxes, of which 10 are known. Aristotle's Physics is the chief source for Zeno's arguments against motion. They can be described as follows. Suppose you are walking from one end of a stadium to the other. To do this you must get to the halfway point. But to get there, you have to get to the place halfway to the halfway point. Indeed, to get to any point you have to get halfway to it, but first you have to get halfway to that halfway, and before that halfway, and so on ad infinitum. But one cannot traverse an infinite number of points in a finite time, therefore motion is an illusion. Again, consider Achilles racing a tortoise. If the tortoise is given a head start, however small, Achilles can never overtake it. For to do so he must reach the point from which the tortoise started, but by the time he does so, the tortoise will have moved on, and Achilles must therefore reach that next point. But by the time he does so, and so on. A third argument is this. Consider an arrow fired at a target. At any point in its flight the arrow occupies exactly the space that is its length. It is therefore motionless in that space, for, says Zeno, all things are at rest when occupying a space equal to their own size. But then because the arrow occupies its own exact space at every point on its flight, it is motionless at every point in its flight. Some answers are suggested by Aristotle himself. Zeno's argument assumes that it is impossible to traverse an infinite number of points in a finite time. But this is to fail to distinguish infinite divisibility and infinite extension. One cannot traverse an infinite extension in a finite time, but one can an infinitely divisible space, for time itself is infinitely divisible, so one is traversing an infinitely divisible space in an infinitely divisible time. As to the arrow argument, Aristotle says that it depends on the assumption that time is composed of nows, that is, discrete intervals. If this is not conceded, the deduction will not go through. Zeno's arguments are so framed as to suggest that he principally had the Pythagoreans in mind. In arguing that number is the basis of reality, they correlatively held that things are sums of units. Zeno is reported to have said, "If anyone can explain to me what a unit is, I can say what things are." He here offers a classic case of deducing a contradiction from the premise that there are many things, as follows: if things are a many, a plurality, they must be just as many as they are, and neither more nor less. Now, if they are as many as they are, they will be finite in number. But, if things are a many, they will be infinite in number, for there will always be other things between them, and others again between those. And so things are infinite in number. Another argument against plurality turns on the supposition that things can be divided into parts. You have to assume that the parts themselves have to be something, because if the divisions of things finally reach nothing, how can something be composed out of nothing? Suppose you argue that the parts are not nothing, but have no size, how then can the thing they compose have size, given that no number of things without size can constitute a thing with size? So you are left with the assumption that the elements of things have to be something, and with a size. But then they are not the elements of things, because they can be further divided, and if their parts in turn have size they are therefore divisible, and their parts likewise, and so on, so the dividings can never stop. The Pythagoreans also appear to be the target in Zeno's argument against space, given their doctrine about air coming into the cosmos from outside the cosmos. If there is space, it will be in something, for all that is in something, and what is in something is in space. So space will be in space, and this goes on ad infinitum, therefore there is no space. Leaving aside the assumption that space is regarded as a container in something like Newton's sense of absolute space, rather than, say, a set of relationships between objects, and whether there are fallacies of equivocation, that is, multiple senses in the same word, in the words something and in, there is the question why the concept of infinite space should be intrinsically incoherent, as Zeno assumes. This raises the question of Zeno's deployment of the concept of infinity. What has come to be called the standard solution to Zeno's paradoxes of motion invokes calculus, invented independently by Newton and Leibniz in the 17th century, and his talk of infinity prompts discussions about actual and potential infinities, the concept of the former only receiving a full formal defense in the work of the mathematicians Richard Dedekind and George Cantor at the turn of the 20th century. Ideas variously to the effect that the elements of physical reality cannot be infinitely divisible, that the notion of space, or of perceived reality as a whole, is contradictory, that there is a need to construct paraconsistent logics in which both arms of contradictions can be held to be true, are just some of the outcomes that reflection on Zeno's paradoxes has prompted. One relevant consideration for paradoxes such as the stadium and Achilles is that if you sum 1/2 plus 1/4 plus 1/8, you get 1 for intervals of both space and time. So if you sum the distances that one must traverse to get to each halfway point, halfway across the stadium, halfway to that halfway point, and so on, you get the finite distance between the two ends of the stadium. The same applies to the time that elapses for each successive act of getting to a given point, then to a next given point, and so on. Once again, the conclusion is that one can traverse an infinitely divisible space in a finite time. A suggestive result of reflection on the paradoxes is that they arise from conflicts between the conceptual conveniences we put to work to organize our experience. For example, when we are thinking of motion as a continuous event that occurs over an interval of time, we are thinking of an object traveling from one position to another against a background of fixed reference points, and from this perspective we do not, and arguably cannot, think of the object as being successively and determinately at given points in space different from immediately neighboring points at discrete instants of time. But when we think of the object from this second and different perspective, namely the perspective of it being at a given point in its journey, we do not and arguably cannot think of it in the way we think of it from the first perspective, that is, as passing through that point in a way unspecifiable as a place at a time, given that this is exactly what we are doing from the second perspective. The problem therefore lies in us, sometimes our ways of describing the same things for different purposes from different perspectives are inconsistent with each other. This does not entail that motion itself is illusory. Whatever the merits of Zeno's arguments individually, and however well the counterarguments to them fare, the fact is that they further provoke reflection on the Parmenidean idea that so influenced Plato and a great deal of subsequent philosophy, the idea, namely, that appearance is not reality. Empedocles. Like Parmenides, Empedocles was born to a wealthy and influential family, and played a part in the politics of the city of his birth, Acragas in Sicily. Although he was an aristocrat, he favored the Democratic Party, but apparently kept his aristocratic ways, dressing flamboyantly, claiming to have superior talents and disdaining modesty about them. I go among you, an immortal god, no longer mortal, honored by you all, wreathed in garlands and crowns. He might have earned some at least of this reputation because, as a physician, he had performed some notable medical feats, saving another Sicilian city, Selinus, from the plague, and allegedly engaging in sorcery and magical acts. Among his powers he claimed to be able to control the winds and storms, to reverse old age and to avert evil. To whatever famous town I go, he wrote, I am praised by men and women, and accompanied by thousands, who thirst for deliverance, some asking for prophecies, and some to be cured from all kinds of diseases. His reputation as a medical man seems to have been based on more than pretensions to magic. Galen describes him as the founder of the Italian school of medicine, equal in importance to other medical traditions of the time. His school taught that illness results from imbalance of heat, cold, dampness and dryness, these properties in different combinations being associated with the four elements he identified as the basis of all things: fire, air, water, and earth. Some of the school's doctrines seem perceptive, as for example that respiration occurs through all the body's pores and not just the lungs, and is connected with the movement of the blood. In other respects they bear the marks of more primitive thought, for example locating the seat of consciousness in the heart. The proximity of his home city to both Croton and Elea makes it very plausible that, as he is said to have done, Empedocles studied with both Parmenides, indeed, as a fellow student of Zeno's, and the Pythagoreans. One story has it that he was indeed a Pythagorean but was expelled by the order for stealing some discourses. The claim that he was for at least a time a Pythagorean, and certainly influenced by that school, is supported by his vegetarianism and belief in metempsychosis. Empedocles wrote in verse, as Parmenides had done, and was the last of the Greek philosophers to do so. There was not another great philosophical poem until De Rerum Natura by Lucretius in the 1st century BCE. Far more of Empedocles' writings survive than those of any other pre-Socratic. On one estimate about a fifth of the lines from his poem on nature are known. Among his other poems was one called Purifications, and he is said to have written an account of the invasion of Greece by Xerxes, a hymn to Apollo, a treatise on medicine, and plays. What is understood about his views has been influenced by the 20th century discovery of a papyrus, the Strasbourg Papyrus, containing lines by him, suggesting an alternative arrangement of their order which hints at different ways of interpreting his views. Empedocles' cosmology is premised on the idea that there are four eternal and indestructible elements, or roots as he called them, from the combinations of which all things arise. He was the first to introduce this fourfold archy. He said that things are mixtures of the four roots in different proportions, and change is the process of the four roots combining and separating when acted upon by one or other of two motive powers which he called love and strife respectively. These powers fluctuate in strength relative to one another, which explains how first one then the other can result in the aggregation and then segregation of things. The cosmos is eternal, and passes through cycles determined by whether it is love or strife that has the overall upper hand. In its best state the cosmos is inert, the two powers at rest and the four roots in unmixed separate equilibrium. It is a sphere, held together by love, with strife guarding the outer periphery. The notion of a still, inert sphere is Parmenidean in inspiration, but Empedocles' sphere does not long remain in stasis, for strife begins to wax in power, pulling at the bonds forged by love and thus initiating a tug of war between them from which arises the plurality of things. As strife's power grows ever greater the struggle eventually plunges the cosmos into chaos. No life can exist in this part of its cycle. But then love's power starts to wax in its turn, and the cosmos passes through another phase of tug of war in which things arise out of the mixtures of the elements. Finally love's victory brings the cycle to another resting point of inertness, and the cycle begins again. An intriguing aspect of Empedocles' theory is his view that the combinations of elements are random, producing a multiplicity of weird things such as animals' heads on human bodies, shoulders without arms, hermaphrodites, and other such malformations, which disappear as quickly as they appear because only the well-adapted ones survive and reproduce themselves. He thought that we see by emitting streams of light from our eyes that illuminate the objects we look at, and that the whole surface of our skin is a sensory organ receptive to the effluences given off by things around us, with the combinations of elements constituting us responding to the combinations of elements in things outside us, so that we know them because of our similarity to them. He had learned from Parmenides to think of the senses as delusive, and therefore argued that we must apply reason in order to grasp the nature of things from all perspectives. From the Pythagoreans he took the doctrine of metempsychosis, and thought with them that the acquisition of knowledge so purifies the soul that it can escape the cycle of rebirth. Empedocles' death is surrounded by anecdote, the best known of which is that he leaped into Etna in order to disappear completely, so that people might think he had been assumed into heaven without dying, thus confirming his divine status, but that his ploy was found out because the boiling lava ejected his famous golden sandals onto the lip of the crater. Variations of this story exist, jointly prompting the couplet, "Great Empedocles, that ardent soul, leapt into Etna, and was roasted whole." A more sober alternative, also recounted by Diogenes Laertius, is that he broke a thigh when old, died soon afterwards and was buried in Megara where his tomb was known in antiquity. Reflection on Empedocles' views, as with those of other pre-Socratics, shows in what ways they are not as fanciful as they at first seem. The four roots identified by Empedocles, earth, air, fire, and water, can be seen as embodying or representing the forms in which physical things exist, as solids, liquids or gases and as combinations of these. Aristotle says that Empedocles intended us to understand that fire stands in a particular relation to the other three, as acting upon them in the course of their love and strife-driven interactions. His inclusion of air, which he called aether rather than air in order to distinguish his own from Anaximenes' view, was based on the discovery that air is an actual physical substance. It is said that he showed this experimentally by means of a clepsydra or water clock, by putting his thumb over the spout, inverting it and submerging it in water, then removing his thumb so that the trapped air bubbled out, thus demonstrating its real existence to those who had been waving their hands in front of their faces to support their claim that there was nothing there. Some, rather hyperbolically, have claimed that this is the first scientific experiment on record. Consider also Empedocles' account of the forces that impel change in the form of aggregation and disaggregation of the elements, love, philotes, some translators prefer friendship, and strife, neokos. In humans these are emotions that govern a great many of the interactions between people, and as in other pre-Socratics the need for an explanation of how the related phenomena of change and motion arise is attractively offered by generalization from our experience of agency, and in particular how emotions of attraction and repulsion in general explain connections and disconnect ions with others. In the absence of other candidates for a motive force or forces, projection from the one clear and familiar example of such a thing is understandable. Aristotle had nominated Zeno as the originator of dialectic. To Empedocles he gave the credit for being the originator of rhetoric. This was no doubt because of his reputation as a great orator, and for the eloquence of his poems. Anaxagoras. In 467 BCE the Greek world was stirred by a dramatic event. A large meteorite, as large as a wagon load, fell from the sky into the Aegospotamos in the Dardanelles. From around the same time observations were reported of a comet, now thought to have been Halley's comet. In the usual way that legends accrete around individuals of note, Anaxagoras was said to have predicted the arrival of the fallen meteorite, an impossibility, and more illustrative of his reputation in his own and succeeding times than of his powers as a scientist. In addition to his intellectual reputation he acquired another, as the stereotypical absent-minded thinker who forgoes worldly things to devote himself to a life of inquiry and reflection. Anaxagoras was born in Clazomene in Ionia about 500 BCE or perhaps a little earlier, making him an older contemporary of Empedocles. The doxographers say that he was a pupil of Anaximenes, but this is extremely unlikely given that the best dates we have for both tell us that Anaximenes died before Anaxagoras was born. However, what could be meant is that he began his philosophical career under the influence of Anaximenes' views. A probability supported by Theophrastus remarked that Anaxagoras was an associate of the philosophy of Anaximenes. An interesting aspect of Anaxagoras' story is that he is the first of the notable philosophers to make his career in Athens, and moreover that he arrived in Athens in 480 BCE, the year of the naval battle of Salamis, in which the Greek allies under Themistocles decisively beat Xerxes' Persians, thus ending the threat posed by the latter's invasion of the Greek world. The Persians had long been in control of the Greek cities on the eastern side of the Aegean, however, including of course those in Ionia, which meant that Anaxagoras was technically a Persian subject. This in turn suggests that he might have come to Athens in the Persian army. Whether or not this is so, he was already a philosopher, and of sufficient note as to become, so Plato tells us in the Phaedrus, tutor to the young Pericles, later the greatest statesman of the age. Anaxagoras taught him the theory of things on high, says Plato, and knowledge of the true nature of mind and intellect. A less secure tradition says that Anaxagoras was also the tutor of the playwright Euripides. The association with Pericles was a fateful one, for it probably played its part in Anaxagoras being brought to trial in 450 BCE on charges of impiety. The charges were brought by Cleon, a general of the Athenian army in the First Peloponnesian War. Cleon was a political opponent of Pericles, and is described by both Thucydides and Aristophanes as an unscrupulous man. The allegation in the charge against Anaxagoras related to his theory about the nature of the sun and moon, namely, that the former is a red-hot stone and the latter is the same in substance as the earth. Pericles is said to have spoken in Anaxagoras' defense at the trial, and afterwards to have arranged for him to be released, or perhaps to escape, from prison and to leave Athens. He went back to Ionia, and at length settled in a colony of Miletus in the Troad, at Lampsacus. When he died the Lampsacanes dedicated an altar to truth and mind in his memory, and the date of his death was thereafter an annual school holiday for children. Apparently he had requested that this should be so. Diogenes Laertius says that Anaxagoras wrote a book in an eloquent and pleasing style. What remains of it now are some quotations from its first part, preserved by Simplicius. Like Empedocles, Anaxagoras had to grapple with the challenge posed by Parmenides, how to account for the world of plurality and change presented to us by our senses, in the light of Parmenidean arguments against both, and the metaphysical problem of what ultimately exists. He accepted Parmenides' view that what ultimately exists must be unchangeable and eternal, to which nothing can be added and from which nothing can be taken away. He either agreed with Empedocles, assuming he knew his work, which is quite likely, or he arrived independently at the same conclusion, that coming to be and passing away are not creation and destruction but in fact rearrangements, mixings and separations of eternally existing elements. But he added the idea that the fundamental elements or seeds, panspermia, of things are always all present together in everything, individual things being differentiated from one another only by the preponderance of one over the others, not by the absence of the others. It follows that the elements are never separated from one another into their pure forms, as Empedocles thought must happen in what he had described as the resting state of the universal cycle. What originally exists before the worlds come into existence, said Anaxagoras, is an undifferentiated and unlimited mass of stuff, consisting of an indiscriminate mixture of the seeds of things, each of them itself composed of infinitely small parts. In addition there is nous, mind, or reason, which acts upon this mass, puts it in motion and thereby produces individual things by aggregation of seeds, and their demise by separation of the seeds. Every individual thing has every kind of seed in it, but as mentioned they will have the character of whichever one is present in the largest quantity. There is no void, no nothingness, the universe is everything there is, and in support of this he gave, as did Empedocles before him, experimental demonstrations of the real corporeal existence of air to show that it is not the nothing that the senses seem to suggest. The idea of nous as the external cause acting on the mass of seeds was required in response to Parmenides' argument that body has no motive force of itself. Anaxagoras' predecessors in the Ionian tradition appear simply to have assumed that the arche is self-moving or inherently causal, but the views of Empedocles and Heraclitus had introduced the idea of causal agency separate from and additional to the elements, love and strife, the operation of logos or nous. But it would be a mistake to think that Anaxagoras' nous is an immaterial thing, as mind came to be viewed. He says it is the thinnest of all things, can penetrate everywhere among the other seeds and is itself pure or unmixed, which gives it causal efficacy with respect to everything else, or as he puts it, power over the rest. Yet puzzlingly he also says that nous knows all things, as an infinite mind would do, unless he means that it is acquainted in the sense of in contact with all things. Aristotle's criticism of Anaxagoras' conception of nous is that it is merely an expedient filler of explanatory gaps. Whenever he is at a loss to explain why anything necessarily is, he drags it in. The concept works rather like the God of the gaps argument, invoking a deity at any opportunity to explain what seems inexplicable. It is certainly hard to find a justification in the fragments for how nous imparts a rotary motion to the initial mixture of things, thereby causing separation of cold from hot, rare from dense, dry from wet, and so on, though never completely. The dry always has a little wet in it, the hot always a little cold, and vice versa. Eventually the swirl of separation produces two separate masses, one with a preponderance of the hot, light, dry, and rare elements, the other with a preponderance of the cold, dark, wet, and dense elements. The first is ether or fire, the second is air. Because it has a preponderance of rare over dense, ether constitutes the outside and air, being more dense, constitutes the inside of the world. Air then aggregates into clouds, water, and earth into stones. There are many worlds, one fragment suggests, and if this is what Anaxagoras meant, he is in conformity with the Ionian tradition before him on this point. He thought the earth is flat, and rides on air. Earthquakes result from turbulence in the air under the earth. He said that rivers get their water from rain and the oceans get their water from rivers, though the Nile gets its water from snows melting in Ethiopia. The stars are stones that were torn from earth and made red hot by the speed of their flight, but we do not feel their heat because they are too far away. They, along with the sun and moon, which are also hot stones, are carried by the rotary motion of the ether. The sun is, more accurately, feels hotter than the stars because it is not so far up. It is bigger than the Peloponnese, and its light is reflected from the moon as moonlight. Lunar eclipses occur when the moon passes into the shadow cast by the earth when it is between the sun and moon. Much of this is very astute. Anaxagoras must have had exceptionally clear eyesight, for he said that the moon, which is the same as the earth in physical composition, has plains and valleys in it. but he was perceptive in other ways too. He said that plants are living creatures, and they and animals of course come from the same original panspermia or seeds of things, differing only by the admixtures within them. His theory of perception is that we sense things by opposites, as when I sense that the same bowl of water is cool if my hand is hot, but warm if my hand is cool. The image on the pupil of the eye has to be a different color from the pupil in order to be seen. We see less well at night because things then have colors closer to the color of the eye's pupil. Anaxagoras is an interesting case study in the pre-Socratic moment of philosophy, because in his theory the combination of a priori reasoning and inductions from observation, typical enough not just of philosophy's beginnings but of its entire history, manifests itself in clear outline. What he says about the source of river water, eclipses of the moon and some of the phenomena of sensory perception interestingly anticipates not just later views but the possibility of empirical verification of them. What he accepts from Parmenides about how reality has to be, namely, eternal and unchanging in its fundamental nature, and how he solves the problem this raises, how therefore can there be change, growth, and decay, is a paradigm of philosophy's early grappling with the question of appearance and reality, the perennial problem. His approach to these questions is a paradigm in another way too, of reason operating on observation, when these are the only available instruments of inquiry. Leucippus and Democritus. It is not clear whether the idea of seeds in Anaxagoras' theory had any influence on the atomism of Democritus and Leucippus, but there is at least a superficial similarity in the basic conception. Atomism is the theory that everything is composed of tiny imperceptible objects each of which is uncuttable. Atomus means uncuttable or indivisible. It was the chief competitor to the systems, different in other respects but alike in not being mechanistic, put forward by Plato and Aristotle. The atomism of Leucippus and Democritus appears to deal so well with the problems bequeathed by Parmenides and addressed by the other post-Parmenidean pre-Socratics that Aristotle, impressed even though he disagreed, felt obliged to study atomism in great detail. He therefore wrote a work in several volumes on Democritus, alas, lost save for a few fragments quoted by Simplicius. Fn 8. Hardly anything is known about Leucippus, and it is even possible that he did not exist. Indeed Epicurus, whom we meet later, denied that he did. Other doxographers variously say that he was born at Miletus in Ionia or Elia in Italy, that is, on one or other extremity of the Greek world, which suggests that this is evidence not so much about where he was born as about the combination of Ionian and Eleatic elements in the philosophy attributed to him. Yet other traditions say that he was born in Abdera in Thrace, on the northern extremity of the Greek world. This is where his pupil Democritus hailed from. Assuming that Leucippus existed, and he probably did, the books attributed to him, On Mind and the Great World System, Macrocosmos, were written sometime about 440 to 430 BCE. He was therefore a contemporary of Empedocles and Anaxagoras, and like theirs his thinking was shaped in response to Parmenides. Democritus was born about 460 BCE, and he was reputed to have lived until he was 100 years old. That means he was not only a contemporary of Socrates and Plato, but was still alive when Aristotle was studying with Plato. He was a great traveler, leaving among his many books accounts of his journeys around the ancient world, even to India according to some doxographers. Indeed he was a very prolific author, for in addition to his philosophical works, which ranged over metaphysics, ethics, mathematics, and natural science, he also wrote on farming, art, medicine, grammar, literature, and military matters. Some more recent commentators think that many of these books might have been written by his pupils in Abdera, rather as with the treatises attributed to Hippocrates, they would thus be the productions of a school, not of an individual. In any case, one of the philosophical works more securely attributed to him was entitled The Little World System, Microcosmos, a tribute to his teacher Leucippus. The works of Democritus are among the lost treasures of the ancient world, surviving only as quotations and testimonia as in the case of so many others. But there is an added consideration here, which is that most of the quotations and reports are from Aristotle and the commentators on Aristotle, which means that we see atomism through the eyes of its opponents. The nub of the atomic theory is that there is an infinite number of uncuttable, indivisible, fundamental entities which are eternal and unchangeable in every respect but position. Their eternal and immutable nature makes them satisfy the Parmenidean requirement for reality. In addition to them there is the void, nothingness, but nothingness is real, contrary to Parmenides' claim that there cannot be nothingness. The void is like space in that it separates the atoms, which are therefore able to move in the void, and to bump into one another. The idea is that their various shapes make it possible for them to link together into larger agglomerations, and for the agglomerations to break apart again later, thus giving rise to all the phenomena of things and their changes in the sensible world. This captures the idea, found also in Empedocles and Anaxagoras, that coming to be and passing away are just changes, not actual creations and destructions of what exists. The atomists called atoms what is and the void what is not. Aristotle in the Metaphysics describes the atomists' account of how atoms constitute things as follows. They declare that the differences between atoms, what is, are three: shape, arrangement, and position. They say that what is differs only in rhythm, touching and turning. Rhythm is shape, touching is arrangement, and turning is position. Thus A differs from N in shape, N from Na in arrangement, and Z from N in position. And he then adds, concerning the origin and manner of motion in existing things, these men also, like all the others, lazily neglect to give an explanation. The most authoritative account of the atomic theory occurs in a long quotation Simplicius gives from Aristotle's book on Democritus, where he writes, Democritus believes that the nature of the eternal things is small substances which are infinite in number. As a place for these he hypothesizes something else which is infinite in size, and he calls it the void, nothing, the unlimited. The substances he calls thing and the compact and what is. They have all kinds of forms and shapes and differences in size. Out of these elements he generates perceptible bodies. They are at odds with one another and move in the void because of their dissimilarity and other differences, and as they move they strike against one another and become entangled. The bodies fit together and hold each other fast. For some of them are rough, some are hooked, others concave, and others convex, while yet others have innumerable other differences. So he thinks that they cling to each other and stay together until some stronger necessity comes along from the environment and shakes them and scatters them. Note that in this account Aristotle reports an explanation offered by the atomists for motion, that the atoms move in the void because of their dissimilarity and other differences. Theophrastus reports that Leucippus had said that one could infer, from the unceasing change and motion of the things we experience, that their parts must be in unceasing activity too. So they were not so lazy on that point, as Aristotle had complained, but instead offered a naturalistic theory which dispensed with appeals to metaphors of love and strife and justice as putative explanations of motion and change. As regards an explanation of the origin of existing things, two comments might be offered. Atomism certainly offers an explanation of sensible phenomena, this being the combinings and separations of the atoms. In this sense the atomists do what the Ionian pre-Socratics previously did, which is to say how the arche gives rise to, or constitutes, the world we experience. By contrast, it is hard to find in Parmenides an account of why the world seems to us as it does, as a plural and changing realm, other than by just saying our senses are deceitful. Aristotle of course meant that the atomists did not offer an account of how atoms and the void come into being in the first place, but then neither does anyone else say how reality, or whatever arche they nominate, comes to be. But what is interesting about the atomists' response to the Parmenidean challenge, namely, that anything real must be eternal and unchanging, is that it both accepts it and defends pluralism. The Parmenidean argument was that, if there were many things, each must have the same character as the one, and the atomists in effect said, fine, but why can't there be infinitely many things with the metaphysical properties of what the Eleatics call the one? On the question of infinite divisibility they rebutted Zeno's argument in effect by accepting it. Zeno had said that it is incoherent to assume infinite divisibility, and the atomists said, we agree, which is why we argue that the atoms are, as the name implies, not divisible infinitely or otherwise. As with their predecessors, the atomists offered views about the heavenly bodies, perception, and the contrast between what Democritus called trueborn and bastard knowledge. Whereas the cosmologies of the ancients can illuminate the metaphysical and epistemological views that underwrite them, they otherwise have, in the main, historical interest only, and this might be said also of the atomists' account of the sun, moon, and stars, and of the vortex in which, oddly, given that in centrifugal systems the heaviest objects are flung the furthest, heavier bodies lie at the center of the cosmos. Theophrastus is the chief source for what the atomists say on these matters. Along with the philosophies of Plato and Aristotle, atomism is the most influential of the ancient philosophies. It was the inspiration for Epicurus later, and through him of the Latin metaphysical poem De Rerum Natura by Lucretius, and eventually of the science of the modern world in the ideas of Gassendi and the 17th-century corpuscularians. Corpuscle is in effect another word for atom, though it means little body rather than uncuttable thing. These views have been praised as a high point in pre-Socratic philosophy by such scholars as Jonathan Barnes, who describes atomism as the culmination of early Greek thought, and Theodore Gompertz, who said it was the ripe fruit on the tree of the old Ionic doctrine of matter. As just noted, however, this Ionic fruit was served by the atomists in an Eleatic dish, hence its greatly enhanced intellectual piquancy. The sophists. In the original meaning of the word, a sophist was an educated person with expertise in one or more fields of learning. Sophos means clever, skillful, wise. By the 5th century BCE, sophist had come to designate something more specific than this, a person who made a profession, and earned a living thereby, out of offering to teach the techniques of rhetoric and oratory. Being good at public speaking was a highly prized skill in the cities of classical Greece, still largely an oral culture and certainly one where the reputations and status of individuals turned in significant part on the showing they made in public debates, in advocacy, by eloquence, persuasiveness, and power of command over an audience. Because this was such a desirable skill, sophists made a good living teaching it. It was at a particular premium in the Athenian democracy of the 5th century, where political and legal debate lay at the center of the city's life. Socrates and Plato disliked the sophists on the grounds that they offered to teach, in exchange for money, the ability to persuade others to any point of view, which meant that they taught people how to win arguments, not how to discover truth. In the Euthydemus, Plato gives examples of the tricks that sophists offered to teach anyone wishing to beat opponents in debate. No doubt this was indeed what many sophists did, and because Socrates and Plato were critical of them, the word sophist now has a pejorative connotation. We talk of a tricksy argument as sophistical, the act of bamboozling others is called sophistry, and the word sophisticated, though now used to describe a refined taste, superlative elegance, and the like, in its original meaning implies anything deliberately made complicated and bewildering in order to mislead others. This denigratory view of the sophists is, although no doubt more justified than not, at the same time not entirely fair. In addition to teaching rhetoric and oratory, the sophists also taught what was required to accompany an ability to be a good public speaker, for there is no use in being eloquent if you have nothing to be eloquent about, if you know no history or literature, if you know nothing about ideas, if you have never reflected on right and wrong, the state of society and how to live a successful life. Greek society had in general become more literate, wealthy, and advanced in the 5th century BCE, and the desire for an education beyond the traditional basics of arithmetic, literacy, and gymnastics had greatly increased. The theories of philosophers, and an interest in geography, history, and other societies and cultures, fueled the appetite for rational discussion and intelligent debate. The sophists accordingly were educators in more than just rhetoric, and part of what they offered to teach was a philosophy of life or ethic. This aspect of what they did drew the particular attention of Socrates, whose own primary interest was the question of what constitutes a genuinely good life, and he therefore engaged with and challenged others, not least the sophists, to explain and justify their views on this matter. Although they are bracketed together, The Sophists were not a school and did not have a joint outlook or doctrine. They were individual teachers, traveling professors, even performers in that they gave displays of rhetoric also. They were not inclined to hide their lights under bushels, it seems, as we learn from Plato's account of the most famous of them, Protagoras, a native of Abdera where Democritus hailed from. Protagoras lived between 490 and 420 BCE, and was one of Pericles' associates while the great statesman was alive. Plato gives a compelling portrait of him, having him say, "My boy, if you associate with me, the result will be that the very day you begin you will return home a better person, and the same will happen the next day too. Each day you will make progress." Moreover, Protagoras claimed, the pupil will become stocked with good counsel, so that he can effectively manage both his household affairs and the affairs of the city, and he will be powerful in acting and in speaking. Other quotations from Protagoras, reported by Stobaeus, Pseudo-Plutarch, and others, suggest that he was no mere blusterer. He said that learning must begin early, that it must sink deep roots to be effective, and that it requires much practice and dedication. Art without practice and practice without art are nothing. But he also gave reason for Plato's antipathy towards him. He disliked mathematics, the subject matter is unknowable and the terminology distasteful, and he is credited with being the first to state the view that there are two mutually opposed arguments on any subject, one of the reasons invoked by later sceptics to deny the possibility of knowledge. It was on this basis that he also said that one could successfully argue either side of the same case. As one doxographer put it, Protagoras made the weaker the stronger argument and taught his students to blame and praise the same person. Plato puts a speech into Protagoras' mouth in which, after agreeing with Socrates that what should be taught is how to run a city and make good citizens, he sets out his view that good citizenship consists in the practice of justice and self-restraint. He says that these are natural propensities which education can and should foster in people, because they conduce to the preservation of good order in society, and therefore to the survival of its members. These views are unexceptionable. But in the Theaetetus Plato reports another and more controversial of Protagoras' views, that man is the measure of all things, of things that they are, and of things that are not that they are not, which is said to be the opening sentence of his lost book Truth. This seems to be a statement of relativism, implying that there is no objective truth, but that what is true for one person might not be true for another, truth being relative to the different experiences or circumstances of different people. Before refuting this view, Socrates explores ways in which it might be the case that different points of view have validity although appearing to contradict each other. For example, one city might have a law against something which in another city is permitted. Then a citizen of the first can say, such and such is wrong, while the citizen of the second can say, such and such is not wrong, and they can both be right. But this is not what Protagoras' contemporaries and successors took him to be saying. They saw him as asserting subjective relativism, which has two people holding with equal personal justification opposite views on the same question, no adjudication between them being possible. This view does not look consistent with the idea that justice and continence must be universally accepted in order for society, indeed, for the human species itself, to survive, as Plato reported Protagoras as arguing. The point is a significant one, for one of the great debates of the 5th century BCE concerned the question of convention or law, as invented by humans, versus nature, nomos, law, versus physis, nature. Are moral norms the result of human agreement and custom, or are they rooted in the nature of reality? There was widespread agreement that for morality to be genuinely authoritative, the latter must be the case. This allowed critics of conventional morality to argue that as it was merely the product of human preference it should be rejected. Defenders of conventional morality replied that it did indeed have its roots in nature. The debate was a vigorous one. In his dialogue Gorgias, named for another famous sophist, Plato has Gorgias' pupil Callicles argue thus: conventional morality was invented by the weak to protect themselves against the strong, inhibiting the latter from doing what by nature they have a right to do, which is to use their inferiors for their convenience. The genuine norms are those exemplified by beasts, which behave wholly in accord with what nature dictates. A somewhat milder version of this view is held by Thrasymachus in the first book of Plato's Republic, where he praises the tyrant who overcomes the restraints of conventional morality in order to assert himself. FN 9 Where Callicles and Thrasymachus agree is in holding that a life of self-assertion is a supremely happy life, because it is lived in accordance with nature. In his speech in the Protagoras, Protagoras is on the side of those who hold that moral conventions arise from nature. The inconsistency of this with his famous man is the measure view therefore raises the question of what exactly he meant. The fragmentary nature of the evidence leaves it open that there could be an interpretation which eliminates the inconsistency. This much is suggested by a fragment in which the word chromata, things used, occurs, suggesting that differences of subjective attitude apply to things produced by human choice and thought, especially beliefs, attitudes, and judgments, rather than to things determined by nature. Since the basis of morality lies in nature, as Protagoras otherwise held, there would not be two opposed but equally supportable truths about it as there would be in the kind of case where one person feels cold while another feels hot in the same place on the same day. That way of reconciling the conflict in Protagoras' views runs into the difficulty, however, that his celebrated dictum man is the measure of all things reminds one of Aristotle's definition of truth and falsity, and its contrast with Protagoras' view, to say of what is that it is not, or of what is not that it is false, while to say of what is that it is, and of what is not that it is not, is true. Protagoras seems to be asserting that what we say makes things be as we say they are. Aristotle's definition tells us that what we say must correspond to how things are in order to be true. Hamlet says, "There is nothing either good or bad, but thinking makes it so." Protagoras appears to be saying that everything is what people say it is, as opposed to being objectively the way it is, independently of our interests. This would indeed conflict with the view ascribed to him in the Protagoras that there are natural propensities in people to manifest restraint and a sense of justice. Among other leading sophists mentioned by Plato in his writings we have seen one name, Gorgias, already. Others that merit mention are Prodicus, Hippias, Antiphon and Critias. Gorgias, a contemporary of Protagoras, was born in Leontini in Sicily. He lived until he was 100 years of age, and became celebrated for his elaborate rhetorical style in both speech and writing. He is said to have taken Athens by storm when visiting there on a diplomatic mission in 427 BCE, because he gave public displays of his oratorical and rhetorical skills, demonstrating the power of persuasion in a defense of Helen of Troy. To do this he chose the most indefensible of the reasons for her going to Troy with Paris, namely that he persuaded her to do so. The other reasons were that fate, necessity, or the spell cast by Aphrodite made her helpless in the case, and therefore unblameable. This is an example of making the weaker case the stronger. Prodicus was a native of Ceos, an island in the Aegean near the coast of Attica. His date of birth is estimated at 460 BCE, making him a contemporary of Socrates, and indeed it is said that he was an associate, and perhaps even a teacher, of Socrates. A passing remark by one Didymus the Blind says that Prodicus denied that contradictions are possible, on the grounds that if two people appear to be contradicting one another in conversation, they cannot be speaking about the same thing. He is also said to have denied the existence of the gods. This puts him in the same boat as Protagoras, who was also either an agnostic or an atheist, if certain quotations from him bear that interpretation. Perhaps this is another reason that Plato disliked the sophists. As a result of his fame as a teacher and speaker, Prodicus grew wealthy, and so did Hippias, the fourth of this group of famous sophists. Hippias was born at Elis in the Peloponnese. His dates are unclear, but he was known to be still alive when Socrates died in 399 BCE. He was a man of wide interests, who in addition to teaching rhetoric and mnemonics, the art of memory, contributed to mathematics and made a collection of poetic and philosophical texts. He was celebrated for his speeches, which included improvised discourses on any subject proposed by members of his audience. The breadth of his interests and talents prompted Plato to poke fun at him, saying that he was such a polymath that he could even cobble his own shoes. A remark attributed to him by Xenophon is, "How can anyone take laws seriously, given that it often happens that the same people who make them later repeal them and put others in their place?" Antiphon, an Athenian, was born about 480 BCE. He was a contributor to the debate about nature and convention in morality. He said that when in society one should obey the conventional laws, but when alone one should obey the laws of nature. He thought that conventional laws often contradict natural laws, making people suffer more pain when less is possible, have less pleasure when more is possible, and receive injury when it is not necessary. Nevertheless, he took the view that the power of rhetoric can make the worse seem the better in an argument, which presumably means that one could defend conventional morality against the claim of nature even when this makes people suffer more. However convincing the accusation is on behalf of the accuser, he said, the defense can be just as convincing, for victory comes through speech. Critias was another Athenian, and an associate of Socrates. He was also an older relative of Plato's and therefore, like him, an aristocrat. He took the opposite view in the convention, nature debate, defending convention. Human life was once without order, on the level of the beasts, subject to force. There was no reward for the good or punishment for the bad. Then people established laws as punishers, so that justice could be the mighty ruler of all equally, and make violence its slave. For him, as for Hobbes many centuries later, the state of nature was the source not of good but of ill, and it took the application of reason to bring justice into the world. From the viewpoint of subsequent history, the antipathy felt by Plato for the sophists is highly consequential. The key point for Socrates and Plato is that philosophy is the pursuit of truth, and it cannot be constrained by the necessity of winning a case or earning a fee. In our own day we are rightly skeptical of expressions of opinion that have been paid for, sponsored editorials in newspapers, pharmaceutical companies paying doctors to prescribe certain drugs, politicians acting on behalf of donors, and the like. The point that Socrates and Plato insisted on holds, that truth should not be for sale. Socrates. Socrates is a character in Plato's dialogues, portrayed as the paradigm of the philosopher, disinterestedly pursuing truth, keen to promote clear thought, deep understanding, and knowledge of virtue. He is portrayed as loved and admired by his friends and the young, as kindly and witty, and as ferociously clever. But Socrates is also the name of a real human being, and the great question, the Socratic question, is how far Plato's dialogues actually represent the historical Socrates. There can be little doubt that the Socratic method, the method of questioning, dialogue, and cross-examination, was indeed Socrates' way, and there is no doubt that his chief, indeed almost exclusive, interest was ethics. But how much of the philosophy in Plato's dialogues is Socrates' philosophy, and how much is Plato's? The probable answer is that Plato's early dialogues are, to a fairly large extent, representative of the historical Socrates, but by the middle dialogues Socrates has become a literary device for the exposition of Plato's own views. Socrates was born in Athens around 470 BCE, and died there, in prison, in 399 BCE, having been condemned to death for impiety and corrupting the youth of Athens. Although given every opportunity to escape, he chose to obey the law. He had been found guilty and condemned to death, so he dutifully drank the hemlock, and died as his fellow citizens said he should. The chief sources of our knowledge of Socrates are Plato's writings and to a lesser extent those of another of his pupils, Xenophon, though their accounts of him differ somewhat. For example, Plato, an urbanite, says that Socrates liked the town and disliked the country, whereas Xenophon, who loved the country, says the reverse. There are also reports of him in Antisthenes, Aristippus, and Aeschines. He figures as the butt of jokes in Aristophanes' comedy The Clouds and in half a dozen other satirical plays. He was consistent in his principles, showing courage in battle and dedication to his mission to persuade his fellows to think seriously about the nature of the good and worthwhile life. The famous or infamous Alcibiades, a handsome statesman and general who was at last the downfall of his own city of Athens, claimed to be in love with Socrates and to have tried unsuccessfully to seduce him. Although Socrates was married to Xanthippe, unkindly alleged to be a shrew, he was not without an interest in beautiful boys, an acceptable proclivity in his day. In the Charmides he confesses to being flustered by the charms of the handsome boy of that name, but wished to talk to him to find out if he had that thing which is greater than physical beauty, namely, a noble soul. A famous story has it that when a man called Chaerephon asked the oracle at Delphi who was the wisest man living, the oracle said Socrates, and that Socrates was astonished to learn of this, until he realized that it was doubtless because he knew that he knew nothing. He did however see himself as a gadfly stinging his fellows into reflection on questions about virtue and the best kind of life. There are no reports of Socrates having written anything, though he is said to have co-authored or anyway contributed to some of the plays of his friend Euripides. As noted, it is plausible to think that the early dialogues of Plato give a fairly accurate picture of the real Socrates in both manner and opinions, but that by the middle and later dialogues Plato's own philosophy comes to the fore and the Socrates who appears in them is his mouthpiece, and in some cases not a leader of the discussion but merely a participant, and indeed occasionally a defeated one, as in the Parmenids. Perhaps the most accurate portrait of Socrates occurs in the Apology, which is the speech given by Socrates in his own defense at his trial. That this work accurately reports his speech in all main respects is very likely, given that its contents would have been public knowledge, and still in the memories of many when Plato published it. Moreover, Plato says that he was present at Socrates' trial, a claim that could easily have been challenged by contemporaries were it untrue. If Plato had been prone to invent significant things he would almost certainly have claimed to be at Socrates' deathbed, but he reports that he was not there that day, because he was ill, and that he only learned at second hand about the conversation between Socrates and other friends on that fatal day. Fn1 I think this further suggests that Plato was not in the close circle of Socrates' acquaintances. He would have been at Socrates' side on the day of his death had he been so, however ill. Socrates was a man in his 70s when he died, Plato in his 20s. The dramatic dates, so to speak, of many of Plato's dialogues predate his own birth. He never places himself among those present at those conversations. In short, the personal connection between them was likely the same as between a professor and the majority of university students who attend her classes. He was, however, an exceptionally gifted such student. Taking it that the various accounts and caricatures of Socrates indicate something about the man Socrates, and that Plato's early dialogues give us some insight into the views and methods of Socrates the philosopher, one can venture an account of him as follows. Fn2. Remember that the Athens of Socrates' lifetime was the Athens which had been triumphant as a leader of the Greek world in the war against Persia, and had become wealthy and powerful as a result. It was the Athens of Pericles, who had used the tribute from the states in Athens' new empire to adorn the city with beautiful temples and statuary and to sponsor the arts. In this high point of classical antiquity the great ideal was beauty, not least of the male form and face, and the social and political skills acquired by an education at the hands of leading sophists, skills that would lead to fame, honor, riches, influence, and a high position in public service. Socrates was, in his person and manner of life, in effect a rejection of all this. He was famously ugly, with bulging eyes, a big snub nose and thick lips, a burly frame, an indifference to dress and personal cleanliness, and he had strange habits such as standing in a trance for entire days, lost in thought. He did not seek public honors or position, though he fought with notable courage alongside his fellows in the wars. He therefore stood out, an anomaly, an eccentric, all the more so for incessantly asking questions and confusing his interlocutors when they tried to answer them. One such, Meno in the dialogue named for him, after his several attempts at a definition of virtue have been refuted by Socrates, says to him, "You are like a stingray, you have numbed my lips and tongue, I don't know what to say." To which Socrates replies, "Good. Now that you don't know what you're talking about, we can begin to make progress. It was the Socrates of poverty and indifference to worldly things who was imitated by the Cynics later. It was the Socrates of dedication to thought and fidelity to principle who inspired the Stoics later. It was Socrates' preaching of the considered life which inspired Aristotle to see reason as the distinguishing characteristic of humanity, and practical wisdom, phronesis, as the basis of ethics. And of course it was Socrates whom Plato took as his point of departure for a philosophical achievement of enormous range and influence. The first thing to note about Socrates as a philosopher is his method, the Socratic method, known as elenchus or refutation. It proceeds thus: Socrates asks his interlocutor for a definition of an important ethical concept such as justice, continence, or courage. He wants to be told what is the essence of, say, courage, that single fundamental thing that defines all courageous actions and people. He does not want examples, or lists of characteristics that some courageous acts or people might exemplify and that timid or cowardly acts or people do not exemplify. Then, when a definition is offered, Socrates demonstrates that other things held by the interlocutor to be true are inconsistent with that definition. A good example of the method is to be found in the Laches. Laches was a general in the Athenian army who knew of Socrates' courage in battle. Socrates fought as a hoplite, a heavily armed infantryman, in the Battle of Potidaea, and was in the army with Laches on the retreat from Delium. In a discussion between them about how to train young men as hoplites, the question of the nature of courage arose, and Socrates asked Laches to define it. Laches said, "Courage is endurance of the soul," by which he meant steadfastness. But Socrates soon shows him that not all forms of steadfastness are good. For example, when it is merely stubbornness, or foolish bravado, or when it is displayed by a doctor refusing a sick patient's request for water when water would be harmful. So steadfastness cannot be the essence of courage. Another participant in the discussion is Nicias, an associate of the sophist Prodicus, whose technique of pulling words apart, that is, drawing fine semantic distinctions and logic chopping with them, is criticized by Socrates in this dialogue. Nicias offers a different definition, that courage is a form of knowledge, namely, knowledge of the grounds of hope and fear. Laches objects to Nicias' definition on the grounds that it entails that we cannot call lions and other such animals courageous, to which Nicias in effect replies, "No, indeed you can't call them courageous, though you can call them fearless. These are not the same thing. You cannot call them courageous any more than you would call a human baby courageous who put its hand in the fire, for it is not courage when you are ignorant of the possibilities." This is a good point, and although Socrates says, he has got this, from Prodicus, who of all sophists is considered the best puller to pieces of words, he does not disagree with him about it. But he does disagree that knowledge of the grounds of hope and fear is an adequate definition of courage, because, I paraphrase, hope and fear pertain to what lies in the future, but virtue applies to all times, and as courage is a virtue, it too must apply to all times, and not just to future possibilities. So, Nicias has given only a partial definition. And there, like all the early dialogues, the conversation ends, in aporia, inconclusiveness, no definition having been found. But at least the wrong or inadequate definitions have been exposed, and something has been learned along the way, namely, that one is ignorant about the true nature of X, whatever this happens to be, and that therefore one needs to think about it more. Clarification, and awareness of one's ignorance, are good things. But if the method of elenchus is meant to lead to knowledge, it is not entirely satisfactory if it only ever produces knowledge of one's limitations. The central problem seems to be the Socratic quest for essential definitions. Does everything have an essence which can be captured in a definition? Is it not the case that some concepts apply when this or that subset of a larger group of characteristics applies, the subsets overlapping but not jointly and exhaustively constituting the essence of the thing? Consider, courage on the battlefield, in the dental chair, in taking an examination for the 5th time, in living cheerfully among the creaks and pains of old age, In getting up every morning despite grief or despair, is there one essence of all these manifestations of courage? In any case, on what grounds is it right to say that one cannot know what courage is unless one can give a definition of its supposed essence? The "I know it when I see it" response is a good one in many cases, and it might be that unless one in some sense had knowledge of a thing, one would not be able to acquire further knowledge of it, suggesting that knowledge in some degree precedes being able to grasp the essence of a thing, if it has an essence. Another version of this thought is to ask, do we not ascend to knowledge in general of something, say, knowledge of dogs, by first knowing individual or particular instances of that thing, this individual dog and that individual dog? As it happens, Aristotle said that this was indeed Socrates' method, an inductive method of moving from the particular to the general, or of inference by analogy from examples to the whole. If so, matters are less satisfactory still, given the intrinsic insecurity of inductive arguments. Fn3 But there is also the sense one has, especially in the earlier dialogues, that Socrates himself is not entirely unsophistical. Take for example Lach's attempted definition. When he nominated steadfastness, he of course intended that to mean in the face of challenge, difficulty, threat, or danger. Socrates refuted him by taking cases of steadfastness where these are not at issue. The fallacy seems to be his, not Lach's, a form of fallacy of equivocation made possible by refusing to consider the qualifications that nail down a general concept to a set of specific applications. Socrates said that when he was young he heard philosophers lecture about the nature of reality and the cosmos, yet, like the poet in the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam, whoever more came out by the same door as in I went, was none the wiser for it, because the different theories went round and round fruitlessly, and, worse still, ignored the truly great question, as he saw it, the question of how to live. His focus was arete, a word that means virtue and excellence, and which he construed as moral excellence. He saw the chief virtues as courage, justice, temperance, and wisdom. Virtue itself, he said, is knowledge. He thought that if one knew the right thing to do or be, one could not do or be otherwise. Vice is ignorance, and ignorance makes vice possible. This means that the good life is the life examined and chosen, the considered life. Indeed, he said, the unconsidered life is not worth living. A considered life is a life based on knowledge of right and wrong. This is why, Socrates claimed, nobody ever does a bad thing knowingly or deliberately. To do a bad thing is harmful to oneself, and no one ever harms himself knowingly, by choice. Noble as they are, these views do not bear much scrutiny, for they are not psychologically realistic. For one thing, they take no account of the possibility of akrasia, weakness of will, which is something most of us experience quite a lot of the time. Think of the difficulties involved in dieting, giving up smoking, refusing temptation. Socrates in fact denies outright that there is such a thing as akrasia. He asks in Plato's Protagoras, how is it possible for someone to do something knowing it to be wrong? The answer is, alas, that it happens all the time. The proof is ab esse ad posse, from what is the case to what is possible. Socrates also believed in the unity of the virtues, that if a person has one of the virtues he has them all. But this too contradicts experience. An unjust person might be courageous, a just person timid. It is true that it seems improbable that an unwise person might be temperate, but then this raises the problem that wisdom and temperance are themselves not single universals, for a person might be wise as a father but unwise in business, temperate as to alcoholic drinks but intemperate as to chocolate. And so on. Whether or not one agrees with everything Socrates appears to have said, there is no question that he serves well as an example of a philosopher seriously and sincerely engaged in trying to know, to understand, to work out the best kind of life, and to do it by thinking, discussing, finding out, challenging, reflecting, in short, a thinker committed to achieving clarity and to discovering the truth if possible. Plato. In the standard but somewhat simplified picture of the great period of philosophy in classical antiquity, The figures of Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle make a kind of trinity by lineage, Plato being the pupil of Socrates and the teacher of Aristotle. This is true, but stated thus baldly it might mislead. Plato was one of Socrates' devoted acolytes, and is named as one of the young men whom Socrates allegedly corrupted by his teaching. But remember that Socrates' method was not conventionally didactic. He did not lecture and instruct, but inquired and discussed. He did not have a school, and did not offer himself as anyone's teacher. Plato, by contrast, founded an academic institution, and it had a curriculum. A condition of entry was knowledge of mathematics, and Plato himself had a wide-ranging, deep, and interconnected set of views which he taught and which his most notable pupil, Aristotle, engaged with when, in his own turn, he founded a school and lectured to pupils in it. Plato, c. 425, 347 BCE, came from a wealthy and aristocratic family. Because of his celebrity his biography soon became encrusted with legends. It was said that he was descended from early kings of Athens and from one of the 7 sages, and that when he was an infant bees settled on his lips as an augury of the honeyed words that would later flow from them. It is certainly the case that he was well connected. Many of the characters who appear in his dialogues are relatives, and many of these held leading positions in the political life of Athens. But he says little about himself, and even his name might be a pseudonym. It is thought that he might have been named Aristocles by his family, and that Plato, from Platon, broad, was a nickname bestowed either by his wrestling master because of his sturdy frame or by admirers for the breadth of his teaching. Partly no doubt because of his aristocratic heritage, Plato was an opponent of the Athenian democracy whose failings resulted in the city's defeat by Sparta in the Peloponnesian War. He was also a vigorous opponent of the concept of democracy itself. Socrates' trial and execution were most probably the result of political turmoil in the years after Athens' defeat in 404 BCE. Socrates was executed in 399, and Plato's belief that political chaos must inevitably result in tyranny, because a tyrant would step in to restore order, only making matters worse thereby, underlay his view that the state should be run by philosopher kings living in monk-like freedom from the corrupting influences of wealth-seeking and family ties that could warp their judgment. It has been suggested that Plato's early writings were contributions not to philosophy but to literature. FN1 Not only athletics but dialogue competitions were held at the games that were major periodic events in Greek cultural life, the Panathena Games, the Olympic Games, and others. The suggestion is that Plato's early aporetic dialogues did not aim at philosophical conclusions because that was not their point. His writings are admired as much for their aesthetic qualities as for their intellectual content, and it is their style rather than the conclusions they reach which most distinguishes his earliest works. On this view, it was only after the death of Socrates that Plato became more seriously interested in the philosophical ideas he had hitherto been using as vehicles for his literary ambitions. Although some of the philosophers of antiquity were pure theoreticians, ivory tower academics, as might be said today, many were engaged in the practical and political lives of their city-states. Plato did not take an active part in Athenian politics after Socrates' death, but he had a long-standing interest in the Greek city of Syracuse in Sicily, to which he was 3 times invited by its rulers to advise on its government. He accepted the invitations because he was friendly with Dion, who became ruler of Syracuse following a rebellion. Dion was a disciple and admirer of Plato, and he offered the philosopher a chance to put his ideas about government into practice. In the event Dion proved a poor ruler, and his period in office, during which he sought to establish a Platonic aristocracy, bequeathed a legacy of turmoil and failure that lasted for decades afterwards. To say that the fault lay with Plato's ideas and the advice he gave would only be partly true. The intractable materials of human nature and economic reality, and Dion's own failings, doubtless had parts to play that were as large or larger. Plato's philosophy is a system, or at least it aspired to be one. He was too self-critical for the aspiration to be fully realizable. Its different components were meant to fit together to provide answers to the fundamental questions that he, more clearly and more comprehensively than his predecessors, saw had to be answered so that all the answers together make sense. Those questions are, what is the right kind of life, and the best kind of society? What is knowledge and how do we get it? What is the fundamental nature of reality? You might note that these questions have an order. To answer the first you need an answer to the second, and to answer the second you need an answer to the third. Many philosophers after Plato likewise recognized that to answer the great questions of ethics one has to answer questions about the nature of the world and humanity in it, and therefore of how we can acquire knowledge about both. And that means we have to find answers to a number of sub-questions. For example, to understand knowledge and how to get it we have to have views about truth and reason, about the powers and therefore the nature of the mind, and about its relationship to the rest of reality. Almost the whole of philosophy consists in approaches to the related set of questions addressed by Plato. It is because Plato identified them and the way they connect with each other that Alfred North Whitehead, a mathematician and philosopher who collaborated with Bertrand Russell on the Principia Mathematica, said that philosophy is footnotes to Plato. That is an exaggeration, but not too much of one, for indeed almost all the major questions of philosophy are addressed or at very least touched upon by Plato. In comparison not just to what went before in the history of philosophy, but to all that followed, Plato's achievement is vast, a mountain towering over foothills. One way to enter Plato's philosophy is by noting the import of an analogy he uses to describe how things are for human beings, so far as their understanding of the world and life is concerned. This is the allegory of the cave in Book 7 of the Republic. We are like prisoners held in a cave, chained so that we face the cave's back wall. Behind us, and between us and the tunnel that leads out of the cave, is a fire. Our captors walk up and down between our backs and the fire, casting shadows on the rear wall of the cave. We see the shadows. If we were released from our chains we would see the fire and the perambulating captors, and would therefore understand the source of the shadows. But if we were allowed out of the cave and saw the daylight, and above all the sun, we would know things as they truly are. Most people, says Plato, are like the prisoners watching shadows. Some attain to the level of understanding possible for a prisoner free enough to move about the cave. But the goal is to step into the sunlight, and to see the truth in its full glory. How is it possible to do that? We get the first indications in the Meno, an important dialogue in that it marks the move away from Socratic aporia, inconclusiveness, with at best negative answers to the questions being addressed, and on towards Plato's provision of positive answers. Remember that Socrates had identified virtue with knowledge, and that therefore the question what is knowledge and how do we get it, becomes crucial for understanding what the best life should be. So, how do we acquire knowledge? Plato had been persuaded by his philosophical predecessors, not least by Parmenides, that the senses are delusive and do not reveal to us the true nature of reality. Therefore to have knowledge we must have a means of acquiring it which is not dependent on the senses. At most and at best the senses can only give us opinions about the world they reveal to us, a world consisting of a plurality of transitory and imperfect things. Whatever else the objects of genuine knowledge must be, they cannot be like this, they must be eternal, perfect, and unchanging, thus possessed of at least some of the essential characteristics Parmenides specified as essential to what truly exists. To deal with this Plato put forward the following thesis. There are, he argued, two realms, the realm of being inhabited by perfect and unchanging things, and the realm of becoming, which is the world offered to us by our senses, the world of imperfect and temporary things, always changing, always becoming something else, hence the name. Things in the realm of becoming are imperfect copies of the things in the realm of being, these latter things are the forms, also called ideas, which are the exemplars and paradigms for the many imperfect and temporary copies of them in the realm of becoming. The forms are eternal, perfect, and unchanging, they are the real reality of which the world of sense experience is merely a shadow. We are not capable of inferring the existence of the forms from their imperfect copies, given our delusive powers of perception and our finite intellects, therefore there must be another way we know them. This is that we have immortal souls which, while in their disembodied state before we are born, occupy the realm of being and are in direct contact with the forms, and therefore, while in that state, we know everything. But when our souls enter our bodies they forget everything. The process of education is the process of being, partially, reminded of what we knew in our disembodied state, literally, of unforgetting what we knew when disembodied. Unforgetting is literally what the word anamnesis means. This view is known in English as the theory of recollection. The theory of recollection is demonstrated in the Meno by the example of an ignorant slave boy from whom Socrates elicits a geometrical proof by reminding him of what his immortal soul once knew. Critics point out that Socrates' questions are rather artfully phrased, and that any clever boy might have been able to construct the proof with their help. But the example is intended to show how knowledge of virtue can be gained, more accurately, regained, by such prompting. In the symposium we are given an account of how this works. Love of another's beauty can be a royal road to love of beauty itself and thence to intellectual love of the highest beauty of all, which is the good. In the allegory of the cave, the good is represented by the sun. In the Meno discussion several important ideas emerge. One concerns the difference between knowledge and true belief. Suppose someone believes that one can get to a certain town by a certain route, and is right about it. Suppose he just happens to be right, he has never been there himself, but thinks he remembers someone saying that this is the route. So, he has a true belief about the route. But you cannot say he knows it, because his reason for believing it is not a good one. If he had been there himself, or had consulted an authoritative map, he could claim to know the route. Plato distinguishes between knowledge and a correct belief by saying that the latter becomes knowledge when it is tied down, that is, has a satisfactory justification. Plato's theory requires acceptance of the view that we have souls, and that they are immortal. Arguments to this effect are presented in the Phaedo, a dialogue appropriately set in Socrates' prison cell shortly before he is due to drink the hemlock. Here the logical order of dependence between knowledge, the doctrine of the forms and the doctrine of recollection is rearranged to make the fact that we know some things count as a reason for taking the soul to be immortal, given that we could not know those things otherwise. There are two other arguments in the Phaedo for the soul's immortality. One is that the soul is like the forms, that is, it is not a physical, empirical, structured thing, but an immaterial, single, or unitary thing, and therefore like the forms it must be eternal and indestructible. And of course it thereby satisfies, like them, the Parmenidean requirements for being real. The final argument is that the concept of the soul is incompatible with the concept of death. The soul is a thing of life. When death approaches it escapes, for otherwise its very nature would be negated. These are not satisfactory arguments, and one notes that they turn in the first place on the assumption that there is such a thing as a soul. What, then, is a soul? The Phaedo does not give a clear answer beyond assuming that it is distinct from the body and survives the body's death. At one point Plato lists many things that the body does, and says that by contrast the soul has just one activity, namely, reasoning. That seems odd, because if there were such things as souls it would seem plausible to ascribe the rest of mental life to them too, such as remembering, hoping, intending, desiring, and more. At another point, however, Plato appears to identify the soul with the personhood of its possessor. When Socrates is asked how he wants to be buried he says, in effect, I am not my body, it is not me who will be buried. In Book 4 of the Republic a somewhat more elaborate theory of the soul is advanced. Here Plato says that the soul has three parts, reason, spirit, and appetite. With the first we learn, and pursue truth by rational inquiry, with the second we feel emotions such as anger or determination, and this is the part of us that seeks honor, while the third focuses upon such bodily desires as food, wine, and sex. In the Phaedrus Plato offers an account of the way we can sometimes be conflicted within ourselves because the different parts of the soul pull in different directions. He likens us to a flying chariot with a driver and two horses. The driver is reason, One of the horses is spirit, the other is appetite. Appetite tries to pull the chariot down to earth, while spirit seeks to obey reason's aim of taking it to the heavens. The charioteer has to struggle with the opposing forces thus represented. Plato gives more practical examples of this in the Republic, one of which is of a man who desires to fulfill a certain appetite but is angry with himself for having that appetite. These are the main outlines of Plato's system. They are fully present in the best known of his works, the Republic. This is a dialogue about justice, and it uses the analogies that can be drawn between a person and a polis, a state, to illustrate the virtue of justice in each, justice being achieved when balance or harmony between the aspects of the state is achieved, analogously with balance or harmony among the aspects of the soul. Book I of the Republic is thought by some scholars to be an early Socratic dialogue of the familiar Il and Chus, aporia type, and the later books to be additions and expansions made by Plato as he developed a positive theory. This is because in the first book Socrates' interlocutors offer definitions of justice. One says it is the art of doing good to friends and harm to enemies, and the other, Thrasymachus, says it is whatever the strong wish to do, and Socrates shows that they are each unsatisfactory. But then in Book 2 others take up consideration of Thrasymachus' point, variously arguing that justice arises from the social contracts put in place to protect the weak against the strong, and that unjust men will not be punished because they can use their injustices to grow rich enough to make pleasing sacrifices to the gods, who will therefore forgive them. This prompts Socrates to suggest that instead of seeking to define the just individual, they should see what is meant by justice in the state. In later books the ideas worked out for what would make an ideal state are applied to what would make a just person. The main thesis of the Republic is that the ideal society would be one that is ruled by guardians or philosopher kings, chosen when children for their intelligence and carefully and thoroughly raised so that, on reaching adulthood, they can fulfill the role of incorruptibly virtuous, dispassionate, and wise rulers. This allows Socrates to take a detour into discussion of an ideal education. The chief idea is that children should be brought up by the state in ignorance of who their biological parents are. The state will decide which men and women should mate, on grounds of suitability, a form of eugenics. As the children grow up in state nurseries they will be separated into three groups: those suitable for training as guardians, those suitable for training as warriors, the auxiliary guardians, and the rest. Both males and females can be guardians, and should receive the same training. They should be educated in the virtues of wisdom, temperance, justice, and courage. They should be physically well trained in gymnastics to ensure good health. They should have no private property, so that there are no temptations to accumulate more, and wives should be shared to prevent partiality. They should live and eat with moderation. Plato's ideal state is an aristocracy, a state ruled by the best. The term aristocrat did not then mean an hereditary social caste, but in fact is better understood as meritocrat, denoting the best of the citizens in respect of intellect and virtue. If the virtues are expressed by all degrees of citizens in the appropriate way, the state will be happy. The guardians will be wise, the auxiliaries courageous, everyone will be temperate and the government will be just. Harmony will prevail, and this is the key for the analogy between the state and the individual, for if harmony prevails likewise within the individual, he will be virtuous likewise. In Book 8 Plato describes a set of political systems in order of merit, beginning with the kind he advocates and descending to the worst kind, namely tyranny. He regarded tyranny as the worst form of government, because, as Lord Acton long afterwards noted, power tends to corrupt, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. If power lies in the hands of a single individual, its arbitrary exercise can do great harm. Between aristocracy as the ideal arrangement and tyranny as the worst, there are several intermediate forms. In the ideal arrangement the state is governed by the most knowledgeable, virtuous, and wise of the citizens, whose rule is disinterested because, as noted, they have no vested interests in anything but the welfare of the state. The next best form is epistocracy, ruled by those who know, in other words by experts. The difference between aristocracy and epistocracy is that in the ideal state the rulers are not merely experts, they are virtuous experts, they have expertise in the nature of the good as well as in government and other practical matters. Plato wished his rulers to be virtuous and disinterested, with no ambitions other than to rule wisely, in order to prevent the state from degenerating into a timocracy. In modern parlance, timocracy is rule by those who have a certain minimum of property, but in Plato's usage it denotes rule by those who seek honor, status, and military glory. Ambition for these things reveals a mistaken confusion of the good with its outer shows, wealth and reputation being erroneously regarded as the greatest goods worth having. Whereas aristocracy would ensure stable government because no inner divisions threaten it, with timocracy and the other less satisfactory forms of the state, rivalry enters the picture, and with rivalry comes instability. Timocracy can easily become oligarchy, by which Plato meant rule by the rich over the more numerous poor. This form of oligarchy, rule by a few, is nowadays called plutocracy. Timocracy degenerates into oligarchy because timocrats are permitted to accumulate wealth, from which follow the vices encouraged by wealth, pursuit of pleasure and luxury, and belief that the accumulation of wealth is more important than virtue. Timocrats might care about honor, said Plato, but oligarchs care only about money. And the inevitable result will be democracy, for Plato a term of malediction. The rich enjoy freedom because their wealth buys it for them. Envy of that freedom causes oligarchy to be overcome by democracy. The populace, the demos, rises against the oligarchs in order to dispossess them, often with violence and turmoil. But when in democracy everyone claims the freedom and the right to make and break laws, what soon follows, said Plato, is anarchy, for such freedom is not freedom but merely license. Implicit in the idea of a declension from the ideal form of government is Plato's claim that the demos lacks the knowledge and virtue that philosopher kings would have, and which is what makes them fit to govern. He thinks that the collapse of the democratic state into anarchy is inevitable given the supposed characteristics of the polloi or general public: ignorance, self-interest, prejudice, envy and rivalry. Anarchy very soon invites the intervention of a strongman to restore order. Given the insupportable nature of anarchy, he will be welcomed at first with open arms. Once he is in power, removing him can be difficult, and the people will be in the worst situation of all. They will live under tyranny. Just as the best state is ruled by wisdom and virtue, so the best kind of life is lived by the person who rules himself or herself by wisdom and virtue likewise. Plato's idea of justice is balance or harmony, balance between the three orders of people in the state, balance between the three parts of the soul in an individual. The different kinds of state have their analogies in different kinds of people, those ruled by wisdom and virtue, those driven by desire for honor, those driven by desire for wealth, those ruled by ignorance and unruly passions. The Republic is something of a high point in Plato's philosophy, bringing together his metaphysics of the forms, his epistemology of recollection and his ethical conception of virtue as knowledge, into a system that provides a view of both the good individual and the good state. Other thinkers might have felt justifiably pleased with themselves for having worked out such an interlocking system and its comprehensive application to key questions. But Plato did not rest content. His thinking continued to develop after the Republic, and he came to challenge his own most significant ideas, both the theory of the forms and his theory of knowledge. In doing so he took the philosophical examination of these matters to new levels. In Plato's philosophy the forms in the realm of being are real things, they are not mental objects only. They are beauty, truth, goodness, but they are also man, tree, horse, mountain, and everything else, although Plato was somewhat conflicted over whether there are forms of such things as hair and dirt. Faces that are beautiful because the beauty in them participates in or is an imperfect copy of the form of beauty. A mountain is a mountain because it likewise participates in or is a copy of the form of mountain. To begin to see that there is much that is problematic here, note first that participate in and copy are two quite different notions. Which did Plato mean? To understand why this question takes the lid off a major philosophical problem, consider the important distinction between things like tables, apples, aircraft, and rabbits, and the properties that things might have, such as being white, red, flat or round. We speak naturally about many things having the same property: this tablecloth is red, that apple is red, that person's nose is red. This seems to suggest that there is something, redness, that all these particular things share or have in common. Tablecloths and apples are called particulars, and properties such as redness and flatness are called universals because many particulars can exemplify them. In philosophy long after Plato's time, during the late medieval period, the schoolmen, as the philosophers of that period were collectively known, see the section on medieval philosophy below, were deeply divided over the question of whether universals really exist, or whether words like redness and flatness are just names that we give to similarities we see between different particulars. Some of the schoolmen said that universals are real things, there really is redness in the universe, existing apart from individual red things, and that it would exist even if there were no red things. They are accordingly called realists. Others denied that universals really exist, and regarded redness as merely a name that we use for our descriptive convenience, hence, from name, they are called nominalists. The realism-nominalism debate was one of the most hotly contested questions in medieval philosophy. Plato, as we see, was a realist about the forms, but he was a realist also about the difficulties that the concept of the forms raises. He addresses these difficulties in the Parmenids, where he has the elderly Parmenids challenging a young Socrates to defend the theory, and Socrates finding considerable difficulty in doing so. Both the idea of particular things participating in the forms, and the quite different notion that particulars resemble or are copies of the forms, come under Parmenides' scrutiny. First, Parmenides asks Socrates what kinds of things have forms. Beauty and goodness, yes; relations like equality and plurality, yes; man and fire and water, yes; mud, hair, dirt, no. In fact, Socrates gives an answer to the question whether man and fire have forms that is different from the answer he gives about beauty and equality. And his negative answer about mud and dirt is puzzling, given that according to the metaphysics behind the theory of forms, the fact that a particular gobbet of mud is, or should be, because it has, participates in, copies, mudness, or, if one were not metaphysically too snobbish to allow this, the form of mud. For if this boot is muddy and that boot is muddy, they both have the property of being muddy, so is there not a respect in which they both therefore share, have or exemplify, muddiness? This matter is left in an unsatisfactory state. Then Parmenides tackles participates in, Plato sometimes says shares in or shares. If a particular apple is red because it shares in the form of redness, does it have a little bit of the form in it, or is the form fully in it? Is the form divided into as many bits as there are things to share it, or is it in some other way participated in or shared by many things while still itself being one? Socrates suggests in reply that one should think of a form as one thinks of a day. The same day is present in many places, but it is still one thing. This leaves unspecified the nature of the relation of participating in. How is redness something separate from this particular apple and that particular apple, and not of the same kind or nature as physical particulars like apples, given that it is not something in space and time, nevertheless in each of the apples? It might seem more plausible to opt for the resembles or copies option, because at least that is a more intelligible notion. But here the third man problem arises, so called because in Aristotle's discussion of the argument he uses the example of an individual man's relation to the form of man. The problem is as follows. A man is a man because he resembles the form of man. Both he and the form share manness. Now, there are two possibilities. One is that the man and the form of man, call this latter man form 1, are similar in virtue of something that makes them similar, which would be their each resembling another, more comprehensive form of man, call it man form 2. But if they each resemble that form, there would have to be a yet more comprehensive form, man form 3, in virtue of which the resemblance between the man and man form 1 resembles man form 2, and so on ad infinitum. The alternative is to argue that there has to be one form for each particular to be a copy of, requiring therefore an infinite or at least indefinitely large number of individual forms. But this not only is implausible in unnecessarily duplicating each individual thing, why is each individual not its own form, dispensing with a parallel universe of individual forms? But fails to solve the problem that the theory is offered to solve: how different particulars can have, share, the same property. The first alternative assumes that the forms self-predicate, that is, apply to themselves. The form of beauty is itself beautiful, the form of largeness is itself large, the form of man is itself a man. The result, as we see, is regress. The second alternative offers an even less compelling solution. Yet Plato did not give up the theory, even though he could not find a satisfactory response to these challenges. In a very late dialogue, the Timaeus, the theory is still alive, he uses it in his account of how the creator of the universe, the demiurge or divine craftsman, uses the forms to make the plurality of individual copies of them which constitute the world. Plato also questioned his own theory of knowledge. This occurs in one of the most challenging of his dialogues, the Theaetetus. Note first that there are three ways one can think of knowledge: as knowledge that something is the case, knowledge how to do something, and knowledge in the sense of knowing X, being acquainted with X, as when one says I know New York or I know Fred. Plato often speaks as if his basic notion of knowledge is the last of these three, which would make sense in light of the theory of forms, because what the Meno and the Republic tell us is that knowledge pertains exclusively to the forms. We only have opinions and beliefs regarding everything else, and accordingly knowledge is acquaintance with the forms. On this view, just as we say I know New York, we would say I know beauty or I know truth. But in the Theaetetus the forms do not appear. Instead the discussion focuses on three theories: that knowledge is acquired through sense perception, that it is true belief, and that it is true belief with a justification. The first theory is rejected on the grounds that knowledge involves judging, which is an activity of mind, not of the senses. This prepares the way for the next two theories, both based on the idea that knowledge is judgment or belief under certain conditions. The word daza translates as both belief and judgment. The second theory is that knowledge is true belief. As we saw in the argument of the Meno, Plato rejects this, but here adds a detour into the question of how false belief is possible. In the Meno, Plato makes the point that one can have beliefs which are true but which we cannot claim as knowledge because our reasons for holding the belief are not the right ones to count as knowledge. This point recurs in the Theaetetus, and leads to the third theory, which is that knowledge is true judgment with a justification or account, a logos. The effort to specify what kind of logos turns a belief into knowledge is inconclusive. Socrates ends by saying to the young Theaetetus, and so, Theaetetus, knowledge is neither sensation nor true opinion, nor yet definition and explanation accompanying and added to true opinion. A recurrence of aporia. But in exploring what the required logos might be, Plato initiates a long and detailed philosophical debate about the nature of knowledge which has lasted to our own day. For in our own day the definition of knowledge as justified true belief, Plato's third option, still bedevils us with questions about the nature of that justification, to say nothing of questions about what truth is. There is a mystery attached to Plato in one respect, relating to the idea that he taught an unwritten doctrine, agrapha dogmata, that is, views that he did not commit to writing but kept privately within the circle of his pupils. Aristotle alludes to the existence of such views in his Physics, and many centuries later Plotinus, the founder of Neoplatonism, seems to have known them, or about them, or had surmises about what they were. Recent scholars of the Tübingen school of Platonic studies have attempted a reconstruction of them, saying that Plato reserved his views, for his pupils, about the ultimate principles of things, of which there are two, that reality is one, and that it manifests itself through the action upon it of something called the indefinite dyad, which is variously the large and the small, the lack and the excess, the ambiguous and the definite, and so on, that is, opposites which act on the one end. produce all reality from it as a result. It is further suggested that the one is the good. Aristotle reported that Plato lectured on the good, and in the written doctrines the form of the good is nominated as the highest form, so the identification would be plausible. But this, and indeed the entire speculation about an unwritten doctrine, is controversial. Aristotle speaks not of an unwritten doctrine but of the so-called unwritten doctrine. Did he employ the phrase so-called neutrally, or was he thereby casting cold water on the belief that there was such a thing? Yet in others of his writings, for example the Metaphysics, Aristotle refers to ideas of Plato that do not appear in the latter's texts. And one notes that Plato's immediate successors as heads of the Academy, first Speusippus and then Xenocrates, appear to have developed ideas about the one and a principle whose opposition to it generates reality. Speusippus talks of plurality and Xenocrates of inequality. Was there an unwritten doctrine, and if so, was it esoteric and kept within the circle of disciples because it was too precious to be made public? Some folk like that kind of suggestion. It gives a frisson, and a vague promise of deep dark secrets. Much more likely is the fact that what was discussed in academy seminars ranged widely, and ideas were explored that did not happen to find their way into a written record, and that Plato advanced more thoughts than he found occasion to develop in a dialogue for publication. That would be wholly consistent with what has happened, and happens still, in philosophical discussions everywhere. The school founded by Plato, the Academy, lasted nearly 800 years, until 529 CE. In that year the Roman Emperor Justinian, a Christian, abolished it and banned the teaching of pagan philosophy because it was inconsistent with Christian doctrine. But its long history before that saw a number of philosophically significant changes and developments. About 80 years after Plato's death the Academy fell under the influence of scepticism when Arcesilaus, 316 to 241 BCE, became its head, prompting Cicero to rename it the New Academy. Historians of philosophy accept this label, and treat the sceptical phase as lasting until 90 BCE when Antiochus of Ascalon rejected the sceptical teaching he had received from Philo of Larissa at the Academy. Thus commenced Middle Platonism, a stage in which Plato's doctrines were modified by the introduction of elements of Aristotelian and Stoic thought. Middle Platonism lasted until Plotinus in the 3rd century CE developed the Platonic tradition into the powerful school of thought that historians call Neoplatonism. The immediate consequence of Plato, and one of the greatest legacies he bequeathed, must however be accounted his star pupil, Aristotle, whose disagreements with his teacher, combined with his own genius, constituted the next major step in the history of philosophy. Aristotle. If Aristotle were alive today he would be a scientist, and most likely a biologist. He would have a lively interest in scientific method and logic, perhaps to the extent that he would have sympathized, even if he did not agree, with the attempt by the 20th century biologist J. H. Woodger to apply the logic of Russell and Whitehead's Principia Mathematica to the foundations of biology. As this suggests, Aristotle's genius was universal and synoptic. He wished to bring all knowledge into a great system. Some contemporary scholars of Aristotle would not agree with that last remark. They regard him not as a systematic philosopher, but as an aporetic one, that is, after the manner of the inconclusive explorations of Socrates ending in aporia, that he was an examiner of opinions, problems, and puzzles thrown up by our experience of the world, often without coming to a settled view. But Aristotle himself seems to think differently about this, as we see from his introductory remarks to his Meteorology. I have already dealt with the first causes of nature and with all natural motion in his Physics, and with the heavenly bodies arranged in their upper paths in his On the Heavens, and with the number and nature of the material elements, with their mutual transformations, and with generation and destruction in general in his On Generation and Corruption. The remaining part of this inquiry concerns what earlier thinkers called meteorology. He means the phenomena of the lower heavens. Then we shall see if we can give some account of animals and plants. As this shows, Aristotle was systematic in his intention to achieve an encyclopedic science. It ranged from the most fundamental questions about the nature of reality itself, in his metaphysics, through his scientific inquiries as just noted, to his psychological studies of human beings, in his On the Soul and short treatises on nature, to art and literature, included in his account of productive sciences in his Poetics and Rhetoric, to matters of ethics and politics, in the Nicomachean Ethics, Eudemian Ethics, and Politics. And alongside this great scheme lay his seminal studies of logic and reasoning. He created the science of logic almost from scratch, in the 6 books known as the Categories, on interpretation, prior analytics, posterior analytics, topics, and sophistical refutations. By any standard this is a hugely impressive corpus of work. What comes as a yet greater surprise in a first encounter with Aristotle is that all these works are texts of his lectures and his research notes, more accurately, those which have survived, and that the works he polished for publication have all been lost. The polished works were written in dialogue form, on Plato's model, and in contrast to the rough-hewn nature of the works we have, they were said to be of outstanding literary quality. Plato's Greek is a thing of beauty, yet so great a stylist in his own language as Cicero could say that whereas Plato's style was silver, Aristotle's was a river of gold. Most of Aristotle's lost dialogues were probably productions of his earlier years, when he was still a student and colleague of Plato in the academy, and still under the influence of his teacher. This is surmised from such evidence as the fact that in fragments of his lost dialogue Grillos on Rhetoric he appears to put forward the same view as Plato had offered in his Gorgias, to the effect that rhetoric is not an art, a technique. The difficulty with lost works known only from fragments and testimonia is that they can seem to commit their author to a view which he might in fact be mentioning only so that he can criticize it. This reminds one to point out that Aristotle was a philosopher who kept thinking, developing, and revising his views. The writings which are collected as the rhetoric that we have today followed now lost works on the same subject known as the Technonsunagage, thought to be Aristotle's earlier thoughts on the matter. It is these rather than the rhetoric that underlie Cicero's writings on rhetoric. It is a lucky accident that we have as much of Aristotle's writings as we do, given the vulnerability to disappearance of the works of antiquity. Plato's dialogues survived because his school lasted for nearly 1,000 years, Aristotle's nearly did not survive at all. They did so because, so we are told by Strabo, they were left to his successor in his own school, Theophrastus, who in turn left them to his disciple Neleus. Neleus took them to his home at Sepsis in the Troad, and bequeathed them to his descendants, none of whom was in the slightest interested in Aristotle or philosophy. They stored the manuscripts in a cellar, where they were attacked by damp, mold, insects, and mice. Fortunately they were bought by a wealthy Athenian bibliophile and collector called Apollyon who lived in the 1st century BCE. His great library was taken as booty by the Roman general Sulla the dictator when, in 86 BCE, during the First Mithridatic War in which Rome conquered Greece, he captured Athens. The texts were taken to Rome, where Andronicus of Rhodes, one of the few survivors of Aristotle's school, which had all but died out in the 3rd century BCE, set about editing the works. We owe to Andronicus the form and arrangement of what we have of Aristotle. Aristotle was born in 384 BCE, 15 years after the death of Socrates, in Stagira in Macedonia. He died at Chalcis 62 years later. His lifetime spanned an epoch. It stretched from the last days of an independent and truly classical Athens, where he went as a teenager to study in Plato's academy, to the subsumption of all Greece in the Macedonian monarchy and the empire of Alexander the Great. Aristotle's father was the court physician to the king of Macedonia, Amyntas III, which meant that the family belonged by birthright to the medical guild of the Asclepiads, named for Asclepius the god of medicine. Aristotle's father died while he was still a minor, so he was left to the care of a guardian, Proxenus, who sent him at the age of 18 to study in Athens with Plato. He remained a member of the academy, first as a pupil then as a colleague, for 20 years, until Plato's death in 347 BCE. He and a fellow student, Xenocrates, left Athens because, it is thought, they did not like the appointment of Plato's nephew Speusippus as next head of the academy. Aristotle might have been a candidate for the headship and was not elected, or it could be that he disagreed with Speusippus' philosophical approach, which was markedly Pythagorean. Whatever the reason, he and Xenocrates went to teach at a branch of the academy in the little Aeolian city of Assos. The ruler of the city, Hermias, was a remarkable man who had started life as a slave and rose by his own great talents. He was an enlightened individual who encouraged the academicians in his city. Aristotle had 3 contented years there, during which he married Hermias' niece Pythias, and then he moved to the nearby island of Lesbos. This was almost certainly because he wished to pursue his empirical interests in marine biology. In 343 BCE Aristotle went to Pella, the seat of King Philip of Macedon, where he was appointed tutor, in all likelihood, one of the tutors, to the heir to the throne, then a boy of 13. This was the youth known to history as Alexander the Great. Much speculation surrounds the fact that the great philosopher and the great conqueror bore this relation to one another, though the briefest reflection shows that Aristotle could not have had very much influence on the prince. Aristotle liked the idea of small republican polities. Alexander created a vast empire, all the way to the banks of the Jumna in India. Aristotle's ethics taught moderation in all things. Alexander drank himself to death at an early age. If indeed there was any influence, it seems therefore to have been an entirely negative one. But legend was too tempted by the juxtaposition of these mighty names not to wrap itself around them. Plutarch exemplifies the point, uncritically quoting supposed letters between the philosopher and the king, letters which are almost certainly forgeries. Philip was murdered in 336 BCE and Alexander succeeded him. Aristotle left Macedonia and went back to Athens, there founding his own school. It was located in the Lyceum, a gymnasium in the northern suburbs of Athens. His school came to be called the Peripatetic School because he lectured in the building's portico, the Peripatos. The word peripatetic means walking up and down. It is unlikely that Aristotle read from those elaborate lectures of his on the move, with disciples scurrying behind him. The name of the school is architectural, not descriptive of classroom activity. The school lasted for 12 years under Aristotle's direct leadership. But then his former pupil Alexander, by now ruler of a great slice of the known world, suddenly took an unwelcome interest in him. Alexander thought that Aristotle was part of a conspiracy to have him assassinated, and therefore instructed his viceroy at Athens, Antipater, to arrest him. The reason lay with a cousin of Aristotle's called Callisthenius, who was the historian at Alexander's court appointed to keep a record of the conqueror's campaigns. Alexander had begun to adopt the style of the Oriental rulers he conquered, aping their pomp and circumstance, among other things requiring his subjects to prostrate themselves on the floor before him. This caused resentment among his Greek followers. Callisthenius criticized Alexander for this, thereby angering him, though shortly afterwards he gave up the Oriental despot pose for good. Callisthenius was accused of trying to incite Alexander's pages to assassinate him, and was hanged. Alexander thought that Aristotle lay behind the attempt. The charge brought against Aristotle was the convenient one of impiety, just as with Socrates. The alleged impiety related to a poem he had written in praise of Hermias 20 years before. It was claimed that Aristotle's intention in the poem was to deify a mortal. Discretion being the better part of valor, and Aristotle being a man of common sense, he left Athens, saying, in allusion to its treatment of Socrates, that he was saving it from committing a second crime against philosophy. He went to Chalcis on Euboea with his pupils, and there died a year later. In his Physics Aristotle describes the division of philosophy, or the sciences, they were the same thing, as he saw it. This was the general framework of the studies mentioned above in connection with Aristotle's systematic approach. The overarching division is between theoretical or speculative philosophy and practical philosophy. Theoretical philosophy has 3 components. The most general is first philosophy, afterwards known as metaphysics, then mathematics, then physics. Physics deals with physis, nature, and all it contains, from the heavenly bodies to plants and animals. The phenomena studied in physics are material, and have motion. This is the most specific of the theoretical sciences. Mathematics deals with measurement and quantity. It is less specific, more general, than physics. Metaphysics is the most general of all. It deals with being qua being, with the fundamental and universal characteristics of everything in reality. Practical philosophy is one thing, it is politics, of which ethics is an integral part. Politics means the study of the polis, the state, and since the state is the society of people who constitute it, ethics and politics are continuous with each other. You might say that Aristotle thought of politics as the theory of conduct in general. In later thinking, practical philosophy tends to be arranged into three branches: ethics, economics, and politics. But Aristotle saw these pursuits as too intimately related to subdivide them. Some add a third division to Aristotle's scheme, to give a place to art in the Greek sense of techne, which includes craft and skill of all kinds. It would seem that the rhetoric and the poetics fit this bill, but in fact they differ from Aristotle's other works in being practical manuals rather than critical explorations of their subject matter. And if one were in the business of expanding the catalogue of Aristotelian inquiries, one would add what he called analytics, the science of logic. Because logic is required in all the sciences, he himself saw it not as a separate department of inquiry, but as methodologically presupposed to the others, in the sense of laying down inquiry's rules and procedures. What follows is an account of Aristotle's contributions in each of these domains, beginning with logic. It should be pointed out that as the extant works of Aristotle are edited versions of lectures and research notes, there is often considerable obscurity in what he wrote. Much of it is extremely difficult, and scholarly debate rages around it. The following outline must be read in that light. Aristotle's writings on logic are known as the Organon, which means instrument, indicating that they are treatises on the methods of inquiry and reasoning. His brilliant systematization of the science of logic itself is laid out in the categories on interpretation and prior analytics. What might be thought of as an epistemology, in that it addresses the question of valid reasoning in science, is given in the posterior analytics. Discussions of tentative and probabilistic reasoning, and of fallacious reasoning, constitute the topics and the sophistical refutations respectively. It is helpful to know something about Aristotle's logic because important developments in later philosophy either turned upon it or were sparked by extensions and developments of it, especially in the work of Gottlob Frege, Bertrand Russell, and others in 20th-century analytic philosophy. Aristotle took it that the fundamental unit of logical interest is the proposition, the what is said by an utterance, this what is said being either true or false. A proposition is not a sentence. The sentences snow is white, Schnee ist weiß, la neige est blanche, Schwäche beide, respectively in English, German, French and Mandarin, all express the same proposition. So do the sentences snow is white. Whiteness is a property exemplified by snow. Precipitated ice crystals nucleated around atmospheric particles typically scatter all the visible wavelengths of light. Likewise, I have a headache as said by me might be false but as said by you might be true. Here therefore the same sentence expresses different propositions. The structure of propositions is analyzed by Aristotle into two chief components, the subject and the predicate. The subject is that about which something true or false is asserted, the predicate is what is asserted about the subject. So in snow is white the subject term is snow, and the subject is snow, and the predicate term is white, and whiteness is predicated of, said about, the subject. These terms are the focus of his attention. His logical writings contain two slightly different accounts of how they are to be classified. One is the scheme of categories, sometimes known as the predicaments, and the other is what came to be known as the 5 words or 5 predicibles. The intention behind the notion of the categories is to reveal what we are saying when we make an assertion of the forms A is B, A is AB, as are BS. For example, if I say A is white, the predicate is in the category of quality, that is, it tells us what A is like. If I say A is a snowflake, the predicate falls into the category of substance, that is, It tells us what thing it is. If I say there are 5 snowflakes, the predicate falls into the category of quantity, how many there are. If I say one snowflake fell after another snowflake, the predicate is in the category of relation, how they were related to each other, in this case, in time. John is Peter's father is another example of the category of relation, in this case, in genetics. Substance, quality, quantity, and relation are the 4 main categories. Aristotle adds 6 others: place, time, position, condition, activity, passivity. He does not claim that this list is complete or exhaustive, and because there are prefigurings of this classification in Plato, it is likely that Aristotle took his starting point from there. From noting that we often talk about all things, or some things, or at least one thing, of a certain group having a certain property, or that we deny that they have such a property, Aristotle distinguished between universal and particular propositions, and between affirmative and negative propositions. All as are B is a universal affirmative proposition, while no as are B is a universal negative proposition. Some as are B and some as are not B are respectively particular affirmative and particular negative propositions. Think of the terms in question as denoting classes of things, so that when we say all as are B, or for this purpose better, all as are B's, we can think of the things that are B as represented by a circle, and the things that are A as represented by a circle the same size or smaller, so that when we say all as are B's, we are saying that the circle of S lies wholly on or within the circle of B's.Fn1. Likewise, when we say some as are B's, we mean that the circle representing S partly overlaps with the circle representing Bs. And so on. Aristotle's investigation of how such classes relate to each other as representable in these ways gave him the concept of a classification into genus, species, difference, property, and accident. These are the 5 words, quinque voces, as later logicians called them, and they list the ways in which a predicate can relate to a subject, or, alternatively put, the ways in which we can speak about something. You can speak about something specifically, or generally, that is species and genus. You can talk about the differences between species of things that separate them from each other, that is difference. You can talk about the characteristics of something that are found in all instances of the class of things it belongs to, these are properties. Or you can speak of a characteristic that something happens to have but which it could just as likely not have, which it has accidentally, so to speak, these are accidents, like the shape of a shoe or the color of a shirt. The species, or as Aristotle first called it, the definition, of a thing relates to its essence, the what makes it what it is factor. It is specific to the thing in question. The genus is that part of the thing's essence which is not unique to it, but is shared with other things of the same kind in general. So lion is a species of the genus animal. Biological taxonomy differs from this classification, having a more detailed hierarchy, in descending order, domains, kingdoms, phyla, classes, orders, families, genera, and species. The differentia distinguish one species from another within a genus. They are what make circles different from squares, though they are both instances of shape. These concepts gave Aristotle his fundamental view about how we categorize or define anything. We do it by genus and difference. What Aristotle wished to achieve was understanding, that is, he wished to give explanations of things and ultimately of the universe itself. The Greek word for explanation, asia, also means cause, and Aristotle framed the task of explaining things as ascertaining their causes. To know or understand something, he said, is to know its cause. Now, causes themselves have causes, and there is a risk that the chain of explanation by causes might run back forever. This is where definition enters the picture. Suppose you explain A by saying it was caused by B, and that B was caused by C, you will reach a point, say D, or perhaps eventually Z, where the explanation stops, because at that point we say because it is what it is, we have reached the definition of the thing, an account of its nature, from which explanations of C and B and A follow. Aristotle identified 4 causes: material, efficient, formal and final. Suppose you wish to explain what a table is. You cite the material cause, the wood from which it is made, the efficient cause, the carpenter's work that brought it into being, the formal cause, the form of the thing, the pattern or design that the carpenter followed in making the table, and the final cause, the end, aim, or purpose for which the table was made. When you have given all four causes, you have given an explanation. Of these, the most important is the final cause, the purpose, or aim, the telos. Explanations given in terms of final causes are called teleological explanations. Aristotle's epistemology and metaphysics are sharply different from Plato's. Plato's theory requires transcendent forms as the only appropriate objects of knowledge, properly so called, and therefore they must exist in a realm accessible only to the mind. Aristotle described Plato's theory as merely a poetic metaphor. Its worst fault, in his view, is its inability to explain change and how new substances come into being. How can transcendent, eternal, unchanging forms cause anything in the realm of becoming, where everything is in constant motion, change, and flux? Aristotle's view is that instead of thinking of individual things as copies of, or somehow participants in, a form, we should see them as composites of both matter and form, the form being immanent in the matter. When we say snow is white, we are not attributing the presence of a really existing abstract universal, whiteness, to the snow. We are experiencing a concrete thing. Con signifies with or together, concrete denotes the accretion or joining together of two or more things, constituting white snow. Aristotle's account of change turns on the idea of potentiality, in Greek dunamis, from which we get the word dynamic. Substances have a potentiality either to be changed by something acting on them, which is passive potential, or to cause change in other substances, which is what animate things can do because they possess active potential. Change requires the realization of potentiality, the making of the potential actual, which he calls energia. This leads to Aristotle's thesis about the first cause of all things. Given that everything is a concretion of matter and form which have been united by a cause, and given that the causal chain cannot regress to earlier and earlier causes forever, there must be a first cause, which to break the regress must be self-caused. This self-causing first mover of the universe must, said Aristotle, be a mind, the nature of which is pure thought. It thinks about the highest thing there is, which is thought, hence it is pure thought thinking about itself. To this he gives the name God. His reason for thinking that the first cause must be a mind or soul is that the explanation for how animate beings can move themselves is that they have souls. Yes, the account is circular. All animate things have nutritive souls which motivate them in their most basic functions of eating and reproducing. All animals and some plants also have a sensitive aspect to their souls, which enables them to perceive the environment and respond to it. Human beings have both these and a third aspect to the soul, rationality, which enables them to think. For a living thing, the soul is the efficient, formal, and final cause of its being, only the material cause relates to its body. Aristotle took the view that sensation is a passive quality of souls, allowing them to be changed by their body's contact with things in their external environment. We use the word informed now as an echo of this theory. When one of our sense organs is acted upon by an external object, the soul becomes potentially what the external object is actually, by taking on the form, not of course the matter, of the object. Suppose I pick up a ball, the feeling of a round object consists in having the form of that object carried to my soul from my hands. I am thus informed of, more accurately, by, the shape of the ball. Thought is the soul focusing upon forms without necessarily, or even often, being prompted to do so by the action of an external thing. Of course there could not be such thought without preceding contact with things, Aristotle says, thereby giving rise to the principle nothing in mind that was not first in the senses, a principle of empiricism. But both thought and imagination consist in the soul presenting to itself forms and the relationships between forms independently of an actual stimulus to do so from outside. Activity and motion are the result of desire, Aristotle said. All animate things, to a greater or lesser degree, are aware of their internal states and what in the external world might address those states, satisfy or remedy them, whether they are of hunger, pain, a wish for pleasure, and more. The foregoing account summarizes the salient points in Aristotle's metaphysics and psychology. In regard to metaphysics, Aristotle attached great significance to the question of being qua being, of what is purely in its character of being and the properties which it has as such. Metaphysics is accordingly the attempt to grasp the fundamental nature of existence. In this inquiry the category of primary importance is substance, ousia. As we see in the logic of the categories, substance predicates are those invoked in answer to questions of the form what is X. The answer to the question what is Socrates, is appropriately he is a man, where man is the substance predicate. But this is not yet to get to the bottom of things. For Aristotle the more fundamental point, both literally and logically, is that substances are ultimate subjects, and they are separable. By ultimate subject he means that they exist in their own right, by separable he means that they can be separated from the accidents that characterize them. For example, a man is an individual substance. Suppose he has a limp, his limp cannot be separated from him and exist on its own, so limpingness is not a separable substance, but the man is, he can be conceived of apart from his limp. This account of a difficult doctrine in Aristotle doubtless amplifies rather than clarifies the problems in it. If anything helps to clarify it somewhat, it is the etymology of the word substance itself, substance or, as one might say, standing under, or underneath, somewhat captures the idea of what exists or has being in its own right, as a fundamental category of thing, upon which other things supervene or are dependent. Colors cannot exist without being colors of something, nor can there be limps unless there is something doing the limping, they are dependent things. Aristotle's views in practical philosophy, ethics, and politics, are much plainer sailing than his metaphysics and psychology. They turn on the idea that the best kind of society is one whose individual members live the best kind of lives. Later philosophy has found the ethical aspect of his views more enduringly important than the political aspect, because they are philosophically far richer. But to see how the different aspects of Aristotle's practical philosophy hang together, we can note the following. A person who makes swords has the production of swords as the end, telos, or goal, of his activity. But to the soldier the sword is merely an instrument to his own, different end, which is to kill or incapacitate his enemy. But this in turn is only part of the yet higher goal of the ruler, whose aim is to defend the state. The ruler directs the soldier whom and where to fight, and the soldier tells the sword maker what length and sharpness he requires in a sword. The highest art lies with the ruler, for he has direction of the state. What the others do, each in achieving his own more particular end, serves this highest end. Therefore, says Aristotle, politics is the highest art, all other arts and crafts are subservient to it, for politics aims at the overall well-being of a society. Among the various subordinate arts that help in the achievement of this highest end is education, because this is what forms character, the combination of intellectual and moral qualities that make the best kind of person. What is the best kind of character? That is the question to be answered by ethics. There are two ethical treatises bearing Aristotle's name, the Eudemian Ethics and the Nicomachean Ethics. These are names given by later commentators. Aristotle himself refers in the Politics to what he had earlier said in a work he describes as Ta Ethica, on character. The names of the treatises allude to his friend Eudemus and his son Nicomachus, who were said to have edited them. The Nicomachean Ethics is a fuller and doubtless later work than the Eudemian Ethics, and quite likely postdates the Politics itself. FN2 Aristotle's writings on ethics are the first ever treatises devoted wholly and systematically to the subject, and they are among the greatest. Aristotle's technique was to look at commonly held views about things, the endoza, and the disagreements that arise about them, and to find a resolution to the disagreements. In the Nicomachean Ethics he begins by noting that every pursuit aims at some good, which means that there are as many different kinds of good as there are pursuits. Such things as boat building, military strategy and getting rich each requires subordinate goods to be attained. In carpentry, sword making, starting a business, each of which has its own set of subordinate ends to be achieved first, and so on. Each good is an end serving a higher end. But what is the supreme end, the highest good? It will be the end desired for its own sake, not as a means to anything beyond itself. And what is that end which is desirable for its own sake? There is very general agreement about this. Aristotle says, both the general run of men and people of superior refinement say that it is happiness, eudaimonia. Happiness is an inadequate translation of this term. Well-being and well-doing, flourishing, would be better. But then they disagree about what happiness is. Some say it consists in the possession of wealth, others say of honor, others again of pleasure. And their opinions differ according to the condition they happen to be in. The poor man says wealth is happiness, the sick man says it is health. But a little thought shows that wealth, honor, pleasure, health, or any other such, are not ends in themselves, they are themselves instrumental to whatever is truly the highest good. Not only is the highest good not instrumental, because it is desired wholly for its own sake and is sufficient of itself, but it is the thing towards which all other instrumental goods strive, the single final end of all activity. It is indeed happiness, but not as identified with any of the individual instrumental ends. Instead, it will be what we attain when we live in accordance with the function of human beings. What is the function of human beings? Aristotle approaches an answer to this question by analogies. What makes a good flute player? Skill at playing the flute. A good carpenter? One good at making things from wood. Each is good because he performs his particular function, his work, ergon, well. To do his work well is the virtue or excellence, arete, of a flute player qua flute player or carpenter qua carpenter. What is the arete of a human being qua human being? It is to do the work of being human well. And what is the work of a human being? It is to live up to that thing which is distinctive and defining of humanity, namely, the possession of reason. A good person is therefore a person who lives and acts rationally in accordance with virtue. The human good, says Aristotle, is activity of soul in accordance with virtue, and if there is more than one virtue, in accordance with the best and most complete. So now we must understand the nature of virtue. There are two kinds of virtue, says Aristotle, those of mind, and those of character. The virtues of mind further subdivide into practical wisdom and theoretical wisdom. Virtues of character include courage, temperance, and justice. Every one of them three is born with the capacity to develop the virtues, but they have to do so by acquiring good habits in childhood and eventually, as we attain maturity, practical wisdom, phronesis. By good habits Aristotle means a settled disposition to feel and act appropriately, an important point for him because he disagrees with Socrates and Plato that virtue is knowledge, a doctrine that makes no sense of the phenomenon of weakness of will, akrasia. This latter exists, he says, and is caused by ungoverned emotions, therefore acquiring the habit of strength of will is important. On the basis of these thoughts he offers a definition of virtue itself. A virtue is the middle path between opposing vices, one of deficiency and the other of excess. Thus courage is the middle path or mean between cowardice, deficiency, and rashness, excess. Generosity is the mean between meanness, deficiency, and profligacy, excess. The flute player and the carpenter know how to steer a middle course between the excesses and deficiencies that spoil their work, so too a human being can acquire something analogous to a technical skill in knowing how to navigate between the vicious extremes between which the mean is the associated virtue. Is there a general, invariant rule about the mean in all cases? No, the individual nature of a situation matters in determining what the mean is in that case. For example, one might think that the virtue of gentleness implies that one should never be angry, for remaining calm when faced with, say, an injustice is what lies between indifference and fury in reaction to it. But Aristotle says that the nature of the case might justify being angry, to be angry in the right way, to the right degree, for the right reason is virtuous. But not to such a degree that it undermines reason. Virtue makes the goal right, Practical wisdom teaches how to reach it, Aristotle says, and habits formed in developing character will help to identify the right goals. If we do not have, or do not yet have, the practical wisdom to work out how to reach those goals, we must imitate those who do have such wisdom. And Aristotle concedes that moral luck plays its part. Those in fortunate circumstances find it easier to attain eudaimonia than those for whom life is a struggle. It would be a mistake to regard the doctrine of the mean as implying that every goal should be a compromise. The doctrine is about how we act, not about always seeking halfway house results. The critics who say that Aristotle's ethics of the middle way is by its nature middle class, middle-aged and middle-brow are confusing intended action with intended outcome. Of course, the idea of reflecting on the best course of action in a given situation, taking that situation's details into account, is intended to bring about the best outcome, but the best outcome is not therefore necessarily the outcome intermediate between what would happen if the actions implicit in either of the flanking extremes were taken. Suppose one decides to be generous to a person in need of money. The opposing vices are giving him nothing and giving him far more than he asks for, or even everything you have. The generous amount is what you can afford, not half what you have. In some cases, his needs and what you can afford might prompt you to give him more than half of what you have. It will depend entirely on the case. Aristotle defined human beings as political animals, that is, beings alone capable of living together as citizens in a state. It would seem from this that his definition of the best life for people should therefore be that it is the life of cooperation, of achieving harmony, in the interests of a state. And that indeed is an end Aristotle identifies as a great desideratum, especially if the state is a polis of the kind he most approved, a small state, the ideal size being one where the voice of the town crier, the stentor, can be heard from one end to the other. This illustrates reasons why he disliked monarchy and empire, the very opposites of the kind of state he thought desirable. But in fact there is a higher best life for man than life as a citizen, but which being a citizen enables. Being a citizen by its nature is a life of activity, activity as a citizen of the polis, but the yet higher life is a life of contemplation. Or in short, the life of a philosopher. For this, after all, is the life lived in greatest conformity with the distinguishing feature of a human being, the possession and exercise of reason. In line with this view, Aristotle argues that the well-run state will be so if it provides an opportunity for leisure, for the opportunity to learn, discuss, and contemplate, not depending for our happiness on externals of status and material goods, but on being our own masters, and enjoying the purest of pleasures, the exercise of our intellects. This ultimately is why we educate ourselves, he says, so that we can make a noble use of our leisure, a view very different from today's belief that education is almost wholly about getting a job. It might seem that Aristotle's subordination of ethics to politics has been reversed here, but this is not so, for in his Politics Aristotle argues that the state came into existence in the first place so that men might live, but then as the state matures its point develops into ensuring that men might live well. Only in the settled and secure circumstances of a state can people have the leisure and opportunity to develop their intellectual interests, which provide them with what makes life supremely worthwhile. It is necessary to end this account of Aristotle's views with a sketch of his cosmology. This is because his cosmology provided the dominant view of the universe for nearly 2,000 years afterwards, and much of modern science and philosophy resulted from a rejection of his picture of the cosmos. This makes his book on the heavens, Peri Auranu, for most of history known as De Caelo, one of the most influential in human history. Aristotle's universe is a sphere. The fixed stars are its outer circumference and the earth lies motionless at its center. Within the circle of the fixed stars are layers of spheres, each carrying one of the planets, and the spheres of the sun and the moon. Whereas on earth everything is formed out of the four elements earth, air, fire, and water, the spheres are formed of a wholly different fifth element, the ether, an invisible substance purer than fire. The apparently irregular motion of the planets, from planetai, wanderers, in Greek, results from the fact that each sphere rotates on its own axis, but is influenced by the rotation of the sphere above it, so the spheres of the planets do not move synchronously with the sphere of the fixed stars, but their rotations are affected by the outermost sphere's rotation. Ingenious mathematical descriptions of these irregularities were achieved, first by Hipparchus about 150 BCE, then most notably by the 2nd century CE Alexandrian astronomer Ptolemy, whose system remained the dominant one until Copernicus in the 16th century CE. The sublunary sphere, the one below the sphere of the moon, which is the lowest of the heavenly spheres, is the region of earth, air, fire, and water, the inferior elements. Inferior does not automatically mean bad or second-rate but simply below. However, it comes to have the connotation we now attach to inferior because it lacks the purity and other distinguishing properties of the ether, the superior, above, element constituting the spheres, known also as the quintessence. Because it is the fifth essence additional to the inferior four. Whereas the natural motion of the ether is circular, the most perfect path for anything heavenly is a circular one. The inferior elements move either upwards or downwards. Earth and water move downwards, fire and air upwards, earth is the heaviest, fire the lightest. Things composed of inferior elements move in straight lines, unlike the superior heavenly things with their circular motion. The doctrine of the four inferior elements came from Empedocles, along with their properties of being cool, moist, hot and dry. Things made out of them are corruptible and perishable. The heavenly bodies, made of quintessence, are incorruptible, imperishable and eternal, again satisfying the Parmenidean requirements. Much of Aristotle's cosmology is suggested by Eudoxus, another of Plato's pupils, but the form in which it came to be adopted by the Christian Church was Aristotle's, and this is the reason for its longevity. As late as the 17th century CE, the Roman Catholic Church was still putting people to death if they refused to picture the universe to themselves in Aristotle's way. For the temptation to regard theories such as this as merely quaint should be tempered by the fact that until the 17th century anyone looking up at the night sky would have seen the heavens rotating about the earth, and had no reason to think it was he or she who was rotating relative to them. That shift of perspective took a great intellectual revolution to make it possible, and at one point in the history of our species this shift must have been a vertiginous, and even terrible, surprise. In the centuries immediately after Aristotle's own time his logical works were studied and in interesting respects developed by thinkers collectively known as the Megarian school, though they were not strictly a school. The name comes from Megara, birthplace of a follower of Socrates called Euclides, whose later followers devoted themselves to logic. In other respects, however, Aristotle's influence was, to begin with, to all intents and purposes null. Yet although his thought was almost completely lost for a time, the tenuousness of the survival of his works, as described above, makes one shudder. Their rediscovery and survival have had an immense influence, directly and by opposition, on the later history of philosophy and science. In fact, he was twice rediscovered, once by Andronicus over 2 centuries after his death, and again in the 12th century CE when works that had survived in lands conquered by Muslims became once more accessible in Europe. In the High Medieval period, as a result of this second rediscovery, he was known simply and with justification as the philosopher, a label bestowed by Thomas Aquinas. Greek and Roman philosophy after Aristotle. 7.5 centuries lie between the deaths of Alexander the Great and Saint Augustine of Hippo. Alexander died in 323 BCE, Augustine in 430 CE. Historians divide this long stretch of time into two main periods, the Hellenistic and the Imperial. Alexander's death marks the end of the classical and the beginning of the Hellenistic period, while the end of the latter is placed at the start of Augustus Caesar's principate in 27 BCE, which inaugurates the imperial period. 400 years later, in the lifetime of Saint Augustine, Christianity became the official religion of the Roman Empire, and for more than the next 1,000 years philosophy was almost exclusively subordinated to the demands of Christian doctrine and church authority. The four most notable philosophical schools in the Hellenistic and imperial period, apart from the already existing Academy of Plato and, Briefly at the outset, peripatetic school of Aristotle, were the Epicurean, Stoic, Cynic and Neoplatonist schools, though it would be wrong to call the Cynics a school in any organized sense. Here the word has its informal meaning of an outlook or tradition of thought. Aristotle's school, a formal one, dwindled away not long after his death because its main followers, like Aristotle himself, left Athens and settled in various parts of the Hellenic world, so that for a number of centuries the school's teaching ceased to be influential. In the 3rd century BCE, Plato's academy fell under the influence of sceptical thinkers, though it survived as an institution until 529 CE, when the Emperor Justinian abolished it and forbade the teaching of pagan philosophy. For most of this period the Epicurean and Stoic schools were dominant. Cynicism was a minority commitment in terms of adherents, but it influenced the formation of Stoicism, and in fact lasted considerably longer than Stoicism and Epicureanism, some people still claiming to be Cynics in the 5th century CE. This was chiefly because, after its founding by Antisthenes, Cynicism was an exclusively ethical outlook and way of life, with no logical, epistemic, or cosmological theories involved. It therefore encapsulates in purest form an interesting major feature of philosophy in this period, which is its greater focus on achieving ataraxia, peace of mind. One reason why this concern came to greater prominence alongside the philosophical aims, already well established, of understanding the world and achieving the good life is arguably the greater insecurity of Hellenic times, the loss of civic autonomy under the empires of Alexander and Rome, and the need felt by people to seek within themselves for a sense of security and stability that outer events could not guarantee. Whatever the prompt for it, philosophy increasingly came to target the question of how to strengthen the inner psychological resources of the individual so that he or she can achieve ataraxia. Fn1. Although Cynicism, Epicureanism, and Stoicism are the principal movements of thought in the Hellenic and Roman periods until the rise of Neoplatonism, their roots lie in the lifetime of Socrates. The founding figures of Cynicism, Antisthenes and Diogenes, were contemporaries of Plato, and Antisthenes was a pupil or, more accurately perhaps, companion of Socrates. Democritus the atomist, whose views provided an inspiration for Epicurus, was likewise a contemporary of Socrates and Plato. Although the founder of Stoicism, Zeno of Citium, lived nearly a century later, he was a child of 8 when Aristotle died in 322 BCE, his school shared these Socratic roots. He was influenced by the Cynics who had taken their cue from the hardier and more convention-opposing aspects of Socrates' outlook and style of life. Accordingly, Stoicism, which came to claim the adherence of almost all educated Romans for centuries, and had one of its most eloquent voices in the Emperor Marcus Aurelius in the 2nd century CE, is also appropriately seen as an outcome of the Socratic moment. Cynicism. The Cynics sought to live according to nature and in opposition to convention. The most famous of them, Diogenes of Sinope, known better as Diogenes the Cynic, took these commitments to their logical limit. He went about naked, slept in a barrel, masturbated in public, saying that he wished hunger was as easily appeased by rubbing the stomach, and carried a lantern in broad daylight, remarking, when asked why he did so, that he was looking for a man, and adding that he had once seen some boys in Sparta, the point being that the way of life there was less effete than in Athens. Diogenes was not, however, the founder of Cynicism, though he was its most dramatic exemplar. Diogenes Laertius ascribes the movement's origin to Antisthenes, and his views to the example set by one side of Socrates' outlook and style of life. Antisthenes was born in Athens and lived between 445 and 365 BCE. He had begun his education with Gorgias the Sophist, becoming a highly accomplished speaker as a result, but switched his adherence to Socrates on being persuaded that virtue is the source of happiness, and that the route to virtue lies through asceticism. Antisthenes believed that virtue can be taught, and requires nothing but the strength of a Socrates, that is, courage and self-command. Virtue is ennobling, he said, it expresses itself in deeds and requires few words. Anyone good deserves to be loved, and how one's acts should be dictated by the laws of virtue whether or not they conform to the laws of the polis. These two latter views are such as an outsider would be well placed to form. Antis thence was a nothos, or bastard born, because his parents were not married, his mother was moreover a Thracian, so he did not have Athenian citizenship. His follower Diogenes undoubtedly acquired from Antis thence a dislike for the aristocratic Plato. Antis thence accused Plato of pride and conceit, once remarking to him, on seeing a spirited horse capering in a procession, "If you were a steed you would be just such a proud, showy one." The list of Antisthenes' books is long, though very little remains of what he wrote. His influence on those who both followed and furthered his example, Diogenes the Cynic, Crates of Thebes and Zeno of Citium, who founded Stoicism, is what justifies his nomination as founder of the school. Diogenes Laertius said that he gave the impulse to the indifference of Diogenes, the continence of Crates, and the hardihood of Zeno. Indifference to convention and conventional ambitions, continence and hardihood are the essentials of the cynical outlook. The Stoics shared the two latter characteristics, but what made them markedly different was that they cared about their duties to society. Antis thence embraced poverty and the ascetic life, and it was claimed that the symbols of adherence to cynicism, a ragged cloak, a staff, and a wallet or small bag, originated with him, some say, with Diogenes. The idea that the only thing you need by way of a bed is a folded cloak is certainly attributed to him. Diogenes the Cynic, as noted, took the idea of spurning convention and living according to nature to its limit. Born in 412 BCE at Sinope on the Black Sea, he lived for nearly 90 years, dying in 323 BCE. It appears that life did not begin well for him, because he suffered banishment from Sinope for a crime. His father ran the mint in that city, and father and son were together convicted of debasing the coinage. In Athens Diogenes attached himself to Antis thence, persistently following him about though Antis thence did not want him as a pupil. One source of the name Cynic, which means dog, is that Diogenes was said to follow Antis thence around like a faithful hound. Other sources for the name came from the lifestyle of an ownerless cur adopted by Diogenes, and his curmudgeonly criticism of all things conventional. In Greek kin is dog and kynikos dog-like. According to Diogenes Laertius, Diogenes had a sparky adversarial relationship with Plato, whom he criticized for having carpets in his house and attending banquets. Treading on Plato's carpets one day he said, "I trample on the pride of Plato," to which Plato replied, "Yes, Diogenes, with pride of another kind." One story says that Diogenes was later captured by pirates and sold into slavery at Corinth. He was purchased by one Xeniades who made him tutor to his sons. He became a much-loved member of the family and remained with them until his death. Among many different accounts of the cause of his death is that he was bitten by a dog and died of blood poisoning, an obvious punning tale for the death of a cynic. Although Diogenes is also said to have written books and plays, his views are chiefly expressed in the anecdotes of his life, many doubtless apocryphal. One such is that he was visited by Alexander the Great who offered him anything he wished, to which Diogenes replied, "You can stand out of my sunlight." Diogenes' chief tenet was that one should live simply and naturally, indeed like a dog, and he accordingly urinated and defecated anywhere in public, ate whenever he happened to feel hungry and observed no taboos about what could be eaten, including food taken from temple sacrifices. He advocated living in complete independence of convention, and described himself as a citizen of the world, a cosmopolitan. He charged his contemporaries with living artificially, their minds befogged or smoky because of the folly of desiring wealth, fame, and honor. The goal of life should be eudaimonia, happiness, and atuphia, clarity of mind, literally, unsmokiness, achieved through ascesis, asceticism, which gives autarkia, self-sufficiency, strength, and peace of mind. This meant living and acting without shame, shamelessly, and spurning the laws of society and the state wherever they conflict with the simple, natural, truly virtuous life. It is noteworthy that whereas others who have rejected society and its artificialities as barriers to virtue, for a later and more familiar example, the Christian desert fathers and hermits, the cynics did not take themselves into the wilderness in search of their simple life, but lived it in the midst of the city. The Christian hermits went to the desert to escape temptation. Diogenes challenged temptation right in its midst. The point was to encourage people to embrace simplicity and a natural way of living by confronting them with an example of it. And the confrontation was not just by example, but by criticizing, poking fun, embarrassing and even horrifying people to get them to think. Diogenes might be thought to have had nothing to lose, as a criminal exile and perhaps, later, as a slave, in choosing and extolling a dog's existence. The opposite is true of the next in the succession of leading cynics, Crates of Thebes, who was born to great wealth but gave it away, after he had heard and witnessed Diogenes. He said he was a fellow citizen of Diogenes, thus, a citizen of the world, and with him repudiated conventionality. Crates and his wife Hipparchia of Maroneia, also from a wealthy family, accordingly chose to live as beggars on the streets of Athens. They came to be well known and respected for their good humor and principled stance, and were welcomed everywhere, not least in their role as conciliators, soothing family quarrels and settling arguments with kindness. Their version of the simple life was less confrontational than that of Diogenes, and their focus appears to have been more on the ataraxia achievable by freedom from the desires and aims of convention than on attacking people for their adherence to convention. Diogenes Laertius said that Crates' philosophical letters were as beautifully written as Plato's dialogues, but none survive. There are 36 extant letters attributed to him, but they have been shown to be later forgeries. He enjoined the philosophical life because it liberates one from dissatisfactions and trouble. When you have money, he said, you can share it liberally, and when you have none, you will not be unhappy about it, but will be pleased with whatever you have. He encouraged people to live on a simple diet of lentils, saying that luxurious living eventually leads to strife because the reason that people compete for position and wealth is that these are necessary for making a luxurious life possible, and for maintaining it thereafter. Crates and Hipparchia are attractive proponents of the claim that simplicity and naturalness are the route to happiness. It is not implausible to suppose that they succeeded in following this route because they had each other's company on the way. Epicureanism. An entire book of Diogenes Laertius' lives is dedicated to Epicurus, and it includes extensive quotations from 3 letters by Epicurus summarizing his views on physics, ethics, and the heavens respectively. Collections of his sayings, documents in the library of the 1st century BCE Epicurean philosopher Philodemus, found under the Vesuvian ashes at Herculaneum, and above all the fine poem De Rerum Natura, on the nature of things, written by Lucretius also in the 1st century BCE, give a comprehensive account of the Epicurean theories. Lucretius' poem is an adaptation in hexameter verse of Epicurus' book Periphusius, on nature. Cicero, writing at the same period as Philodemus and Lucretius, made a critical examination of the Epicurean philosophy in his Tusculan Disputations. The enduring reputation of Epicureanism in the Hellenic and imperial periods is evidenced by the fact that its chief doctrines were inscribed for public benefit on the wall of a portico built in the Lycian city of Oenoanda by another Diogenes in the 2nd century CE. Epicurus was born in 341 BCE in the Athenian colony of Samos, and moved to Athens itself at the age of 18 in 323 BCE, when the colonists were expelled from Samos following the death of Alexander that year. His interest in philosophy was prompted at the age of 14 when he found that his schoolmasters could not explain the meaning of chaos in the writings of Hesiod. In Athens he studied with one Nausiphanes, a pupil of Democritus the atomist, before moving first to Mytilene and then Lampsacus, in both places starting a school and gathering pupils. Eventually he settled back in Athens, where he bought a garden as a site for his school, and lived there until his death at the age of 71. His school was known as the Garden accordingly. One of the startling things about Diogenes Laertius' life of Epicurus is the lengthy report it contains of the calumny and hostility heaped on the philosopher by his enemies. he was accused of practicing magic and casting spells for a fee, writing scandalous letters, consorting with courtesans, flattering influential people, plagiarizing other philosophers and devoting himself to luxury and sensual pleasures. It was said that he was bulimic, so that he could eat more, and was so physically feeble that he could hardly rise from his chair, and that he aspersed others including Aristotle and Heraclitus. He said Aristotle had wasted his patrimony and made money by selling drugs, and that Heraclitus was a muddler. Diogenes Laertius says that those who spoke thus of Epicurus were mad, because everyone else testified to his kindness and goodwill, his generosity, gentleness, piety, consideration for others and humility, his restraint and frugality, and the famous moderation of the garden's lifestyle. Part at least of the hostility felt by some for Epicurus and his school doubtlessly arose from misunderstanding of his view that happiness consists in the pursuit of pleasure and the avoidance of pain, which as we shall see does not at all mean what it seems to mean, and his rejection of religion. The starting point for Epicurus' philosophy is that the fundamental stuff of nature is matter in the form of atoms, which are individual solid material particles that cannot be divided further. They are too small to be perceived, and they move or fall in the void, empty space, understood as where matter is not. The theory is Democritean, but it incorporates solutions to problems that Aristotle and others had seen in Democritus' theory. For one thing, there was the problem of making sense of the idea of an infinite void, no up or down, no direction. How can anything fall or move in such a space? And for another, as Aristotle argued in Book 6 of his Physics, the idea of a minimum particle of matter is incoherent, for consider, if two such minima cross paths, how could they ever be halfway past each other, given that if they were so, then they are not minima? An implication of Aristotle's view, interestingly, is that if there are minima of matter, then space and time themselves must be quantized. But if atoms are discrete minima, then they do not move continuously but must jump from point to point in space and time, and must all do so at the same speed. Epicurus' response is ingenious. It is, first, that although atoms are, as their name implies, indivisible, they are not the same thing as the least conceivable amount of matter, that is, the minima. Atoms are composed of minima but cannot be broken down into them. No minimum of matter can exist independently by itself. As indissoluble aggregates of material minima, atoms have shapes, hooks and indentations, which is why they can adhere to each other to form larger objects of the kind we perceive. He accepted the idea that time and space consist of discrete quanta, and that all atomic motion occurs at the same speed. These motions cancel out in the aggregations of atoms constituting familiar macroscopic objects, through their collisions, deflections, and conjunctions. Atoms are indefinitely various in their shapes, explaining the variety of things built out of them, and they are in continual motion throughout eternity. The atomic theory is the result of noting the implication of two propositions taken together, that what we encounter in experience is complex, that is, consists of parts, and that nothing can come from nothing. Therefore there must be fundamental units of material reality. And for them to move, combine, and decouple, there must be space, a void, for them to move in. The properties of things we perceive, their colors, tastes, and the rest, are caused by the configurations of the atoms constituting them, and how these interact with the configurations of atoms that constitute our sense organs. This latter point is central to Epicurus' theory of mind and perception. Our perceivings, seeing, hearing and the rest, are reliable, Epicurus held, and arise from the interaction between the world and our sense organs. The world is entirely physical, there are no non-physical things, which means in particular that there are no non-physical souls or minds. The word for soul and mind is the same, anima. Our bodies are moved by our minds, and our minds are affected by what happens to our bodies, but neither could occur if minds were not made of the same stuff as bodies. Our souls or minds are accordingly themselves made of material atoms, though they are especially fine ones, which are dispersed throughout our bodies, and we perceive and feel by the causal interactions between the body constituting and mind constituting atoms. When the body dies, these soul atoms are dispersed, and the functions of sensation and thought thereby cease. There is no life after death. And therefore there is nothing to fear in regard to death. Epicurus says, death is nothing to us, for good and evil imply sentience, and death is the privation of all sentience. In Epicurus' celebrated view, the alpha and omega of a blessed life is pleasure. Pleasure is our first and native good. The whole of the Epicurean ethic can be summed up as the pursuit of pleasure and the avoidance of pain. We get the modern meaning of Epicureanism: indulgence in wine, feasting and partying, devotion to the pleasures of the senses, from a completely erroneous interpretation of what Epicurus meant by this remark. For he immediately goes on to say, we often pass over many pleasures when a greater annoyance arises from them, and we often regard certain pains as preferable to pleasures when in consequence they bring a greater pleasure to us later. We regard being independent of outward things as a great good, not in order always to make use of little, but so that we are not inconvenienced when we do not have much, for they most enjoy luxury who have no need of it, and we know that what is natural is easily procured, while only vain and worthless things are hard to get. Plain food gives as much pleasure as a costly diet. Bread and water confer the highest pleasure when conveyed to hungry lips. To habituate ourselves to a simple and inexpensive diet supplies all that is needful for health, and enables us to meet all life's necessities without shrinking. And that is why he nominates pleasure as the end and aim. We do not mean the pleasures of the prodigal or of sensuality, we mean the absence of pain in the body and trouble in the mind. What produces a pleasant life is sober reasoning, searching out the grounds of every choice, and banishing those things that cause tumults in the mind. Understanding the nature of the world is the ground of this rational view. When we know that the universe is a material realm, we are no longer afraid, as Lucretius points out in his great poem, of our faux religion and superstition, but instead base our view of the world on reason and a clear understanding of reality. Among the difficulties with Epicurus' theory is the problem that its picture of a mechanistic universe raises for the question of free will, a problem that continues to bedevil philosophy today, all the more so because the discoveries of neuroscience place mental phenomena ever more securely in the physical realm. Epicurus tried to deal with this by saying that the atoms swerve slightly as they move through the void, giving rise to accident and randomness, but this is not a satisfactory solution. For if our choices are not connected causally to the actions that, as we take it, follow from them, but instead occur randomly or accidentally only, then free will is neither will nor free. One of the greatest pleasures, according to Epicurus, is that of friendship, philia. Friendship might begin with considerations of the usefulness that people have for each other, but soon develops into a bond of deep and abiding mutual altruism. FN2 The process mirrors the evolution of society. As Epicurus saw it, human beings were solitary creatures in the beginning, who over the course of history began to form families and communities, acquiring language and sharing the development of skills such as agriculture and building. There is something in this of the idea of society emerging from an idealized state of nature, as Locke and Rousseau conceived of it much later, when the utility of cooperation was recognized. In course of time, the increasing complexity of societies saw the appearance of kings and tyrants, of religion and of fear of punishment. But the true source of justice is the perception of mutual benefit in the keeping of compacts, and the belief that a prudent, honorable, and just life is the most pleasant one. If everyone lived by this ideal, Epicurus said, there would never be tyranny, and no need of religion, because society itself would be good. For Epicurus, the chief purpose of philosophy is to help people see what the best kind of life is, and why it is so. Philosophy is an education of the mind and a therapy for the soul. If philosophy does not heal the soul, it is as bad as a medicine that does not heal the body, he said. The happy life is the life of ataraxia, and one achieves it through philosophical understanding of the true nature of things, and by living in conformity with that understanding. Stoicism. Crates the Cynic is reputed to have been the teacher of Zeno of Citium, founder of Stoicism, who as we shall see can be said to have taught the internalization of the Cynic virtues of continence and self-mastery, and to have applied the concept of indifference, apatheia, not to society and the goal of an honorable life, but to the vicissitudes of fortune and the inescapabilities of aging, illness, and death. What recommended Stoicism to educated and patrician Romans later was its high ideal of a noble self-mastered life, a life of courage and fortitude, a robust and manly life which could, with equal dispassion, bear the hardships of the military frontier abroad and the demands of duty at home. Zeno hailed from Citium on the island of Cyprus, where he was born in 334 BCE. He began adult life as a merchant, but after reading Xenophon's account of Socrates he decided to study philosophy. It is said that while on a visit to Athens he asked a bookseller for advice on whom to approach among the teachers of philosophy, and at that moment Crates passed by, so the bookseller pointed him out. Zeno acquired from Crates his dedication to the Cynic virtues of continence and simplicity, but his modesty prevented him from living with shamelessness in the preferred Cynic manner, hence his idea of internalizing the virtues, of being a semi-Cynic in private, as it were. In addition to modesty he also had a strong sense of civic duty, which requires that one perform one's responsibilities as a citizen rather than rejecting society altogether. His convictions in this respect are illustrated by the fact that when he was offered Athenian citizenship he refused it in order to keep faith with his native Citium, where he had endowed the public baths and was held in great esteem. Crates was not Zeno's only teacher. He listened to teachers of the Megarian school of logic and the philosophers of the academy, and whereas cynicism gave him inspiration for his ethical teaching, it was from these other influences that he developed views in logic and physics. He set up his own school in the painted colonnade or stoa, stoa of the Athenian agora, from which the name of the school derives. His pupil and then colleague Cleanthes, c. 330, c. 230 BCE, succeeded him as head of the school when he died in 262 BCE. The logical and physical teachings of Stoicism were developed by Cleanthes and his own successor as the school's head, Chrysippus, 279 to 206 BCE. It is not known which of them is chiefly responsible for the doctrines of early Stoicism, but later Stoicism, as exemplified by Seneca, Epictetus, and Marcus Aurelius, was almost exclusively devoted to the ethical question of how to live, though this aspect of Stoicism was present from the outset. In their physics the Stoics were committed to the view that the signature of reality is the capacity to act or be acted upon, and they therefore said that the only things that exist are physical bodies. Matter, therefore, is a fundamental principle, arche, of the universe. But they pointed out that we also refer to many other things that are not bodies, for example places, times and imaginary objects such as mythical beasts. These things do not exist but subsist, that is, have a kind of courtesy semi-existence because they can be talked about. Unlike Plato, who held that universals really exist, albeit in a realm of being accessible only to the intellect, they described these objects of reference as mental entities only, much as did the nominalists of later philosophy. The arche, matter, is indestructible and eternal. But there is another fundamental principle of the universe alongside matter, also indestructible and eternal. This is logos, reason. It pervades and organizes the universe, making it go through a cycle of changes beginning with fire, passing through the formation of the elements, fire, air, water, and earth, the first two active and the latter two passive, thence on to the emergence of the world as we know it, constituted by combinations of these elements, and thence back again to the universal fire, which begins the cycle over again, in eternal recurrence. This logos the Stoics also called fate and God, and it is a material thing, like the physical universe which it orders through these endlessly repeating cycles. The Stoics held that the universe is a plenum of matter, meaning that there is no empty space. This raises the question of how things can be individuated, told apart, externally, and how they can maintain themselves internally as individual things. The answer is that they are kept apart as different individuals, and kept together internally each as a single individual, by pneuma or breath, which is a combination of fire and air. Pneuma penetrates all things, and because it comes in different grades it is the cause of things having different properties. It is what gives plants and animals their respective kinds of life, and it is what gives reason to humans. It is unclear whether this view committed the Stoics to thinking that, because pneuma is physical stuff, its role as the rational part of a human being cannot survive a bodily dissolution at death. Chrysippus said that the pneuma of the wise would survive the death of their associated bodies until the next fiery conflagration, perhaps because the pneuma of the wise has greater self-integrating power than that of the unwise, but the view smacks of compromise. Logic was a broad topic for the Stoics, including not just reasoning and its science but also epistemology and philosophical grammar. Their contributions to logic, strictly so-called, were significant. Unlike Aristotle's logic of terms, they explored the inferential relations between whole propositions, and identified three basic rules of inference. Actually they thought there were five, but three of them are the same rule written three different ways, which are familiar and central in today's propositional calculus. Fn3 An interesting feature of their logic is that it is committed to strict bivalence, that is, the principle that there are two and only two truth values, namely, true and false, and that every assertion must be one or the other. Aristotle had wrestled with the question whether this must be so, by contemplating a proposition about the future: there will be a sea battle tomorrow. Is this now definitely either true or false? If it is either, there must now be a fact about the future. But the future does not exist, so how can there be a fact about it? Aristotle therefore decided that the proposition is neither true nor false. Bivalence does not, he said, apply to future tensed propositions about contingent matters. Chrysippus, however, thought that all statements, even future tensed ones, must be definitely either true or false, and this therefore committed him to strict determinism. If there will be a sea battle tomorrow is now either true or false, it is now already settled that there will or will not be a sea battle tomorrow. In asserting the Stoic metaphysical principle that logos as fate drives the universe through its repeating cycles of history, he is to be taken quite literally. This view brought the Stoics into conflict with the Academy, Plato's school, which had by this time been converted to scepticism, see below. The Stoics argued that the criterion of a belief's truth is whether or not the experience that gives rise to it is caused in one's mind by the thing itself. As they put it, truth consists in the fantasia cataleptic or cognitive impression being stamped and impressed on one's mind in accordance with the very thing itself, and is such that it could not arise from what is not. The sceptics pointed out that no impression arising from something true is such that an impression arising from something false could not be just like it. This is a point that has made sceptical arguments a central concern in epistemology throughout its history. The Stoics did not think that merely having an impression amounted to knowledge, just by itself, nor did they think that having an impression and assenting to it or believing it is enough. The impression has to be supported by something further, something that nails it down, as Plato had said. What is that something further? This is the $64,000 question that all epistemology has tried to answer. The answers have included watertight justification of some kind, conformity with other known truths, a logical relationship to foundational or self-evident or basic propositions. The candidates have been numerous. Zeno of Citium had himself given the following illustration: hold out your hand, that is perceiving. Fold the fingers back, that is believing. Clench your fist, that is comprehending. Grasp your fist very tightly and securely in your other fist, so that it is supported, that is knowing. Like these other suggestions, this indicates the form of what a definition of knowledge should be like, but not the substance. It was, however, the ethics of Stoicism that made it so influential for so long, especially in the Roman world. The fundamental Stoic idea in ethics is that happiness, which they agreed is the end or goal, telos, of life, consists in living in accordance with nature. What is in accordance with nature is what is good. The good is what benefits us in all circumstances, unlike things which are only good in some circumstances and not in others, for example, wealth. Things that are sometimes good and sometimes bad the Stoics called indifference. The things that are always good are the virtues of prudence, courage, moderation, and justice. Given that wealth can sometimes be good though it is not an unqualified good like prudence, we need to distinguish between what is good as such and what can sometimes have value, axia. Things which have value can be preferred over their opposites. Wealth, health, and honor can be preferred to poverty, illness and disianure, because they are usually of advantage to us, or appropriate, oikion, for us, and as such we have a natural tendency to seek them. But if they interfere with the realization of what is wholly and unqualifiedly good, they are of course not to be preferred to it. Living well consists in rationally choosing those things that are good, and those things that are appropriate when consistent with things that are good, and the choices will be governed by seeking to conform to nature. It may well be that we do not succeed in achieving certain of the indifference which we rationally and appropriately pursue, such as wealth, but if we have what is good, courage, prudence, moderation, we will still be happy. An important aspect of this is the idea that what lies within our own control, for example our appetites, desires, and fears, we should seek to master, but as to what lies beyond our control, those things we can do nothing about such as aging, or suffering because of an illness or earthquake, we must face them with courage. The difference is between action and passion. Action is what we do, passion is what we undergo or suffer as recipients without a choice. To bear the passions, path, courageously means not letting them master us, we must be apathetic with regard to them. That is the original meaning of this term. The ancients also thought that emotions we now regard as active ones, such as love and anger, and to which we give the name of passions, were indeed truly so in the sense of their being inflicted on us as passive recipients of them. The passion of erotic desire, lust, was thought to be an infliction, even a punishment, from the gods. Excessive versions of the passions are disobedient to reason and it is necessary to school oneself to be ready for them, so that one can be, well, stoical about them. Unlike the more technical and difficult philosophies of Plato and Aristotle, and unlike the practically unlivable if entertaining example provided by the Cynics, Stoicism was immediately applauded by the Athenian public. A statue was raised to Zeno and its inscription included the words Zeno of Citium was a man of worth, exhorting the youth who were his pupils to virtue and temperance, affording by his own conduct a pattern in perfect accord with his teachings. It was a popular philosophy, and it received widespread recognition, including among its admirers the king of Macedon, Antigonus II Gonatas, who as a young man had attended Zeno's lectures in Athens, and who wished Zeno to come to Macedon to tutor his son. Cleomenes III of Sparta introduced reforms in line with Stoic teaching, and by the 1st century BCE it had become a significant part of patrician education in Rome. Octavian, who became the Emperor Augustus, had the Stoic Athenodorus Calvus as his tutor when he was young. In the first 2 centuries CE the three leading Stoics were Marcus Aurelius and Epictetus, who wrote in Greek, and Seneca, who wrote in Latin. Whereas Epictetus taught, and Seneca published, Aurelius did neither. His statement of a Stoic outlook in his To Himself, now known as the Meditations, was a private diary written while he was with his army on the troubled and dangerous Danube frontier in the years 170 to 80 CE. The desire for privacy was his reason for writing in Greek. The humanity and Stoic dedication to service exemplified in his book have been admired ever since. Epictetus was born a slave in Phrygia, his name in effect means bought or owned. He was taken to Rome in early life, where his owner, himself a former slave who had served the Emperor Nero, allowed him to study philosophy with the Stoic Musonius Rufus. After he had gained his freedom Epictetus set up as a teacher. In 93 CE the Emperor Domitian proscribed philosophy in Rome and banished the philosophers, whereupon Epictetus moved to Nicopolis in Greece and established a school. He wrote nothing himself, but his teachings have been preserved in the discourses and, for a more popular readership, in the Enchiridion, handbook, by his pupil Arrian. Self-knowledge and self-mastery are the key ideas in Epictetus. He argued that the distinction between what is within our power and what lies outside our power shows where the good is to be found, namely, within ourselves. Our use of reason, and our freedom to choose, allow us to evaluate the experiences we have and to ask ourselves, can I do something about this? If the answer is yes, then act. If the answer is no, then say, it is nothing to me. This is the apatheia connoted in the idea of bearing with, being stoical about, the unavoidable or inevitable. Everything turns on our attitudes, which lie under our own control, guided by reason. Acceptance of inevitabilities is freedom, it is the price paid for a quiet mind. There is something of fatalism in Epictetus' teaching. Ask not that events should happen as you will, but let your will be that events should happen as they do, and you shall be at peace. Behave in life as you would at a banquet. A dish is handed round and comes to you, put out your hand and take politely. It passes you, do not stop it. It has not reached you, do not be impatient to get it, but wait until your turn comes. Remember that foul words and blows are no outrage in themselves, it is your judgment that they are so that makes them so. When anyone makes you angry, it is your own thought that has angered you. Therefore make sure not to let your impressions carry you away. Seneca, the younger, was born in Spain in 4 BCE and became a senator and advisor to the Emperor Nero in Rome. His efforts to mitigate the increasing cruelty of Nero's rule failed, so he twice tried to retire but the emperor refused to let him go. Eventually he was implicated in the Pisonian plot to assassinate Nero, and his punishment was in order to commit suicide, which he did. This occurred in 65 CE. The historian Tacitus gives a graphic account of the occasion. Because of his age and condition, Seneca was unable to bleed to death effectively after cutting open several veins, the blood flowed too thinly and weakly, and so he took poison as well, eventually immersing himself in a hot bath to speed the blood loss. Tacitus says that he was suffocated by the steam. Seneca's works included essays, moral letters, dialogues, and tragedies, almost all published in his lifetime, and they had a wide readership and great popularity. He knew the thought of his Stoic predecessors well, and applied it eclectically to the business of living a good, fortitudinous, and reason-governed life. No doubt troubles will come, but they are not a present fact, and might not even happen after all. Why run to meet them? More things make us afraid than do us harm. Do not be unhappy before the crisis comes. Some things torment us more than they ought, some torment us before they even happen, some torment us which should not torment us at all. We exaggerate, or imagine, or anticipate sorrow, unnecessarily. The theme is the central Stoic one, that it is our own attitudes and beliefs that make life good or bad. Hamlet was epitomizing Stoicism in his remark that there is nothing either good or bad, but thinking makes it so. There is nothing theoretical about the adjurations of the Stoics, for whom philosophy was a practical matter, aimed at making a real difference to the felt quality of life. Understanding oneself and how things are in the world is liberating, they argued, precisely because it puts the key to happiness into our own hands. We can choose to be indifferent to what we cannot influence, while at the same time rationally governing our own feelings. It was a commentator on Stoicism, Cicero, who best found a way of summing up their ethical outlook. To learn to philosophize, he wrote, is to learn how to die, meaning that a right understanding of death frees one from the fear of it, so that one can live with greater courage and autonomy. If you are not afraid of death, you are ultimately and completely free, because you always have an escape from the intolerable. Freedom from the oppression of anxiety and fear, and from desiring what one cannot oneself achieve or gain, is happiness itself. The idea that happiness is the aim is, as we shall see, shared by all in the ethical debate from Aristotle onwards. Ideas about how to achieve it have much in common too, for in Aristotle, Epicurus, and the Stoics reason is the liberator. The differences between them, on this particular point, lie chiefly in what aspect of reason's application they emphasize. Scepticism. Reflection on the course of philosophy in the classical and Hellenistic period suggests why it should be that, From the 3rd century BCE until the 2nd century CE, there was a school of thinkers who called into question the very possibility of knowledge. These were the Sceptics. The pre-Socratics had focused attention on the distinction between appearance and reality, concentrating on the incontrovertible fact that how the world seems is not a straightforward guide to how it is, and proposing different accounts of what the underlying real reality is, among them Parmenides 1, Heraclitus Flux, Democritus Atoms, Plato's Forms. Moreover, the Sophists had illustrated how one could reason with equal cogency on either side of the same question, prompting one to ask, which side, therefore, is really right. Socrates said that his turn from physics to ethics as a young man was prompted by the indecisive, indeed fruitless, quest to know reality, a waste of energy when the far more important question of how one should live goes unanswered, and even here, as the Socratic aporia shows, the answers are hard to find. In Plato, the question of what knowledge is and how we can acquire it is a recurrent theme, and one which in the end is not fully resolved. In the late dialogue Timaeus he reaffirms his view, set out in the Meno, Republic, and elsewhere beforehand, that knowledge of the world around us can only ever at best be probabilistic. He had already acknowledged the problem of relativism in the Theaetetus, the idea that what is true for one person might be false for another, with no way of judging between them. Reflecting on all this might make someone wonder whether knowledge is possible at all, and whether inquiry will ever get us anywhere. Scepticism seems a natural response to this apparent general aporia. Aristotle in several places addresses the question of inquiry, for example in the Metaphysics and Posterior Analytics, advocating a method that begins from experience or common knowledge, and then works to refine it. We have beliefs, and act on them. In his view there can be no question of suspending belief or not believing, because then we would be no different from plants. So the question is, how can we arrive at the best beliefs, and how can we rationally select the point at which explanations and justifications stop? In making these points, in offering what can in effect be construed as rebuttals to scepticism, Aristotle shows that he was well aware of scepticism's intellectual temptations. Those temptations were, however, great, and they produced a sceptical reaction in two forms, the scepticism of the Academy, and the even more uncompromising scepticism of the Pyrrhonian school. As this suggests, there are significant differences between these two sceptical schools, even though Sextus Empiricus, who in the 2nd century CE wrote the most comprehensive account of scepticism, regarded the differences as superficial. It was the 6th successor of Plato as head of the Academy, R.C. Psellus, 316 to 241 BCE, who turned it in a sceptical direction when he became its leader in 266 BCE. He left no writings, and his views have been inconsistently reported by later commentators, among them Cicero, Plutarch, and Sextus Empiricus, so it is difficult to attribute a precise set of doctrines to him. But in reaffirming the Socratic conception of philosophy as inquiry which proceeds by way of dialectic, and accepting the aporetic, indecisive, outcome of such inquiry, he argued that we must withhold belief, not accepting either side of an argument, because there is no criterion of truth that can help us to choose between them. In denying that there is a criterion of truth he was directly rejecting both the Stoic and the Epicurean commitments to the existence of such a thing. This last point reminds us that Zeno, Stoicism's founder, who was about 20 years older than R.C. Psellus, had been a member of the Academy too, and also claimed Socrates as the inspiration for his outlook. In his case, however, he took the equation of virtue with knowledge, and the achievability of virtue through a Stoic life, to entail that knowledge must therefore be possible, even though it is as difficult to attain as it is to live the fully Stoic life itself. The chief difficulty for R.C. Psellus was, as just noted, the claim that truth is discoverable. His view was that it is not discoverable. A key point for Stoicism was the thought that suitably constrained perception gives rise to cognitive apprehensions, that is, accurate representations of what is perceived. In a distantly similar way, Epicurus thought that it is possible to test claims about what is not evident, for example claims about the microstructure of matter, against what is evident, especially what appears in sense perception, for, he said, the latter will place boundaries around what can be claimed about the former. But R.C. Selous rejected all such views on the grounds that there is no way to distinguish between perceptions that are misleading from those that are veridical. The Stoics responded by saying that cognitive apprehensions are those that arise in such a way that it is not possible for them to be non-veridical. But then of course the question is, what way is that? And this, to repeat yet again, has been the nub of the sceptical challenge throughout philosophy's history. Aristotle's point, that if you do not have beliefs you cannot act, was echoed more strongly by the Stoics, who argued that action is based on assent to, acceptance of, a belief relevant to the matter in hand. This was an important point for them because it meant that they could escape the problem of determinism. Perceptions are caused by external things, so if perception and belief are the same thing, and belief prompts action, then action is the outcome of the world acting causally on us. They argued therefore that assent to belief is required as the prompt for action, and assent is an act of mind and will. If there is no assent to a belief but there is action, then the action is merely a happening, no different from the behavior of a mindless thing. Given these considerations, how is R.C. Selous to explain action, or does suspension of belief imply that one cannot act? One reconstruction of R.C. Selous' reply is that just as the commitment to suspension of belief is the outcome of reasoning, so likewise would action be. In the following way, we receive many sense impressions, often in conflict with each other. If they all triggered action, the result would be confusion and even paralysis. So we just act in conformity with the reasonable, eulogon, not by assenting to what seems reasonable, that is, holding it to be true, but simply by going along with it because it's the best of the options presented by experience. A Stoic might ask, what is the difference between, on the one hand, judging that it is more reasonable to act on this impression rather than those impressions, and, on the other hand, believing that this impression is more reliable or even true? To which R.C. Selous might answer, to think that it is more eulogon to act in accordance with this impression rather than those impressions does not require one to believe that what it conveys is the case, is true. R.C. Selous is said by Cicero to have claimed that he knew nothing, not even his own ignorance. That seems to leave open the possibility that he thought that such a thing as truth exists, but that we are not equipped to discover it. If so, this would be another way of distinguishing between the academic skeptics and the Pyrrhonians. That this is possible is illustrated by R.C. Selous' successor as head of the Academy, Carneades, 214 to 129 BCE. Famously, Carneades was one of a group of philosophers invited to Rome in 155 BCE, where on one day he argued in favor of justice, and on the next against it, in what would seem classic sophistical style. His point was the skeptical one about the impossibility of knowledge, and, in particular, of knowing whether justice conforms to nature. He sought to argue that justice is an artificial construct, based on expediency. The Roman intelligentsia were disgusted by the display, and it was another 50 years before Greek philosophy recovered from the stigma it thus acquired for them. Like his predecessor, Carneades did not write, and in academic style employed the method of Socratic dialectic. What we know of his views comes in the first instance from his pupil and lover Clitomachus. Also, like R.C. Selous, he engaged with the Stoics on the questions that divided the Academy from them, but under the influence of their views he modified, one might say, softened, the sceptical stance, allowing a role to belief and to a kind of assent. While emphasizing that there can be no criterion of truth, on the grounds that we have no way of judging the truth of sense experience, which is the basis of our concepts and these in turn of our reasonings, Carneades nevertheless suggested that there is another, more modest, criterion which helps us choose how to act in practical life. This criterion is the persuasive, pithanon. He did not mean that sense experience might be causally persuasive, so to speak, by compelling us to assent to what it impresses on us, by, as the Stoics thought, some quality of the impressive relationship itself. Instead he meant something like plausibility or rational convincingness. In any matter of significance, a sceptic will act on the most persuasive impressions. If it is a really important matter, the sceptic will act according to what is persuasive and undivert, meaning by undivert that there are no competing impressions pulling in another direction. And in the great matter of what concerns happiness, the impressions on which sceptics will rely will be not only persuasive and undivert, but those they have thoroughly explored. Thoroughly explored impressions are those which remain persuasive after surrounding or related impressions have been examined fully. The criterion of persuasiveness might itself be persuasive as it relates to action in practical affairs, but Sextus Empiricus claims that Carneades thought it was also intended to serve as a criterion of truth as such. Cicero understood pithenon to mean probable. This therefore raises the question whether Carneades meant belief by persuasive impressions. He spoke of approving of persuasive impressions, which does not seem much different from the Stoics' assent, though he himself claimed it is not in fact the same. Clitomachus, who was closest to Carneades, said that he did not mean belief by approved persuasive impression, though others of his pupils, Metrodorus of Stratonicia and Philo of Larissa, said that he did. Cicero accepts Clitomachus' understanding of the matter. The dispute might seem to be largely a semantic one, but remember what was at stake for academicians. The founder of their school, Plato, had sharply differentiated belief and knowledge, and regarded the former as insufficient, imperfect, a mere matter of opinion, unrelated to truth. It might even be shameful to embrace mere beliefs, as Plato suggests in the Republic. If knowledge is impossible, as the sceptics argued, then belief is not merely a poor second best but a shameful or even a dangerous thing. But this is so only if to believe is taken to mean to believe that it is true. Carneades suggests that if you know it is merely a belief you have before your mind, and do not fool yourself into thinking that it is or could be the truth, then it is acceptable to consider it and evaluate its plausibility in relation to action. In any case this is necessary, for as Plato himself had said in the Meno, one has to start from somewhere, and where else but with an hypothesis. An hypothesis, a suggestion, an idea, a proposal, is not a belief that something is true. Carneades might have had some such idea in mind. It seems that Carneades' successors in the academy were as uncertain about what he said and meant as any good sceptic should be about anything. In 127 BCE he was followed as head by Clitomachus, who claimed that Carneades had argued for suspension of judgment and had not believed in belief. Philo of Larissa, Clitomachus' fellow student, or perhaps student, and in 110 BCE his successor as head of the academy, thought differently. He interpreted Carneades' notion of hypothetical belief as amounting to acceptance of tentative or defeasible belief. After Philo the academy had ceased to be sceptical. Some commentators saw it as returning under his leadership to a more orthodox Platonism in which, though there cannot be knowledge of the world accessed by our senses, about which there can only be opinion since all is transitory and imperfect, nevertheless there can be knowledge of eternal truths. This stance is known as dogmatic, in a non-pejorative sense to mean commitment to the view that truth is knowable and can be expressed. True to its traditions as a school of philosophy, the academy even in its sceptical phase was concerned with the topics of knowledge, belief, truth, reason, inquiry, and action. The other sceptical movement, Pyrrhonism, was almost wholly concerned with one thing, attaining ataraxia, peace of mind, tranquility. The man who gives Pyrrhonism its name, Pyrrho of Elis, was an unusual character, a standout figure like Diogenes the Cynic though with a very different persona. He too wrote nothing, it would not at all have fitted his chosen demeanor to do so, and his views come to us through his adherent Timon of Phlius, quoted by Diogenes Laertius, Aristocles, Eusebius, and others. Pyrrho, 360 to 270 BCE, was said to have begun life as a painter, but on reading Democritus he decided to study philosophy, and went as a pupil to Stilpo, a teacher of the Megarian school. The Megarians took their ethics from Socrates and devoted much attention to logic, making significant contributions to its development. He traveled with the army of Alexander as far as India, where, So Diogenes Laertius tells us, he encountered the gymnosophists, the naked philosophers, of that region, having already met with the Magi of Persia. This led him to adopt a most noble philosophy, consisting in agnosticism and suspension of judgment, saying that nothing is either just or unjust, nothing is honorable or dishonorable, indeed that nothing really exists, and only custom and habit guide human affairs. Fn for neither our experience nor our beliefs, our Dasein, are true or false, there is no logical difference between them, and therefore they are undecidable. Accordingly we should have no views about anything, and should refuse to take sides on any matter. Diogenes Laertius tells us that Pyrrho lived in perfect accordance with this doctrine. He was supremely relaxed and calm, he was indifferent to events, he did not even try to get out of the way of oncoming traffic and had constantly to be rescued by his friends from being knocked down. The combination of the assiduity of his friends and the relaxation of his attitude to life jointly explain the fact that he lived to the age of 90. He had ardent followers who sought to imitate his lifestyle, and no doubt many philosophers would be delighted if their own countries followed the example of his country, Elis, which honored him by freeing all philosophers from the obligation to pay tax. A less attractive aspect of his indifference appears in an anecdote telling us that he passed by a drowning man, for neither the man's plight, nor saving him or not saving him, mattered. There are definite resonances between Pyrrho's views, as the legends about him present them, and what he might have learned from some Indian philosophers to the effect that the world is an illusion, and that believing and desiring are therefore pointless, they would have added, harmful. But from Timon and other sources we find that he had a definite theory, the points quoted earlier about the indistinguishability and undecidability of everything entail an outcome, which is that understanding these points will result first in speechlessness, then in freedom from worry. But in themselves these points constitute claims of a substantial kind. The idea that everything is indistinguishable is the idea that reality is in itself formless, unstable, and indeterminate. That is a metaphysical thesis. From it follows the epistemological thesis that mandates skepticism. Our inability ever to determine whether anything is true or false rests on the indeterminacy of reality. Pyrrhonian skepticism gets its major statement not from Pyrrho but from a later figure, Aenesidemus, a Cretan-born philosopher who lived in the 1st century BCE, his dates are uncertain, and who is said to have been a member of the Academy but left it when Philo of Larissa rejected skepticism. His book Pyrrhonioi Logoi, Pyrrhonian Discourses, argues that neither sense experience nor thought provides a basis for knowledge, for arguments or evidence in favor of one side of an argument can always be opposed by evidence and argument on the other side. He begins his book by charging the Academy with dogmatism in confidently asserting some things and denying others, whereas Pyrrhonists are aporetic and free of doctrine, which is why they are at peace, whereas other philosophers wear themselves out uselessly and expend themselves in ceaseless torments. Suspending judgment is called epike. Aenesidemus set out 10 modes or tropes which state the grounds for claiming that we must suspend judgment. They come down to saying that things appear differently to the same perceiver at different times or under different conditions, and differently to different perceivers, so that no appearance can be regarded as definitively representing how anything really is. People differ from one another, and therefore they experience and judge differently. Our different sensory modalities, vision, hearing, touch, taste, smell, and the complexity of the things we take ourselves to perceive, make it impossible to claim that we definitively know about anything. The variability in our moods, age, health, and sickness render our perceivings and judgings variable, which are the ones that contain the truth. These arguments variously exploit considerations about perceptual variabilities, relativities, and the conflict between how things appear and what we think about them. Sextus Empiricus reports the views of someone, identified as Agrippa by Diogenes Laertius. Very little is known about him other than that he lived late in the 1st century CE, who summarized the grounds for suspension of judgment in 5 tropes, which have come to be regarded as the most famous arguments of ancient skepticism. The first is that any subject of debate prompts conflicting views among both ordinary people and philosophers, making it impossible to accept or reject either side of the dispute. So we must suspend judgment. The second is that when one tries to justify a claim in an argument, one has to appeal to a prior claim. But this in turn must be justified, and so on in a regress that never ends. So we must suspend judgment. A third is that everything is relative, things appear as they do only depending on the conditions or circumstances of their being perceived or judged. So we must suspend judgment. The fourth is that all attempts at judgment rest on assumptions, but alternative assumptions could be invoked, making it impossible to decide. So we must suspend judgment. And finally, we often enough discover that in trying to confirm a judgment we find ourselves already invoking considerations implicit in that judgment. This is circular. So we must suspend judgment. One of the chief sources of information about ancient skepticism is, as the foregoing shows, the writings of Sextus Empiricus, 160 to 210 CE, his outlines of Pyrrhonism and against the mathematicians. His name tells us that he belonged to the empiric medical school founded several centuries before his time, in the 3rd century BCE, by Serapion of Alexandria. The empiric school came to accept Pyrrhonism gladly, because it gave them a philosophical foundation for their opposition to the dogmatic school that followed the tradition of Hippocrates. The dogmatics argued that it was necessary to understand the hidden causes of illnesses, whereas the empirics argued that the impenetrability of nature made it pointless to seek hidden causes, and instead a physician's focus should be on what is evident and observable, namely, the symptoms. The empirics saw that different practitioners disagreed with each other, that different countries and medical traditions had different forms of treatment and understandings of disease, and that the only sure way to deal with a wound or an illness was to use tried and trusted techniques based on experience, or if a disease was new, to base one's effort to cure it on what one could see. Sextus describes the skeptic as one who is committed to investigation, not as one who arrives at and advocates set doctrines. Accordingly, skeptics do not offer teachings, but stick to their inquiries. They conform to the appearance of things in the sense that they act on what they perceive, they accept traditions and customs and live accordingly, they obey the promptings of nature in the matter of hunger and thirst, and they acquire practical skills, such as medicine, but they do not claim to know or strive to know, and they do not assert but merely report how things seem, like a chronicler or historian who simply records what happens. Latin translations of Sextus' writings were published in the mid-16th century CE and had a great influence on the rise of modern philosophy, not least on Montaigne, Descartes, Pascal, Bell, Hume, and other thinkers of the Enlightenment, and thence to more recent and contemporary philosophy where philosophical skepticism continues to motivate efforts at constructing epistemological theories which either answer or embrace skeptical considerations. Neoplatonism. By the middle of the 3rd century CE, the dominance of the Epicurean and Stoic schools had begun to wane, and a new movement of philosophical ideas was emerging, thinking of itself as Platonist but in fact richly synthesizing itself from many of the strands of philosophy that had flourished in the 6 centuries since Plato's day. This new movement, which later scholars named Neoplatonism, provided a comprehensive view of the universe and humanity's relationship with it, which many people found satisfying and which in its later phases became in effect a religion. As a religion it was both an alternative to Christianity and a source of ideas for Christianity, which adopted and adapted a considerable amount from it. One reason for Neoplatonism's appeal, especially to educated people, in the period of its chief flourishing between the 3rd and 7th centuries CE, is that it rejected the materialism of Epicureanism and Stoicism, that is, their view that reality is exclusively physical, and argued instead that mind is the ultimate basis of reality. The label Neoplatonist is somewhat misleading, for although the thinkers of this movement called themselves Platonists and valued Plato's views more highly than those of other philosophers, they were engaged not simply in reviving and teaching his views but in making use of them as the basis for their large-scale novel synthesis, drawing creatively on all but the materialist aspects of preceding debates. The two principal doctrines of Neoplatonism are, first, that mind is more fundamental than matter, as the philosophical jargon has it, is ontologically prior to matter, which means that it comes first in the order of existence, and second, that the ultimate cause of all things must be a single unitary principle. They held that the cause of anything must contain at least as much and typically more reality than its effect, in order to have sufficient causal potency to bring the effect about, and therefore the cause of the universe must be as real or more real than the universe itself. The conjunction of these theses constitutes the basis of Neoplatonism. Since mind is ontologically prior to matter, the ultimate cause of the universe is therefore mind or consciousness, and moreover is a single, unitary mind. They regarded this unitary mind as divine and variously called it the One, the First, the Good. It is easy to see why Neoplatonism seemed so attractive to Christians of the period, which is why they were not slow to adopt congenial aspects of it into their metaphysical and moral theology. The immediate metaphysical problem to be addressed by anyone who thinks as the Neoplatonists did about the universe is, how does the material reality that we are familiar with arise from a singular mental consciousness? Neoplatonism's most distinctive features arise from the elaborate and detailed answer it offered to this question. The thinker who is nominated as the founder of Neoplatonism is Plotinus, an Egyptian or Egyptian-born Greek or Roman. He was born in Lycopolis in Egypt's Nile Delta in 205 CE, dying 66 years later in Campania in southern Italy. He studied philosophy under Ammonius of Alexandria, going at the age of 40 to Rome, where for a number of years he lectured on Ammonius' teachings. It is said that he began to work out and write down his own views in response to questions his students asked. One of these students, Porphyry, edited Plotinus' writings in 6 books each containing 9 treatises, the result therefore named the Enneads, from Greek enneia, 9. The 54 treatises contain much difficult technical material, and they progress thematically from things earthly to things heavenly and finally to discussion of the One itself, starting with human goods, the first group of 9 treatises, proceeding to an account of the physical world, groups 2, 3, then the soul, group 4, then knowledge and intelligible reality, v, and finally the One, 6. As already mentioned, Plotinus regarded himself as a follower of Plato's philosophy, but to think that he was straightforwardly so would be misleading. This is, first, because a great deal had of course happened in philosophy since Plato, and Plotinus Platonism is influenced by the debates, criticism and responses to Plato's views that had accumulated over the intervening 6 centuries. The main targets for his defense and development of Platonism were Aristotle and the Stoics. Secondly, Plotinus accepted the validity of the letters ascribed to Plato, and what he knew about the unwritten teachings alluded to by Aristotle and which Plotinus seems to have known. Moreover, as one would expect from a major philosophical thinker of great powers and creativity, Plotinus' thinking develops Plato. He says things that are Platonic in spirit but have no source in Plato's own writings. This latter fact is unsurprising, given that, for example, there is no single, unequivocal theory of forms in Plato. His own self-criticisms leave it open as to what if anything he finally decided about the theory, so it is plausible to regard Plotinus' contributions as developments of the intention or spirit of the Platonic theories if not always their letter. Better still, one can identify what is distinctive about Plotinus Platonism by saying that it consists in accepting the underlying logic of the Platonic outlook, and developing it. For example, the theory of forms rests on the idea that there are eternal truths about perfect, immutable, and eternal entities, and that these have an exemplary or foundational status in relation to what exists in the realm of becoming. They are fully accessible to mind only when mind is disembodied. We recall also that Plato was influenced by Parmenides, who argued that complexity and plurality cannot be ultimate. Did Plato's unwritten doctrine address this point, and hint at or even terminate in a view that reality must ultimately therefore be one? In any event, Plotinus himself took it that Platonism entailed that there must be a first and absolutely simple principle that underlies the appearance of complexity and plurality, and is the embodiment of the eternal truth of things, and this in essence is Plotinus' doctrine of the One. Recall that Plato died in 347 BCE, and that the headship of the academy went first to his nephew Speusippus, and after the latter's death in 339 BCE to Xenocrates. Both of them developed Plato's ideas in ways which, though comprehensibly arising out of them, prompt controversy, most especially in connection with the reduction of the forms to a one and a dyad, this latter a principle of opposites or multiplicity, as noted earlier. If it is right that there was an unwritten teaching expounded by Plato to his pupils, it is possible that these ideas were aspects of it, providing the seeds for Neoplatonist development centuries later. Philosophical ideas were hot topics in Alexandria in the first 3 centuries of the Common Era, for the city was a lively scene of debate. The Jewish philosopher Philo-Judaeus, 20 BCE, 50 CE, and Neopythagoreanism both contributed to metaphysical speculation there. Plotinus attended a school of philosophy founded by one Hermias, which during Plotinus' 11 years as a student was headed by Hermias' son Ammonius Saccas. This person has prompted some speculation among historians of philosophy. Little is known about his doctrines, but he is thought to have been a Christian, at least for a time. Porphyry says he had been brought up a Christian but converted to paganism on becoming acquainted with Greek philosophy, a common direction of travel through the ages. Both Eusebius and Jerome deny this, saying that he remained a Christian throughout his life, but they are probably confusing him with someone else of the same name, because his great influence on Plotinus did not make the latter a Christian. Fn 5. Others, speculating on the name Saccas, which suggests that Ammonius had an Indian origin, say that he might have been a second-generation Indian immigrant to Alexandria, and had retained elements of the philosophical tradition of his forebears' homeland. This chimes with Porphyry's report that Plotinus had once desired to visit Persia and India in the hope of learning from their philosophers, but was unable to carry out his plan. A 5th century CE account of Ammonius says that his chief tenet was that Plato and Aristotle were in full agreement with each other. Given that his most famous pupils, Plotinus, Origen the pagan, so called to distinguish him from the Christian Origen, and Longinus, thought of themselves as Platonists in their respective ways, it is plausible that Ammonius had succeeded in persuading them that Plato was right and that Aristotle had not diverged from him. Origen and Longinus were orthodox in their commitment to Middle Platonism, that stage in Platonistic thought after the Academy abandoned the scepticism of the new Academy and modified Plato's doctrines with elements of Aristotelianism and Stoicism. Thus Middle Platonism occupies the period between the beginning of the 1st century BCE and Plotinus. But Plotinus did not accompany them along that path, he gave a highly original new direction to the Platonic tradition, and it is this that bears the name Neoplatonism. In noting that the occasion and a large part of the platform for Plotinus views is Plato's thought as modified by Aristotelian and Stoic criticism and by a rejection of materialism, one should add, for a clearer understanding of the development especially of later Neoplatonism, the influence also of certain mystical ideas from cults such as Orphism, and from Judaism, which had come to be more widely known following the translation of a collection of Hebrew scriptures into Demotic or Koine. Greek in the text known as the Septuagint, because it is said to have had 70 translators, Septuaginta is Latin for 70. All these factors together contributed to a climate in which Neoplatonism found an increasingly receptive audience. As so often happens with important developments in intellectual history, the founder of a tradition of ideas had gifted successors who added to, adapted or extended it in several directions. In the case of Neoplatonism, the chief successors to Plotinus were Porphyry, 233 to 305 CE, Iamblichus, 245 to 325 CE, and Proclus, 412 to 85 CE. Porphyry has already been mentioned as the compiler of Plotinus' Enneads. He wrote a commentary on Euclid and a number of other works. Whereas he shared with Plotinus the view that rational inquiry is the route to understanding the divine nature of reality, Iamblichus and Proclus are credited with taking Neoplatonism in mystical directions, making of it a religious philosophy in which theurgy, the practice of magical rituals to summon deities or to secure their aid, plays a key part. Given that Proclus was head of the academy in the 5th century CE, one can see how far Plato's doctrines had been taken in the centuries since he lived. The doctrines of Neoplatonism are elaborate. From the fundamental metaphysical principle of the one or the first, the universe unfolds into existence in stages in an eternal flow, each stage the ground or principle of the next. Of the one or first nothing can be said other than it is a unity, and it is absolutely fundamental, for it is beyond being or prior to it. The first activity of the one is consciousness or mind, nous. Nous is the second ultimate ground of being, after the one. The self-reflexive understanding that nous has of its source, the one, produces dualities such as change and rest, greater and smaller, identity and difference, and it produces number, ideas, the forms and the soul. The soul gazes upon the forms and is affected by them, is informed by them, in such a way that in consequence it produces images of the forms in time and space. These spatio-temporal images of the forms are the physical things that furnish the world. Thus reality is the output of mind or consciousness. Neoplatonism is a species of idealism, the metaphysical view that the ultimate stuff of the universe is mental. For Neoplatonists, soul and the nature it produces are on two different levels of a hierarchy, soul on the higher plane and matter on the lower plane. But matter is still an emanation of nous, and therefore partakes of the divine. It is passive, it is the lowest level of reality, it is the terminus of the chain of activities flowing from the one, a penumbra or fringe on the outer limits of existence. Matter is invoked by Plotinus as the explanation of evil. How can there be anything evil in a universe that flows entirely from the one, the good? Yet evil manifestly and tragically exists, so, how does it arise? Matter cannot itself be the cause of evil because it is passive, inert, with no powers of its own. Plotinus' ingenious answer is to say that when beings further up the chain of existence, in particular human beings, concentrate on material things below them instead of the higher things above them, evil results. He regarded people as essentially good but corruptible, and that this is the means of their corruption. His view proved controversial among later Neoplatonists. Proclus devoted a whole treatise to refuting him on this point, arguing that human souls are capable of evil on their own account, a view consistent with the Christian doctrine that people are born sinful because of Adam's fall. Christian moral theology invoked the idea that the deity gave humankind free will and that this is the source of evil, but the problem for believers in a good God is not quite made to go away by this, for it does not explain such natural evils as the suffering produced by cancer, tsunamis, earthquakes, and the like. Indeed, the problem of evil is one of the most persuasive of the anti-theist arguments, answerable only by conceding that if there are any deities, they are not wholly good, or not wholly powerful, or both. The ethics of Neoplatonism constitutes a major source of disagreement between its adherents and Christians. Because humans emanate from the one as the source of all being, Neoplatonism says, humans are themselves divine or partake of the divine, and the purpose of a life of virtue is to revert to unity with the one. The shortest route to reabsorption into the one is, as one would expect a philosopher to say, the philosophical life devoted to understanding the nature of reality and living in accordance with that understanding. This is par excellence the life of the mind, abjuring things of the body. So far, this rejection of things worldly is consistent with the strenuous version of early Christianity that saw so many of its votaries going to the desert to escape temptation, even in certain cases adopting the extremes of self-castration or living permanently atop a pillar. But the Christian claim that salvation had been achieved for humanity by a one-off self-sacrifice of God in human guise was rejected by Neoplatonists outright. In one version of the Christian view, all you need for salvation is to believe that claim, a very cut-price offer indeed in comparison to the Neoplatonistic view of the universe. The later transformation of Neoplatonism into a religious practice involving theurgy was in large part a response to the nature of late antiquity, the period of the demise of the Roman Empire in the West, the rise of Christianity and its vigorous and prolonged assault on paganism, including destruction of the literature and art of the preceding 1,000 years, the existence of many other sects and movements, the hordes of holy men, mystics, and magicians who swarmed that darkening world in competition with each other, which meant that, for the purposes of attracting followers, pledges of salvation and the aid of the gods had to be made. Fn 6 Philosophical examination of ideas had a hard time competing with bald assertions, claims, miracles, and promises, the more fanciful the better, a familiar story. For a time philosophy all but vanished in the swamps of religious claims and practices. Later Neoplatonism followed down that path. Nevertheless, Neoplatonic ideas proved extraordinarily influential even in this morass, not least perhaps because the morass was itself in part made by them, and most effectively by Proclus. Augustine in Western Christendom, and such figures as Basil and the two fathers named Gregory in Eastern Christendom, were influenced by Neoplatonist ideas, as was the theology developed in later medieval times by Aquinas and others. When the Arab conquest began in the 7th century CE, the regions of Eastern Christendom where Greek philosophy still survived, chiefly Syria and Mediterranean Egypt, immediately influenced thinking in the expanding Islamic world. In the Renaissance rediscovery of Greek philosophy, Neoplatonism was what Plato meant to the greatly influential Marsilio Ficino and through him to the culture of the day, and its later theurgic elements fed the flames of interest in magic, Hermeticism, the Kabbalah and other mystical movements in the 16th century CE in lands that the Reformation had made Protestant and where, therefore, religious authority was insufficiently strong to keep the explosion of such interest down. Fn 7 In all forms of idealism in modern and contemporary philosophy, traces of Neoplatonism remain. Neoplatonism is not the only example of a philosophy that was transformed over time into a religion. The same happened to Buddhism, Jainism, and Confucianism, which are strictly not religions because they lack a god or gods, though more popular versions of Buddhism have become submerged beneath layers of supernaturalism of various kinds. Two elements in human nature, the propensity to superstition and the hunger for simple stories to provide a framework for some sort of understanding of the universe and one's place in it, are powerful in explaining how this happens. Part 2. Medieval and Renaissance philosophy. In line with what is said in the introduction about this being a history of philosophy and not of theology, and in light of the fact that much of what was debated in medieval times was the latter rather than the former, this section concentrates on those aspects of medieval thought that are most philosophically significant in themselves and in their influence. The chief reason for the almost wholesale subordination of philosophy to theology in the medieval period is that after the abolition of the School of Athens, the Platonic Academy, by the Emperor Justinian in 529 CE, and his proscription of the teaching of pagan philosophy, intellectual activity fell under the authority of the Church, and as time went by it became increasingly risky to diverge from doctrinal orthodoxy. Doing so could and too often did attract the severest of sanctions, the death penalty. Even when speculation devoted itself wholly and only to philosophical matters, there was no guarantee of safety. If one's views had, or seemed to have, implications that cast doubt on matters of theology, or on what the currently winning side in doctrinal struggles considered orthodox, the risks were equally severe. As one would expect, this had a chilling effect on inquiry. The problem is that the concept of deity, of a god or gods, is exceedingly ill-defined. Indeed, a good deal of theology argues that it cannot be defined, or if defined, as, say, the sum of all perfections or as the plenitude of some such state as goodness or love, then it cannot be understood, it passes all comprehension. To one kind of skeptical viewer this makes the vastness of the literature of theology incomprehensible. How can so much be said about what nothing can be said about? But to a different kind of skeptical viewer the intrinsic unclarities and perhaps ineffabilities of the concept, into which traditional religious notions of deity rapidly mutate on inspection, actually explain the vastness of that literature. From this single point of unclarity, attended with so much hope, anxiety, fervour, and tradition, not a little of it literally of murderous importance to its votaries, you would expect volcanic amounts of debate and disagreement to erupt. Participants in theological debates of course deployed philosophical ideas, and in their applications of them at times made significant philosophical, and not just theological, contributions. Moreover, they had to address central philosophical problems, time, free will, the idea of what is good, from their theological perspective. How can there be evil in the world if it was created by a good God? How can there be time if God is eternal or even outside time? If God can foresee the future, being omniscient, can there be such a thing as free will in humanity? It is these aspects of the thought of medieval times, where philosophy arises from, or impinges upon, theological thought, that I now survey. It is well to recall that later philosophers almost always knew the work, the ideas, the theories, of at least some of the philosophers who came before them. They built on predecessors' ideas, or rejected them, or enriched or circumvented them with new insights, but whichever of these they did, their work is related to a continuing conversation. It is also good to be conscious of the distances of time that elapsed between the figures discussed here and indeed everywhere in this book. Augustine lived 700 years after Aristotle, Anselm lived 600 years after Augustine, Aquinas lived 200 years after Anselm. So 1,500 years separated Aquinas from Aristotle, whose work, a substantial part of it newly rediscovered shortly before Aquinas' time, was of such great importance to him. In those great gaps of time hundreds of other thinkers and writers, and thousands of teachers and students, discussed and interpreted the ideas of the major philosophers. So the outstanding names mentioned in these pages are literally that, outstanding, projecting like high mountain peaks above an extensive range of hills. Two things help to make sense of the history of medieval philosophy: the respective influences of Plato and Aristotle, and the methods of philosophical and theological debate developed in the high medieval period of the 12th and 13th centuries. Augustine, like the various early Christian theologians known as the Church Fathers, was influenced by Plato, largely through the medium of Neoplatonism but also through the late dialogue Timaeus, which Christian commentators found congenial as offering a cosmology interpretable in ways consistent with Scripture. Aristotle was for centuries little known except through translations of some of his writings on logic, for example those made by Boethius. Or rather, it would be more accurate to say that Aristotle was little known in European Christendom, but his works were still known among Syrian Christians, which is why, in the course of the first 3 centuries after the Arab conquest of the Middle East, an assimilation of his philosophy into Islamic intellectual culture was able to occur. A number of Aristotle's works were translated into Arabic, and in due course 2 great commentators on Aristotle appeared, Avicenna, Ibn Sina, 980–1037 CE, and Averroes, Ibn Rushd, 1126–98 CE. One could add the Jewish thinker Moses Maimonides, 1135–1204 CE, like Averroes, born in Córdoba in Spain, as a commentator on Aristotle likewise, and therefore as a contributor to the intellectual stir that prompted an upsurge of interest in Aristotle in European Christendom in the 12th century CE. As a result of this interest, translations into Latin of forgotten major works of Aristotle began to appear in considerable numbers in the 12th century, especially during its second half, the ethics, politics, physics, and metaphysics among them. The commentaries of Avicenna and Averroes were also translated, and those by the latter proved particularly influential in some quarters. This created a difficulty. Averroes' reading of Aristotle was such that it conflicted with important aspects of Christian doctrine, not least about the creation of the world and the nature of the soul. Heated discussions arose on the question whether Christians could and indeed should be heeding a pagan philosopher. For much of the first half of the 13th century it was a question whether study of Aristotle would be banned by the Church. In 1231 a commission was appointed by Pope Gregory IX to examine the matter. Under Siger of Brabant at the University of Paris there were enthusiastic pro-Aristotelians and Averroists. On the other side were those who agreed with Bonaventure, head of the Franciscans, who argued that Aristotle's views were incompatible with Christianity and who therefore favored Plato. The dispute was resolved by Thomas Aquinas, 1225–74 CE, who saw a way to render his own enthusiasm for Aristotle consistent with church dogma. He argued that the Averroist interpretation of Aristotle was wrong, and provided his own interpretation in its place. By his magisterial writings he made Aristotelianism the official philosophy of the Church. Known as Thomism after Aquinas' name, it is still the official philosophy of the Roman Catholic Church. The second point concerns method. In the first half of the 12th century, a bishop of Paris and professor at its university, Peter Lombard, edited a compilation of biblical and exegetical texts called the Book of Sentences. It instantly became a textbook for students of theology. Attending lectures on it was a requirement for a bachelor's degree, and anyone wishing to progress to a master's degree in theology had to write a commentary on it. This remained the case until the 15th century, and both the compilation and its centrality to the curriculum shaped the nature of theological and philosophical debate throughout that time. Alongside the sentences there developed a tradition of learning by means of disputation, a question and answer dialectic which constituted both a method of teaching and a method of examination. A version of it called quodlibetical disputation, quodlibet means, in effect, whatever pleases, involved a scholar accepting the challenge of answering any question posed to him in a public forum. Quodlibetical writings were those that addressed the widely debated standard questions, including controversial and problematic ones, that scholars and laypersons alike were interested in. A final introductory point, for the sake of organization, and adhering rather closely to the usual historical classifications, I take the medieval period as starting at the turn of the 5th century CE and culminating in the early 14th century, and the modern period as commencing in the late 16th century CE, labeling the period in between, the early 14th to the late 16th century, the Renaissance. Some historians of culture regard the Renaissance, under the label of the Northern Renaissance, as persisting into the 17th century. Although these labels are conveniences merely, and sometimes clumsy and misleading, they are indeed convenient, for they capture at least some important features of the periods they parcel out. It is hard to imagine Machiavelli living, surviving, in the Christendom of, say, the 12th century. It is impossible to imagine the 16th century explosion of interest in magic, alchemy and other occult sciences, leading as it did in the 17th century to great advances in science, being possible before the Reformation, whose birth date is the moment in 1517 when Martin Luther attached his theses to the church door in Wittenberg. But religious control of, or interference in, thought and inquiry was still sufficiently great in the early 17th century. Recall that Galileo was put on trial by the Vatican in 1632 for espousing Copernicus' heliocentric view of the universe, for the period between Augustine and the late 16th century to be considered as a whole. However, in the Renaissance period itself, as here denominated, there is only one thinker whose work persists in philosophy as an object of study, and that is Machiavelli. The others, responsible as they variously were for the Platonism, humanism, and in some cases the occultism of the age, such as Leonardo Bruni, Nicholas of Cusa, Leon Battista Alberti, Marsilio Ficino, Giovanni Pico della Mirandola, Thomas More, Erasmus of Rotterdam, Francesco Guicciardini, Michel de Montaigne and Giordano Bruno, are not now read as philosophers. Accordingly, apart from Machiavelli, I shall discuss themes, humanism, Platonism, associated with these individuals rather than the individuals themselves. Philosophy in medieval times. Augustine, 354 to 430 CE. Saint Augustine of Hippo, as he is known in ecclesiastical circles, was born in that part of the Roman province of Numidia which is now called Algeria. His mother Monica was a Christian and raised him as one, though as a student in his teens he became a Manichaean. He reconverted to Christianity in his early 30s, after a life typical enough of educated young men. He had a long-term mistress by whom he had a son, and, as he tells us in his Confessions, he enjoyed his sin so much that when he first began to pray to become good he added "but not yet." Once converted, Augustine devoted himself to the philosophical problems that his beliefs obliged him to address, not least among them the related problems of evil, free will and predestination. He had been attracted to philosophy long beforehand by reading Cicero's now lost dialogue Hortensius, or On Philosophy, so the difficulties posed by theology were quickly obvious to him. In addition to offering solutions to philosophical problems that challenged the faith, Augustine served the Church well in other respects, not least in providing ways to make its teachings more acceptable to an empire in which Christianity competed with older traditions of thought that did not require acceptance of factual as opposed to symbolic miracles, and did not require quite as much ethical self-denial. Christianity had been given legal status by the Emperor Constantine in 313 CE in the Edict of Milan, and had then been proclaimed as the official and only permissible religion of the Roman Empire by the Emperor Theodosius I in the Edict of Thessalonica, 380 CE, a very rapid conquest. Constantine's protection of Christianity and ultimate conversion to it had helped make it fashionable among the wealthy bourgeois and patricians of the empire, who however were more than somewhat concerned by certain aspects of the faith they now embraced. For one example, the scriptures said that it is harder for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for the rich to enter heaven. For another, the scriptures encouraged loving one's enemies, promoting peace, and turning the other cheek, a pacifist-seeming outlook, whereas Rome was a mighty military empire. Augustine rode to the rescue on both counts. He said that giving alms would result in the souls of the poor conducting the souls of the rich into paradise, and that the parable of the centurion who asked Jesus to heal his son proved that Jesus was accepting of the military. To his credit, however, Augustine addressed the question of a just war, providing the basis for Aquinas' just war theory 9 centuries later. Manichaeism, the doctrine espoused by Augustine before his conversion, was a movement founded by one Mani or Manes, who lived about a century before Augustine's own time. Mani, this was not his name, but a title approximately translatable as the Enlightened One, was born in southern Babylonia but lived and preached mainly in Persia. His teaching was a combination of Zoroastrian dualism, Buddhist ethics, and Babylonian folklore, with bits of Gnostic Christianity added. He taught that the universe is the theater of a great struggle between two principles, good and evil, the former being the principle of light, the latter the principle of darkness. The good principle is the father of majesty, the evil principle is the king of darkness. This latter has the head of a lion and 4 feet, but is otherwise half fish and half bird. The two principles would have coexisted peaceably had not the king of darkness decided to invade the realm of light. In response to this invasion, the father of majesty emanated the mother of life, who in turn emanated the first man, who in his turn emanated some sons and gathered an army. A complex and lengthy set of events, with numerous further emanations including a messenger and assorted virgins, followed. The Manichaean cosmology and universal history has the proportions of epic, and the surprising thing about it is that Mani claimed that it was all an embodiment of reason, untainted by fantasy and mysticism. He criticized Christianity for its miraculous and mystical elements. It might accordingly seem odd that Augustine should be an adherent, given his intellectual powers, to which the elaborate Manichaean structure must surely have seemed fanciful. FN1 The Christian picture, by contrast, would have appeared relatively restrained. But the Christian picture was itself not, as already indicated, free of problems. There were major matters of doctrine at issue, not least in the opposition between the Roman, Donatist and Arian versions of Christianity. These doctrinal conflicts were roiling the faith with conflict, power struggles and accusations and counter-accusations of heresy and error, typical fare in these domains. But these are matters of theology and dogma. Of interest here, by contrast, are the philosophical problems that Christianity raised. One was the problem of evil. It is simply stated, if God is good and created the world, how can it contain evil? Augustine set out an answer in his De Libero Arbitrio. First, he distinguishes between the evil that people do and the evil they suffer. The latter evil is caused by God, by way of punishment for sins, for if sins are not punished they would eventually overcome what is good. So the sufferings imposed by God make the world a better place, and they encourage sinners to repent. This prompts the thought that a God who imposes suffering as punishment for sin is a just God, but not necessarily a good one. Would a good God not be merciful, mercy sometimes subverting justice? Moreover, what of the suffering of little children, for example those afflicted by disease? This is not a matter of justice, for it cannot be punishment for sin. Augustine replies, in De Vera Religione, that the suffering of little children is good for the rest of us in various ways, and anyway the infants will be compensated for their sufferings eventually. But what of the evil people do? How can God allow that to happen? Some argue that God thinks a world in which people have free will, given that having free will results in people sinning, is a better world than one that has neither freedom nor sin in it. Others suggest that God is not powerful enough to stop people from sinning. Augustine's view is in effect a version of the first view, not for the comparative reason that it makes the world better, but for the superlative reason that it makes the world perfect. As long as men who do not sin gain happiness, he wrote, the universe is perfect. When sinners are unhappy, the universe is perfect. As we all alas know, the world is not perfect. This must presumably be because it contains so many happy sinners. Augustine's view of evil has to be made consistent with the idea that everyone is born sinful because of the fall, this being Adam's and Eve's sin, the sin of disobedience, in the Garden of Eden. But that could be achieved by the liberation from original sin offered by baptism, and by subsequent periodic absolutions for sins thereafter committed. Augustine does not seem to rely on this option, instead talking of grace as what enables a person to live sinlessly. But this raises the difficulty that anyone who has not received grace is therefore not able to live sinlessly, and therefore if such people suffer as punishment for their sins they are being treated unjustly. In saying that the evil committed by people is the outcome of their having free will, Augustine has to provide an account of free will itself. In commenting on the evils people do, and on the rebellion of Lucifer, he exonerates God from being the ultimate cause of those evils, which his role as creator of the agents who enacted them would seem to make him. He created them with a propensity to sin, and his omniscience might have forewarned him that they would act accordingly, by saying that the cause of evils is the individual sinners themselves. This suggests that nothing outside the sinners causes them to sin, the sinful events begin within them. This gives human beings a special place in the causal chain as first or originating causes themselves. But this view is inconsistent with what Augustine has otherwise to accept, that the serpent persuaded Eve and Eve persuaded Adam to eat the forbidden fruit, which means the cause of their sin lay outside them. It is also inconsistent with what he elsewhere says, about God inclining or moving people's hearts to do good as instruments of his mercy, or to commit evil as instruments of punishment he wishes to administer. For contrary to Augustine's claims, this latter makes God the cause of the evils that people commit. The difficult question of predestination and foreknowledge, which would seem to be attributes of omniscience, also therefore arises. Familiarly, it contradicts free will and human agency. It also presents Augustine with insuperable problems about time. In The City of God, Augustine says, God comprehends in a steady and sempiternal gaze everything that happens in time, whether future, present, or past. His knowledge of the three times does not change as ours does, for in him there is no change. This is inconsistent with his claim in the Confessions that the future does not exist. There he says that prediction is a matter of noting signs or symptoms available in the present which suggest how things will turn out, entailing that it is false to say that the future can be seen because the future is not here yet, and if it is not here yet, it does not exist. This was an argument against seers and witches claiming to tell fortunes, but it serves as an argument against divine foreknowledge too. Augustine's other doctrine that the future is not future to God, but present to him along with the present and past because all times are one to him, still does not help, for from our perspective that would mean there is a future which, from the perspective of our present, already exists, contrary to Augustine's denial that it does. An interesting point Augustine raises, however, is that although we speak of past, present and future, what we mean is the past relative to the present, the present relative to the present, and the future relative to the present. What time itself is, he says he does not know. If you ask me to meet you at a certain hour tomorrow, I can do it, he says, but if you ask me what time itself is, I have no answer. It mattered to him, though, that he excuse God from existence in time, in order to answer those who ask, what was God doing before he created heaven and earth? For those who ask this can then ask, why did he not continue doing nothing? Or why might he not return to doing nothing, as he did before? Or is he in fact not eternal? Augustine's answer is that God is exempt from the relation of time. Fn2 And moreover, before God made the times, past, present, and future, there was no time. In the course of his various writings in explication of Christian theology, Augustine anticipated several philosophical ideas that came into prominence later. His thoughts on just war, as noted, provided Aquinas with materials for a development of just war theory. He anticipates Anselm's ontological argument for the existence of God, and he is 1,200 years ahead of Descartes with a version of I think therefore I am. He says, Falle ergo sum, if I am deceived, I exist, although this idea also occurs in Plotinus before him, and before Plotinus in Aristotle. In fact, Augustine was so much taken with this idea that he repeated it 7 times in various works. Descartes almost certainly learned of it as a schoolboy at La Flèche, whose Jesuit teachers were admirers of Augustine. And finally, Augustine's remarks on how children learn language are quoted by Ludwig Wittgenstein at the beginning of the Philosophical Investigations, as a mistaken view. Of all Augustine's works, however, some are inclined to say that the charm of the purely autobiographical early parts of his Confessions is the greatest. Boethius, 477-524. Anicius Manlius Severinus Boethius was a Christian Roman aristocrat who was born at the very end of the Roman Empire in the West. The last Western emperor, Romulus Augustulus, was deposed in the year before Boethius was born. The new ruler of Italy, the Ostrogothic conqueror Theodoric, was however a civilized man who had been educated at Constantinople, and he was content for the Roman way of life to continue much as before. So Boethius and his family lived in Rome as they would have done under the empire. Boethius was highly educated in the best Roman way. He knew Greek as well as Latin, and might have continued his leisurely life of scholarship, studying and translating philosophical classics, if he had not accepted a senior position in Theodoric's government, which had its seat at Ravenna. This was a mistake. Centers of arbitrary power are dangerous. As he recounts in his Consolation of Philosophy, Boethius was arrested and tried both for treason and for indulging in magic, quite likely trumped up charges because of a court intrigue. He was presumably executed, but not before he had completed the Consolation of Philosophy, the book for which he is best known. The ambitious task Boethius had set himself when young was to translate and provide commentaries on all the works of Plato and Aristotle. In the event he managed to complete his work on Aristotle's Categories and De Interpretatione, and he also wrote commentaries on Porphyry's Isagogy and Cicero's Topics. He was the author of textbooks on arithmetic and logic, and although he produced a work of theology entitled Opuscula Sacra, his chief passion was logic, in which he was a follower of Porphyry. In the Isagogy, Porphyry raises a set of questions about universals, the properties or qualities that many particular things can have in common, such as redness, roundness, being human, only to set aside discussion of them as too difficult for an introductory work. He does however state what questions about them need to be answered. Do universals exist separately from the particulars that instantiate them? Or are there only particular things, universals therefore being mere concepts, just names that we apply to a number of different particulars to draw attention to their similarities? If universals really exist apart from particulars, are they corporeal, physical, or incorporeal, and either way, how do particulars instantiate them? This is the same problem Plato faced regarding the relation of forms to particulars, as discussed in his Parmenides. Boethius argued that universals are not independently existing things, but that it would be wrong to think that the concepts of them are merely empty, as had been argued by those who thought that, if universals are not independently existing things, talk of them is therefore talk of nothing. Instead, Boethius took the Aristotelian view that universals exist but always and only in the particulars that exemplify them. They are universal in thought, but particular in their actual existence. It is universal in one way, when it is thought, and singular in another way, when it is sensed in the things in which it has being. This view is in line with that of the nominalists in subsequent medieval philosophy, for which the problem of universals was such a big issue that people came to blows over it. Boethius adopted a stance similar to Augustine's on the problem of free will in the light of divine omniscience and foreknowledge. The argument for the incompatibility of free will with God's foreknowledge is that if God knows the future must be fixed in advance, and therefore there can be no such thing as free will. But if everything mortals do is inevitable and they cannot do otherwise, then they cannot be praised or blamed for what they do. The solution, says Boethius, is to see that God is not in time but in eternity, and everything that we mortals think of in temporal terms, past, present and future, is all present to him. To this it might be objected that mortals are not saved from unfreedom by this view of God's relationship to time, because if God can see what, from a mortal's perspective, lies in the future, the mortal cannot do otherwise than what happens in that future. Boethius answers that the inevitability of the future as God sees it is a necessity relative only to God, not to the mortal whose future it is. This requires a distinction between two kinds of necessity, one applying divinely and the other not. What this means, if anything, is unclear. As noted in connection with Augustine, two alternatives to the contradiction between God's omniscient foreknowledge and the requirement that mortals have free will so that they can choose whether or not to sin are these: either deny foreknowledge, and therefore omniscience, to God, or deny free will to mortals. Neither is palatable to traditional theology. Boethius would have had another option had he elected to follow the classical Greek way of handling the subject of fate, which likewise implies that futures are fixed and inevitable. This is to take the unsettling view that whatever one's fate, and despite its being fixed and unavoidable, one would be punished or rewarded for it anyway. Think of Oedipus, whose fate was to kill his father and marry his mother, by whom he would then have children. He followed his fate, not knowing that he was doing so and anyway unable to avert it even if he had indeed known. And he was severely punished for it. Boethius' Consolation of Philosophy is a work of great literary merit, taking the form of a dialogue, in a mixture of prose and verse, between Boethius awaiting death in prison and philosophy in the figure of a woman. He is in despair at the sudden and terrible stroke of ill fortune he has suffered. She offers him consolation, but not in the form of sympathy. Rather, she reminds him that his happiness lies elsewhere than in the chances and changes of worldly luck. Boethius complains that his fate shows that the good suffer while the wicked prosper, and philosophy says that she will show him that this is not true. She begins, as much of the philosophical tradition does, by distinguishing between worldly goods such as riches and status, and the true goods of virtue and love. These latter Boethius has not lost. So even though he has lost wealth and power, he has not lost what brings real happiness. She then argues that happiness and goodness are the same thing, so the wicked, in not being good, are of necessity unhappy. And finally she argues that everything that happens is the result of God's providence, and that apparent suffering and unhappiness in fact serve a higher purpose which might not be apparent at the time of suffering. At this point Boethius thinks that he catches philosophy out. Ah, he says, so if everything unfolds to the good through God's providence, it means that everything happens of necessity, so there is no free will. Philosophy gives much the same answer as above, that God is outside time and therefore the future and the past are altogether present to him. Commentators on Boethius remark on the fact that he has pagan philosophy consoling a Christian. How, they ask, can a Christian accept this? Some answer that Boethius was demonstrating the insufficiency of philosophy to provide a consolation as satisfying as Christianity does, which means that the consolation of philosophy is an elaborate work of irony. But to think this is rather a stretch. The views philosophy offers chime well with views for which Boethius argues elsewhere. Moreover, Boethius' successors in medieval thought did not interpret him as an ironist. Along with Aristotle and Augustine, he is a dominating figure in that tradition. For centuries his writings were a standard source for the study of logic, but the consolation outstripped even those works in importance and influence. It was read, admired, translated, and imitated right up to the 18th century. Anselm, 1033–1109. Archbishop Anselm of Canterbury was not an Englishman but the son of an aristocratic family at Aosta in Italy. As a teenager he tried to become a monk, but his father would not allow it. After his father's death he led an itinerant life, traveling through Italy and France, until at the age of 27 he decided to give up his worldly inheritance and take the tonsure, choosing to join the Benedictine order at the Abbey of Bec in France. FN3 he became its abbot, and in his time there made it one of the leading schools of Europe, attracting students from many countries. After the Normans conquered England in 1066 the Abbey of Bec was endowed with lands in the new domains, so Anselm crossed the English Channel to visit them. He was nominated as successor to Archbishop Lanfranc of Canterbury, but at first was denied that position by William II, William Rufus, who wanted the revenues of Canterbury for himself. Only when Rufus thought he was on his deathbed and asked Anselm to give him the last rites was Anselm allowed to take up the archbishopric. This occurred during a period of turmoil in the Church, which at the time had two popes in competition with each other. William survived both his illness and his satisfaction at having Anselm as Archbishop of Canterbury. The two men were in frequent conflict, and the quarrels continued between Anselm and Rufus's successor, Henry I. The victory, after 2 periods of exile and other controversies, in the end went to Anselm, who was able to secure the independence of the Church from the Crown, and the supremacy of Canterbury over York, the quarrel between the two archbishoprics having been a considerable source of angry dispute for much of his period in office. Throughout his busy and tumultuous public life Anselm managed to find time to think and write. Most of his work was in intricately dense theology, but with much dense and intricate philosophy alongside. The reputation of scholasticism, the philosophy of the schools, a generic name for medieval philosophy, as consisting in logic chopping and minute distinctions, is not undeserved, and finds exemplification in Anselm. For example, in connection with words that can function as either nouns or adjectives, he asks whether they refer to a substance or a quality. To solve the problem he distinguished between signification and appellation, something rather like denoting and describing respectively, and said a term like red signifies one thing, namely redness, but applies to many things, red balls, red noses, red flags. Moreover, and this is a nice point, although red signifies redness, it does not appellate or exemplify redness, for redness is not itself red, any more than being a man is a man. Another example is his argument that truth has always existed, an important point for theological purposes. It goes as follows. Suppose that truth has not always existed. Then before truth came into existence, it was true that there was no truth. But that means there was truth before there was truth, which is a contradiction. So the supposition that truth has not always existed is false. Anselm is best remembered now for his arguments concerning the existence of God, which one finds in the Monologion and the De Veritate, but chiefly in chapter 2 of the Proslogion. The principal argument, which seeks to prove God's existence from the mere thought of God, goes as follows. The concept of God is the concept of the greatest thing there is, something which is so great that nothing greater than it can be conceived. The concept of this greatest thing is, obviously, in one's mind, one is conceiving of it. But if the greatest thing were only in one's mind, one could indeed conceive something greater than it, namely, a greatest thing that actually exists in reality. Therefore the greatest possible thing, God, must really exist. This argument has been known as the ontological argument since Immanuel Kant's criticism of it in the 18th century. Kant's objection is that the argument makes existing a property on a par with any other property, whereas it is not a property but a condition of something's being able to have properties. The argument says that really existing is a property that makes something greater than something that exists only in the mind. But consider, suppose there is a table in my room whose surface is brown and which stands a meter high. The phrase there is another way of saying there exists. Now, I can paint the table a different color, or I can chop some centimeters off its legs, and the table would still exist, but could I change the existence of the table into non-existence, leaving the color or height of the table unchanged? Obviously not. How can a non-existent table have any color or height? Anselm assumed that for the greatest conceivable thing to be the greatest conceivable thing, it must have the property of existing as an essential greatness, but Kant's argument says that to have any of the properties that putatively make it great, it must, so to speak, already exist, so existence is not a property, essential or otherwise. In any case, to say that something does not exist might be, if the thing does exist, to speak falsely, but it is not to contradict oneself. The ontological argument seeks to treat a denial of the existence of God as a contradiction, on the grounds that existence is an essential part of his nature. But to claim this is wholly a matter of definition, Anselm relies on a traditional conception of God as having all positive attributes, and no negative ones, in superlative degree, but that is purely stipulative. Anselm distinguishes between existing in thought and existing in reality, but does not carry the distinction through to the difference between something's having a property in thought and having a property in reality. This by itself is fatal to the argument. Moreover, a critic might ask, what motivates saying that existing in reality is greater than existing in thought? What does greater mean here? Does it mean better? Why should one automatically assume that being real is better than merely being thought of? Is murder, for example, better for happening in reality than only being thought of? What is regarded by some as the most effective argument against Anselm was provided by his contemporary Gonilo of Marmoutiers, another Benedictine monk. It is known as the Lost Island argument. Instead of the greatest thing that can be conceived, Gonilo suggested we think of the greatest island that can be thought of. This is a perfectly meaningful phrase, we understand it, so the greatest conceivable island exists in our minds. But Anselm's argument tells us that the greatest conceivable island which exists in reality would be greater than one that exists only in the mind. Therefore there must be a greatest conceivable island. Gonilo took this to reveal the absurdity of Anselm's argument. Scholars still debate Anselm's argument, and there are some philosophers today, among them Alvin Plantinga, who try to formulate versions of it that will unequivocally work. Interestingly, arguments for the existence of a deity are never what lead people to theistic beliefs. At best they are post facto justifications or rationales for what almost always is a commitment that arises from other sources. Abelard, 1079–1142. Peter Abelard is known outside the history of philosophy for his famous and tragic love affair with Heloise. He was a clever, handsome, and charismatic man, and as a teacher at the University of Paris was a celebrity among its students, who had flocked to hear him from all parts of Europe. So far did his fame extend. It came to his attention that one of the secular canons of Notre Dame, named Foulbert, had a remarkable young niece lodging with him, brilliant, learned and beautiful. This was Heloise d'Argenteuil. Abelard arranged to take lodgings with Foulbert also, and offered himself as her tutor. Inevitably the two began an affair, she fell pregnant, and gave birth to a son they named Astrolabe in honor of the scientific instrument. Although Abelard and Heloise married secretly, the furious Foulbert was not placated. He hired men to attack Abelard and castrate him. When he recovered from this trauma, after a period as a monk in retirement, Abelard returned to teaching and writing at a monastic school associated with the Abbey of Saint Denis. Heloise was cloistered as a nun at Argenteuil, from where she wrote Abelard poignant love letters saying she would rather love him than God, and wishing that she was in bed with him. His replies, alas, are stuffy and pompous, telling her to behave herself as a good nun. They were reunited in the end. Heloise founded a nunnery called the Paraclete and Abelard became its abbot. Abelard is a philosophically significant figure for a number of reasons, but not least among them is that he had a founding role in the form and manner of high scholasticism, the logical, systematic approach to philosophical and theological questions, and the intermingling of the two. This is illustrated by his book Sic et Non, Yes and No, in which he places contradictory texts of Scripture side by side, and states rules for reconciling the texts, one principal rule being that of taking care to identify equivocations. The technique is designed to promote a logical approach to dealing with problematic questions. As the insistence on logic suggests, he was instrumental, with Albertus Magnus and others, in promoting the influence of the newly rediscovered Aristotle, whose works had not long since begun appearing in Latin in greater numbers, and some of which Abelard knew. Abelard is regarded as a leading figure among nominalists, both because he rejected the realism about universals associated with Plato and because he offered an account of universals as names, not things, names we apply to things that are similar, such as this individual rose and that individual rose, both of which accordingly we call rose, or which have similar properties, such as the red of this rose and the red of that, which for convenience we refer to as redness. But there is no redness in the world apart from the red in each individual red thing, so redness is simply a name, nomen. The basic idea underlying Abelard's nominalism is that everything that exists is individual and particular. Although he regarded individuals as composites of form and matter, he was Aristotelian in regarding the form as immanent to the matter, that is, as individual to it and inseparable from it. It follows that the form informing a given quantum of matter cannot be in more than one lump of matter at a time. Such a view implies that relations, before, to the left of, father of, exist only because the related individuals exist. For Abelard, logic and semantics are the basis of philosophy. If we understand how words signify things, and how they combine in sentences which, when declarative, denote dicta or propositions, a proposition is the what is said by an assertion, he recognized that not all sentences assert propositions, other sentences constitute questions, or commands, or expressions of wishes, and so on, then we can better understand the logical structure of arguments. For example, he showed that a conditional sentence of the form if P then Q, where P and Q are dicta or propositions, is not about the truth or otherwise of P or of Q taken independently, but about the relationship between P and Q. Although Abelard was influenced by Aristotle, he did not know all of Aristotle's works, and therefore some of his independently developed views are very un-Aristotelian. For example, he did not think that perception consists in having an eidolon, image, of an object entering one's mind and forming it into a replica of the object. Instead, he had a view more similar to the naive realist's belief that we look out of our eyes as if through windows, and thereby get an initial apprehension of the object which imagination supplies with details and clarifications, thus achieving an understanding of what it is. In a partial and superficial way, Abelard's theory of perception prefigures Kant's views, and so do his views about ethics, for he says, as Kant later did, that the question whether an act is right or wrong is wholly settled by reference to the intention of the actor. If an actor's intentions are shaped by his love of God and his desire to obey him, his acts are good, otherwise they are wrong. This makes the outcome of the act irrelevant to judging its moral worth, even if, contrary to the actor's aim, it causes harm or evil. It is an immediate corollary of this view that the will must be free, otherwise we cannot be praised or blamed for what we intend. In a dialogue between a philosopher, a Jew, and a Christian, the philosopher, a Stoic, argues that happiness is attainable in this life by the successful pursuit of virtue. Abelard has the Christian claim that final happiness is attainable only in the afterlife. Aquinas, 1225–1274. By a considerable margin, St. Thomas Aquinas, as he is known in religious circles, is the greatest philosopher as well as theologian of the medieval period. His combination of theology and philosophy survives today as Thomism, still taught in Catholic universities and colleges as the official philosophy of the faith. A scion of an aristocratic family of Aquino in the region of Italy now known as Lazio, Aquinas was educated at the Benedictine Abbey School of Monte Cassino, and then at the University of Naples. His family wished him to join the grand, genteel, and centuries-old Benedictine order, as befitted his birth, but while a student at Naples he fell under the influence of a recruiter for the recently formed Dominicans, a mendicant preaching order founded to oppose heresy and fiercely committed to forging the intellectual tools to do so, very like the Jesuits more than 3 centuries later, who were set up to fight the Protestant Reformation of the 16th century. The Dominicans' reputation as hunters of heresy and heretics earned them the threatening as well as punning nickname of the Hounds of God, Dominicanes. Aquinas' family did everything they could to dissuade him from joining the new order, which from their point of view seemed to be a collection of hippies and street fighters with its poverty, lack of history, zealotry, and engagement in struggles with Albigensians and Manicheans. They went so far as to kidnap Aquinas, holding him prisoner in their family castles. His brothers even smuggled a prostitute into his room to seduce him from his religious fervor. Legend has it that he drove her away with a red-hot fire iron, and was rewarded that night by a visit from 2 angels, an event which strengthened his resolve. He was finally allowed to leave, and made his way to Paris to study at its university. He enrolled as a pupil of Albertus Magnus, and became so attached to him that when, later, Albertus was sent to inaugurate a new studium at Cologne, he accompanied him and soon afterwards began his teaching career there. Among his fellow students and colleagues Aquinas was known as the dumb ox, mainly because he was a man of few words, but also because he was big and burly. Albertus said to them, "You name him the dumb ox, but his teaching will one day be a bellow heard throughout the world." Aquinas might have been a man of few words in the spoken sense, but he made up for it in the very many volumes of his writings. At Cologne he wrote commentaries on books of the Old Testament and an enormously detailed study of Peter Lombard's sentences. Recalled to Paris to serve as regent master in theology for the Dominicans, he set to work to defend the mendicant orders, which as his family's attitude demonstrates were controversial. The other notable new such order was the Franciscan, founded by Saint Francis of Assisi. The Franciscan and Dominican orders quickly became rivals, often bitter ones. In his first stint as regent master in Paris, Aquinas wrote a book on truth, commentaries on Boethius, and a collection of quodlibetical responses to questions in theology put to him by his students and others. By the end of his time there he was working on one of his most famous books, the Summa contra Gentiles. Literally translated, contra Gentiles means against the Gentiles, the implication being against the unbelievers. Summa means summary. As indicated by the standard English translation of the title, On the Truth of the Catholic Faith, the word unbelievers denotes anyone not a member of the Roman Church, which claimed then as it does now that there is no salvation outside the Church. Members of the Orthodox communions of Eastern Christianity therefore came under the same heading. Some scholars say that the Summa contra Gentiles was written as a handbook for missionaries to help with evangelizing efforts among pagans and Muslims in North Africa. Whether or not that is so, the book is unusual among Aquinas' works in that its first 3 quarters relies not on scripture and revelation, but on natural theology only, that is, on philosophical arguments rather than church authority. This was so that unbelievers could be converted by appeal to reason without first having to accept the claims made by the Church. Accordingly, its account of the nature of God, the creation, and the way to achieve happiness, these being the subjects of the first 3 books of the Summa respectively, he tells his readers that happiness is secured by believing in God, do not appeal to Scripture. The last book introduces the tenets of Catholic Christianity. In the decade between 1259 and 1269, Aquinas was once again in Italy and engaged in a variety of educational initiatives and as a papal theologian in Rome. Despite the calls on his time, his prodigious output continued. He wrote several searching commentaries on Aristotle's De Anima, the Physics, and other works, and also the Golden Chain, the Errors of the Greeks, meaning the Orthodox Christians, the powers of God, and above all the first parts of the vast Summa Theologia, Summary of Theology, which he wrote as a primer for beginners in theology, justifying the production of an introductory work by quoting St. Paul's remark in the first epistle to the Corinthians, "As to infants in Christ I gave you milk to drink, not meat." This is his most famous work. For sheer size the Summa Theologia is rarely beaten, it is over 2 million words long, and Aquinas did not finish what he had originally intended to cover. It takes the form of questions, proposed answers of competing kinds, and discussions of those answers. This is similar to the form of a university disputation in the scholastic tradition. The size of the book meant that Aquinas' ideas developed as he worked on it. For example, the third part of the Summa Theologia, corresponding to the third part of the Summa contra Gentiles on how to attain happiness, was written at the same time that he made his commentary on Aristotle's Nicomachean Ethics, and the influence shows. In 1269 Aquinas was sent back to the University of Paris by his Dominican superiors to combat the rise there of a version of Aristotelianism associated with Averroes, Ibn Rushd. Averroes' commentaries on Aristotle promoted a strong pro-Aristotelian line against the Neoplatonism of his predecessors Alfarabi and Avicenna, and had thereby initiated a considerable and growing Aristotelian influence. His view of Aristotle involved interpretations uncomfortable for Christian doctrine, for example, the claim that the world is eternal, which contradicts the Church's teaching that God created the world. So Aquinas, an Aristotelian but opposed to the Averroist interpretations, undertook to combat it. His endeavor in this regard became entangled in a quarrel between the Dominicans and Franciscans in Paris, one of whom accused Aquinas of secretly being an Averroist. The Aristotelian question was a delicate one therefore, for Aquinas was keen to defend what he admired in the philosopher. He devoted a series of disputations in the years 1270 to 72 to a demonstration of the consistency of Christian and Aristotelian views. In 1272, 2 years before his death, the Dominican order invited Aquinas to found a university anywhere he wished. He returned to Naples, and both taught there and preached to the public in the city. It was in the Dominican chapel of St. Nicholas in Naples that he was seen to levitate, so it is claimed, while receiving a commendatory book review from heaven. What is described as a long ecstasy, probably a stroke, occurred not long afterwards, in December 1273, and although he made a partial recovery he was unable to continue his writing. He died 3 months later, and was canonized half a century afterwards. One result of the Aristotelian controversy during Aquinas' second sojourn in Paris was that some of his teachings were condemned by the Bishop of Paris, and his reputation then and posthumously suffered in some quarters. It was not until his proclamation as a doctor of the Church 2 centuries later, placing him alongside the Latin fathers of the Church Ambrose, Gregory, Jerome, and Augustine, that his reputation resumed its upward rise. At the 16th century Council of Trent his Summa Theologia was placed on the altar beside the Bible, and in 1879 Pope Leo XIII, in the encyclical Aeterni Patris, decreed that his teachings constitute the definitive statement of Catholic doctrine. What this sketch of Aquinas' life only hints at is the central and pivotal fact that the recovery of the works of Aristotle and their translation into Latin, especially during the second half of the 12th century, the century before Aquinas' own time, along with studies of them by Averroes and Albertus Magnus among others, were creating tensions between philosophy and theology, which to some meant between reason and faith. Aquinas encountered Aristotle's philosophy as a student at Naples, and was profoundly influenced by it. Indeed, a great deal of his own philosophy is straightforward adoption from Aristotle, on the material world, time, motion, cosmology, perception, ethics, and aspects of the question of the relation of God to the world. Aristotle was not the only influence. Augustine and Boethius, and Plato through Neoplatonism, played their part in his thought too. But it is evident from the searching nature of his commentaries on Aristotle that the philosopher was the chief source of his views. That is the principal reason why he set himself the task of reconciling faith and reason, by attempting to show that Christian doctrines have, or can be given, Philosophical underpinnings. In earlier Christian doctrine there were conflicting and unsettled views about the nature of the soul, ranging from Tertullian's view that the soul is corporeal to versions of Plato's non-corporeal theory adopted by Origen and Gregory of Nyssa. The problem required a suitable philosophical understanding of the concept of substance, which in turn involved thinking about matter, change, and form. As one would expect, Aquinas found resources in Aristotle for formulating his own view about these topics. Aquinas defined a material substance as the compound of an essence and a set of accidents. The essence is itself a compound of matter and form, while the accidents are all the other properties that the individual substance might contingently have. In the case of a human individual, the compound of matter and form that constitutes the essence is the soul, which Aquinas defined as the principle of life. It is a substantial form because in relation with matter it constitutes the substance that is a given individual human being. The relationship between matter and form is a necessary one. The matter can change, a thin body can become a fat one, but the form is what makes that matter the specific substance it is. The accidents are forms too, but in virtue of being merely accidental they do not contribute to making a given thing the thing that it is. For example, the colors on the surface of a leaf do not contribute to making the leaf the thing that it is, for when the colors change the leaf remains the same substance it was. By contrast, a change of substance is either a coming to be, a generation, or a ceasing to be, a corruption. One can see the Aristotelian influence in these ideas. But then one sees a Platonic influence also, in the particular case of human beings, the fact that the rational part of the soul is not matter, that it is immaterial, is what makes it the same in its nature as universals, and that is why it can apprehend them. The soul's rational aspect continues to exist after separation from the body at death. Does this make Aquinas a dualist? He claims that the soul is incorruptible, and that means not susceptible to change, and that its existential independence of the body and therefore separability from it is demonstrated by the fact that its activities are not those of any of the body's organs. He says the soul is a subsistent thing, by which he means that it can operate on its own, either independently or in conjunction with other things. But it is not a substance. Substances are more than subsistence because they are in addition complete. One can understand the idea of completeness by noting how it applies to the question of resurrection. The soul can exist apart from the body, but it is incomplete until reunited with the body at the physical resurrection. These ideas about substance, matter, and form have general application for Aquinas. Change involves both something that stays the same and something that does not. When a leaf changes color, something stays the same, the leaf, a substance, and something changes, its color, an accident. One can talk of changes of quality, quantity, and other accidental properties without attributing change to the substance of which these are accidents. When a substance changes, what remains the same is the matter, and what changes is the substantial form. This can readily be seen when we ask, in relation to accidental changes, what has changed, and then refer to the underlying thing which is the what, namely, the substance. But when one talks of a substance changing, the concept of matter comes into play. Matter does not exist apart from substance, but substance is matter formed, that is, compounded with a substantial form, so a change of substance is a change in the compound of matter and form constituting it. Aquinas says that God is the only absolute being because he is unique and simple. All other things have a restricted kind of existence because of how they are composed. Human souls are created by God and are incorruptible and immortal. The soul has an active power within it, the intellect, capable of attaining to knowledge of universals by abstracting from what our bodily senses tell us. All human knowledge starts in the senses. Whatever is in the intellect was first in the senses, and intellect operates on the information thus acquired. The will is free and necessarily desires what the soul sees as good, though the soul's desires change with the changeability of our judgment. We do not have immediate intuitive knowledge of God's existence, nor, here contradicting Anselm, can we prove it a priori. But we can prove it a posteriori from the nature of creation, which needs a first cause and a necessary ground for its contingent nature, and which in its design and purpose manifests the wisdom and power of the deity. Fn 5. Following Aristotle in the Nicomachean Ethics, Aquinas says that the good is the target of all striving, namely, the fulfillment of what can variously be described as the function, final cause, or distinguishing feature, that is, what distinctively makes it a thing of its kind, of the striver. In the case of human beings, the distinguishing feature is reason. Since everything has a function or distinguishing feature, everything has a good, so evil is definable as the absence or lack of good, a privatio boni. To the observation that there are people who desire evil, Aquinas replies that they mistakenly think that the evil thing is good. However, people can neither hope to do good nor actually do it without divine grace, and that means that they cannot be happy without God. This does not, as it might appear to, cause a difficulty about free will, says Aquinas, because although God ultimately is the cause of everything, he operates according to the nature of the thing when he moves their causes, so he moves the voluntary causes in humans. There is much technical philosophy like this in Aquinas. His teachings constitute a complete system, which is why, as Thomism, they provide the Roman Catholic Church with its philosophy, whose official status was further confirmed by Pope Pius X in Doctor Oris Angelisi, June 1914. The capital theses in the philosophy of St. Thomas are not to be placed in the category of opinions capable of being debated one way or another, but are to be considered as the foundations upon which the whole science of natural and divine things is based. If such principles are once removed or in any way impaired, it must necessarily follow that students of the sacred sciences will ultimately fail to perceive so much as the meaning of the words in which the dogmas of divine revelation are proposed by the magistracy of the Church. This places Thomistic philosophy and theology above all debate, which, at least in the case of philosophy, is precisely contrary to what philosophy should be. But even within the confines of an officially sanctioned dogma there can be room for debate, as we see from the fact that there are several differing schools of Thomist philosophy: scholastic Thomism, Krakow Thomism, phenomenological Thomism, existential Thomism, river forest Thomism, and even analytical Thomism, though this is hardly a school but a glancing reference to the fact that a few significant figures in recent Anglophone analytic philosophy have been practicing Catholics: Elizabeth Anscombe, her husband Peter Geach, and their friend Michael Dummett chief among them. The association of Aquinas with Aristotle meant that when, in the 16th and 17th centuries, the influence of Aristotle was challenged by the rising generations of philosophers and scientists then at work, Aquinas' own authority diminished, even among some individual Catholics, such as Descartes, whose views about the unreliability of sense experience and the difference between mind and body as separate substances are in direct conflict with Aquinas' views. It was for this reason that Descartes' philosophy was not accepted by the Church, and why his writings were placed on the index of forbidden books. In the Catholic Church, Aquinas' reputation has remained strong, not least because of the work of the Dominicans and the fact that the Pontifical University of St. Thomas Aquinas has produced so many ecclesiastically influential graduates. As with almost all theologians, in philosophy in general his influence is far less. Roger Bacon, 1214–1292. Perhaps the least characteristic figure in the philosophy of the Middle Ages, and the least like his fellow scholastics, is Roger Bacon. His primary interest was natural philosophy, which we now call science, and he was an empiricist. He argued that theories supplied by reason should be verified by sensory data, aided by instruments, and corroborated by trustworthy witnesses. To some historians of ideas, therefore, he appears as an anomaly in his age, a modern before modern times, who would have been more at home with Galileo and Newton in the 17th century as a colleague in the rise of science. Others, however, argue that his interest in alchemy and astrology keep him firmly among the medievals, while others again point to the work of Robert Grosseteste and Albertus Magnus, whose own scientific interests were in some respects similar to those of Bacon. Born in Somerset, England, Bacon studied at Oxford and taught at Paris, having taken the tonsure as a Franciscan friar. Like others of his time, he lectured on the sentences of Peter Lombard, but he argued that greater attention should be paid to the Bible itself and to the biblical languages, in which he was expert. He argued also that the university curriculum should be expanded to include optics, astronomy, and more mathematics. His Opus Maius, covering grammar, mathematics, astronomy, optics, alchemy, the relation of theology to science, and an account of methods of inquiry together with an examination of the general causes of human ignorance, was intended as a prospectus for a new university curriculum. Pope Clement IV was sympathetic to Bacon's views, having encountered them before becoming pope, but he died too soon after his election to be able to help. The question of what influence a science-focused new university might have had on its times is an interesting speculation. Bacon's work on optics, the calendar, and the composition of gunpowder underwrite his credentials as an empirical scientist. Reform of the calendar had become a necessity, because the Julian calendar then in use had become misaligned with the movement of the heavenly bodies and the seasons. Bacon calculated correctly that the date of Easter had shifted forward 9 days since the First Council of Nicaea in 325 CE, 1,000 years before. Something close to the remedy he proposed was eventually adopted, but not until another 4 centuries had passed. FN6 calendar reform required a knowledge of mathematics, astronomy, and geography, which is why he proposed them as part of his curriculum reform. It can be said that Bacon anticipated Noam Chomsky's idea of deep grammar as the underlying capacity for language found in all human beings, for he wrote that grammar is one and the same in all languages, substantially, though it may vary, accidentally, in each of them. His experiments in optics led him to describe the use of ground lenses as burning glasses, focusing the rays of the sun on dry matter to ignite it. He is also credited with being one of the first to make spectacles, although historians of technology regard this as unlikely, locating the development of spectacles in Italy, and probably in Venice, where the earliest explicit references to spectacles occur, in decrees containing references to reading lenses, Vitrios ab oculis ad legendam. Bacon's interest in astrology, alchemy, and the possibility that mystical experience might also be a source of knowledge is evidence of his openness to all forms of exploration in an age when sharper distinctions between fruitful and fruitless forms of inquiry were yet to be drawn. FN7 He was influenced by Aristotle, indeed his empiricism drew its inspiration from that source, and incorrectly believed that a work called The Secret of Secrets, an Arab treatise of advice for princes and rulers, had been written by Aristotle for Alexander the Great, so he published an edition of it with an introduction and an apparatus of notes. The chief of Bacon's works, the Opus Maius, begins with his discussion of the causes of error. He identifies these as reliance on untrustworthy authorities, custom, credulous popular opinion, and the disguising of ignorance by learned seeming displays of wordy rhetoric and jargon. Wisdom and truth, by contrast, are to be found in God's general revelation throughout history to the Jews, Greeks, Romans, Muslims, and his own age. This view, allied with his study of grammar and semiotics, the science of signs, prompted him to believe that the study of Hebrew, Greek, Arabic and Chaldean was necessary for a complete education. But he nominated Latin as the best language for philosophy and indeed all learning. The importance of language prompted him to offer what is in effect a philosophy of language, of a rather straightforward sort. He treats language as a system of signs that present information to a listener or reader about something other than the sign itself, thus enabling the transmission of thoughts from utterer to recipient, and standing for external things which they represent to the intellect. Bacon's championing of the study of light and optics, or perspectiva as it was known, bore fruit in that it became part of the curriculum after his time, adding to the original quadrivium of arithmetic, geometry, astronomy, and music. It is linked to his acceptance of astrological ideas based on a theory of radiation of influences from heavenly bodies onto the earth, including therefore human minds. He thought that mathematics forms the basis of logic. In recent philosophy, Gottlob Frege and Bertrand Russell made unsuccessful efforts to demonstrate the reverse of this, by reducing mathematics to logic, but its chief application was to the geometry of light rays and the direct, reflected and refracted paths they follow. This interest led Bacon to examine the anatomy of the eye also, and to generalize a study of vision to questions of perception and perceptual error, illusions, hallucinations, and the distorting effects of distance, darkness and other factors. For an empiricist, who as such thinks that observation is a key source and test of knowledge, these points are obviously important. A commitment to knowing languages, and knowing about scientific methods and instruments, was central to Bacon's outlook. The first showed him that some of the translations of Aristotle from Greek into Latin were erroneous, the second prompted him to use, and to encourage the use of, instruments such as the astrolabe. The seventh part of the Opus Maius demonstrates how Bacon drew together all his interests. Its topic is morality, and it comprehends religion, an account of the virtues, astrology, and the science of rhetoric. In this section the influence of Aristotle is strong, but that of the Stoics is stronger, and Bacon extolled the wisdom of Seneca in particular. Bacon did not have much influence on his contemporaries, and in fact might have suffered some discrimination by them both because of the nature of his interests and because of his pugnacious advocacy of them. In addition to his revolutionary views about the curriculum, he was believed to dabble in the black arts, and rumor had it that he had made a brass head that could answer questions, in some versions of the story, any questions. Like Dr. Dee and other devotees of the occult arts 3 centuries later, he was viewed as a Faust-like figure who had trespassed over the boundary between the acceptable and the diabolic. He is said to have spent time in prison. There were long periods when he did not have a teaching post at a university. He found it difficult to find a patron to sponsor his work. These facts would be consistent with such a reputation. But historians of philosophy, with the benefit of hindsight, are attracted by themes in Bacon's interests and writings that prefigure later developments, so he survives the 16th century occultists' interest in him as a magus, celebrated for his Faust-like entanglement with things demonic in Robert Greene's Honorable History of Friar Bacon and Friar Bungay. Instead he is seen either as a modern before modernity, or as a particularly noteworthy example of a thinker with an interest in nascent science. Duns Scotus, 1266–1308. Like Roger Bacon, though unlike him in every other respect, Duns Scotus was a Franciscan. As such he was not automatically inclined to agree with the views of Dominicans such as Albertus Magnus and Thomas Aquinas. And indeed his work in significant part is characterized by disagreement with their approach to the questions that most occupied the scholastic mind. Little is known about Scotus' biography beyond what is written on his tomb in Cologne. Scotland bore me, England fostered me, France taught me, Cologne keeps me. That says it all, except that the English fostering was at Oxford and the Paris education was as a student, then as a regent master, of the Franciscan order at its university. The welcome he received at Paris was not unalloyed. He and his fellow Franciscans were expelled for a while for siding with the Pope in a quarrel between the Vatican and the French king, but the banishment did not last long. FN 8 in 1307 he was ordered by the Franciscans to go to Cologne to teach at their college there, and he died the following year. Scotus is known as the subtle doctor, and this is an allusion to the scholastic sophistication of his views. His chief work is his commentary on the sentences of Peter Lombard, together with the additional commentaries on the sentences from his Paris lectures. The most notable feature of them is their marked difference from the metaphysics of Aquinas. Scotus does not mention Aquinas often. He takes as his main target another leading figure of the day, Henry of Ghent, but a distinguishing feature of his views is their contrast with those of Aquinas. Like others he wrote commentaries on Aristotle also, concentrating on certain of the logical works. The principal difference between Scotus and Aquinas was that Scotus regarded being and goodness as univocal concepts, that is, as having the same meaning whatever they are applied to, whether God or his creatures. Aquinas had argued that the being of a human and the being of God are not the same, but merely analogous. Scotus took Aristotle's definition of metaphysics as the study of being qua being to support his view that being has a single, universally applicable sense, and argued that the term denotes everything there is, both what is infinite and what is finite. An immediate consequence of this view is that there is no distinction in reality between existence and essence, as Aquinas had argued there is. Scotus' reason was one that George Berkeley reprised 400 years later and made central to his attack on abstraction in metaphysics, that there is no way to think of something without thinking of it as existing. In further opposition to Aquinas, he argued that the nature of God can be known only through revelation, not by reason alone. The latter view was the premise on which Aquinas' Summa contra Gentiles had been written. And he disagreed with Aristotle about the nature of space and time, whereas Aristotle had argued that space is defined by the presence in it of bodies, and that time does not exist unless it is a measure of motion and change. Scotus held that both space and time are absolute and exist in their own right independently of body or motion. This is a view that Isaac Newton held also. Scotus rejected approaches to proofs of God's existence of the kind found in Anselm and Aquinas, and instead offered a metaphysical proof couched in terms of the relation of being first, the first in the chain of efficient causes, that is, the causes that make other things happen, the first in the order of final causes, that is, the purposes or reasons why things happen. Recall Aristotle's four causes, and the first in all perfection and greatness. The argument for the first, the first efficient cause, is that there has to be a cause that is uncaused, cannot be caused, and is therefore independent of causation other than as the first cause of everything. And since everything is caused by something other than itself, and since the causal chain cannot extend back forever, there has to be a first, uncaused cause. This argument is in content indistinguishable from the cosmological argument as employed by Aquinas, but it differs in emphasis. Like others who employed versions of this argument, Scotus assumed that the identification of a first, uncaused cause and the deity of revealed religion is unproblematic. It is, however, a very big jump. Recall that Aquinas argued that all created substances are compounds of matter and form. Scotus argued that there can be matter without form, which he called prime matter, and that there can be creatures, created substances, that have no matter, namely, spiritual beings, and that substances can have more than one substantial form, as in the case of humans who have both a soul as form, and a bodily form. What makes an individual thing individual, that is, different from every other thing and uniquely itself, is its hecheity or thisness, from the Latin hec, this. At the same time, however, Scotus was a realist about universals, holding that there are common natures in the plurality of individuals we call by the same name. Scotus died young and suddenly, leaving his writings in an unadhered state, so that they came to be mixed with the writings of others. He had followers in the period after his death, who engaged in controversy with the followers of William of Ockham, who disagreed with much in Scotus' views and is regarded as Scotus' chief rival. But the 19th and 20th centuries' recovery and editing of Scotus' highly technical and sophisticated arguments, and separately his theological views, for example about the Immaculate Conception of the Virgin Mary, prompted a revival of interest in both theological and philosophical quarters, though it has to be said, as in the case of others among the scholastic philosophers, a recondite and very specialized one. William of Ockham, 1285–1347. Ockham was yet another Franciscan, born in Surrey, England, and educated at Oxford, whose career differed from that of his predecessors because his commentary on the sentences of Peter Lombard was condemned by a synod for unorthodoxy, and he was ordered to appear before a papal court at Avignon. There he met the Minister General of the Franciscan order, Michael of Cesena, who had been charged with heresy because the Pope, John XXII, objected to the Franciscans' rule of poverty. Ockham fled from Avignon with Michael and some other Franciscans, and found asylum at the Bavarian court of Louis, alternatively, Ludwig IV, the Holy Roman Emperor, who was also at odds with the Pope. The Pope excommunicated Ockham, and Ockham charged the Pope with heresy for denying the poverty of Jesus and the Apostles, and for contradicting the endorsement of the Franciscan order by previous popes. Because of these quarrels, Ockham never served as a regent master in one of the great universities, but lived and died in Louis IV's home realm of Bavaria, as leader of a small group of Franciscan exiles. From there his writings came to exert a considerable influence in philosophy and theology, and attracted yet further adherents. Occam consciously saw himself as an innovator, and as leaving behind the old way, the via antiqua, of treating central problems in philosophy, logic, and theology, in order to pursue a new way, the via moderna, in which nominalism is a central commitment. He is credited with stating the principle of Occam's razor. The spelling of his name is a variant, which in summary is the advice not to multiply entities unnecessarily. Its meaning is that there is no need to invoke more things than are sufficient for an explanation of something. It is excellent advice, and Occam's theories of knowledge and metaphysics illustrate its application, not least in connection with the debate between nominalists and realists. In direct opposition to Aquinas, Occam argued that theological truths can be grasped only through faith, not by reason. The ways of God are not open to reason, for he has created the world and set the way of salvation in it independently of any laws of logic or rationality that humans can discover. FN 9. This has the immediate consequence that there cannot be proofs of God's existence. God's freedom and omnipotence mean that he could have incarnated himself not as the son of a carpenter in Palestine but as an ox or donkey, and even as both a donkey and a man simultaneously. This was a view that attracted much criticism from his peers. He further argued that God is the only necessary being in the universe, and that everything else is contingent and must be discovered through inquiry. Nothing ought to be posited without a reason given for it, unless it is self-evident, known by experience, or based on the authority of Scripture. He was a nominalist, holding that there are only individual things and that there are no separately existing universals or essences. This feature of his thought demonstrates an application of his razor. His view about universals might be considered a version of conceptualism, which holds that universals are concepts in the mind under which we group individuals according to perceived similarities. Accordingly, a term like redness denotes a representation in thought, not an entity in the world. This differs from forms of nominalism which variously hold that universals are literally only names. Occam agreed with those who held that we acquire all contingent knowledge by means of the senses, but he added that because animals also do this, what is distinctive about human knowledge is that our powers of mind enable us to grasp the existence and properties of the things perceived, and by means of memory and abstraction to classify and organize what we experience. Thus we advance from merely sensory to propositional knowledge. As one would expect from a philosopher of empirical and nominalist temperament, Occam was interested in Aristotle's physics and wrote a commentary on it, arguing, again on the basis of his principle of ontological parsimony, that not all of Aristotle's categories are required. He was far in advance of his time in the study of logic, discovering a form of De Morgan's theorems and investigating a three-valued logic, true, false, and neither true nor false. FN 10. He also improved on Aristotle's logic of the syllogism by showing how to treat empty terms, words that do not refer to anything. Because of the emperor's quarrels with the Pope, Occam advocated a strongly secularist line regarding the respective spheres of temporal and spiritual authority, influenced by Marsilius of Padua's Defensor Pacis, a book that attacked the papacy's meddling in secular affairs and advocated a form of democracy for establishing legitimate government. Marsilius had also taken refuge with Louis IV as a result of the Pope's hostility to him. In his own contribution to political theory, Occam advocated complete separation of church and state, arguing that emperor and pope were equal but with different spheres of responsibility, and said, quoting the second epistle of Timothy 2:24, that the papacy and clergy should own no lands or other property. Consistently, this very Franciscan view placed the Pope's authority in the spiritual realm alone. As to the perennially vexed question of free will, Occam was a decided voluntarist. He thought that the will is independent both of the intellect and of our natural appetites, so independent that it can even choose what does not appear to be good. This places him in opposition to both Aristotle and Aquinas, for whom the will is subordinate to reason. A younger contemporary of Occam, Jean Buridan, attempted to reconcile the conflicts that are generated by the difference between these views by saying that the will is capable of suspending itself, or better, can defer making a choice, if faced with undecidable alternatives. This gave rise to the trope of Buridan's ass, probably a facetious reductio of Buridan's view. It envisages a donkey starving to death because it cannot choose which to eat of two bales of hay it has been placed between. Ockham's views were hotly debated in the schools during the century after his death, not least because his excommunication for heresy added a sharp edge to the questions at issue. So bitter did the disputes become that Ockhamists were expelled from the University of Paris. The Thomists could claim that they followed a canonized saint, whereas their opponents followed a condemned heretic. The Ockhamists responded that Thomism and Scotism, the philosophy of Duns Scotus, had led some of their adherents into heresy, one such being the condemned John Wycliffe. In each of the two ways into which philosophy and theology were diverging, the Via Antiqua following Aquinas, Duns Scotus, and Albertus Magnus, the Via Moderna following Ockham, Buridan, and others, what was chiefly at issue was not just the realism, nominalism debate but the whole question of how Aristotle is to be understood. For example, on the question of form and substance, can there be several substantial forms in the same subject? Followers of the Via Antiqua said yes, those of the Via Moderna said no. Philosophical differences of this kind had theological consequences, which is why they were such a burning, literally, issue, for, according to the Via Antiqua view, many souls could inhabit one human being, while Ockhamists and their successors rejected such ideas. Philosophy in the Renaissance. Compare the art of the Renaissance to medieval art. The latter is dominated by religious themes, annunciations, flagellations, crucifixions, depositions, resurrections, numerous iterations of the Madonna and Child. Renaissance art includes a far wider palette of subjects. It also has landscapes, still lifes, depictions of picnics and festivals, portraits of individuals, nudes, battles and legendary and mythological scenes. The turning away from a relentless focus on the world as a dangerous veil of temptations and tears to a celebration of life itself and its more joyous possibilities is a mark of the revival and refreshment of which poets, thinkers, and artists of the period were fully conscious. The same is true of intellectual life in the Renaissance. It saw many of its thinkers and writers turning away from the narrow technicalities of scholastic philosophy to a broader focus on life and society. There is a striking parallel between the highly specialized pursuit of philosophy in the medieval schools and the academic philosophy of recent times, and correlatively the subsequent turn to a broader application of intellectual endeavor following the rapid increase in remoteness of philosophy from what matters to life. One might venture the thought that the turn from technical to more general philosophical interest is even more apparent in the tradition of recent and contemporary continental thought, where the work of such writers as Jacques Derrida and Michel Foucault exemplifies the same kind of relation to Heidegger's philosophy as Marsilio Ficino's relation to that of Aquinas, influenced by, but venturing into wider fields than, their heavyweight predecessor. They exhibit a contemporary version of Ficino's expansion of interest. Ficino, 1433–99, who learned much from Aquinas summa contra gentiles, nevertheless remarked that his century, the 15th century CE, had restored to light the liberal arts, which were almost extinct: grammar, poetry, rhetoric, painting, sculpture, architecture, music. It was, he said, like a golden age. Likewise Foucault acknowledged a significant indebtedness to Heidegger, but as a critical explorer of the intellectual history of modernity his targets of interest were both different and broader. Ficino's reference to rhetoric signals an important aspect of the intellectual turn in the Renaissance. Because it was an age in which intellectual endeavor was assumed to have, as its chief interest, life as actually lived, the relationship between logic, ethics, and rhetoric was regarded as an intimate one. The theory of rhetoric says that, to attain maximum effect in persuading or educating an audience, composing a speech or treatise has to go through several important stages. These were inventio, the gathering of material and information; dispositio, the arrangement of the material; and elocutio, its appropriate expression in language. If it were a speech that was being prepared, then memoria, learning it by heart, and pronunciatio, practicing emphases, pacing, pauses, gestures and general manner of delivery, would be essential too. The dispositio stage had its own structure: exordium, introduction; narratio, setting out the case; divisio, specifying the chief points of the argument; confutatio, refuting objections; conclusio or peroratio, summing up and conclusion. Forensic speech of all kinds, political and legal, exhortation and instruction, invocation of principles or historical examples in order to influence the choices, decisions, and actions of both individuals and rulers, all these addressed actual practical concerns. Accordingly, rhetoric was not an academic exercise merely. At the heart of rhetoric lies language, and therefore a focus on the first subject of the trivium, the medieval school curriculum of grammar, rhetoric, and logic, acquired renewed significance. Originally it just meant the study of Latin, but now it reasserted its relevance to ethics, because rhetoric is about persuading, influencing, advising, and challenging, and therefore immediately applies to ethical debate. Renaissance intellectuals looked not to the medieval writers, who had on the whole neglected rhetoric in preference for a technical interest in logic, but to the treatises on rhetoric and poetics of Aristotle and Horace, and in their commentaries on them and on Cicero emphasized both ethical and psychological aspects. Petrarch led the way in this recalibration of interest, but hundreds of treatises on rhetoric followed, many of the leading thinkers of the Renaissance contributing to the debate that linked rhetoric to the idea of the vita activa so much extolled in that epoch. It is natural for an historian of philosophy to question whether the Renaissance emphasis on rhetoric represented a genuine contribution to philosophy, or whether, as some in the Renaissance itself argued, rhetoric is in fact anti-philosophical. Plato made a comeback in the Renaissance, his works appearing in Latin and attaining considerable influence, and his strictures against the sophists and their rhetorical tricks in his Gorgias, translated into Latin by Leonardo Bruni, were known. To those skeptical about whether the Renaissance did more than opportunistically help itself to rhetorically useful smatterings of philosophy from one or another source, they could point to the paradoxes, inconsistencies, and relativism that resulted. The response is to say that thinking about the complexities of real life, the hard choices people are often forced to make, the changes and variabilities of experience and circumstance, of course results in the appearance of inconsistency. The Renaissance rhetoricians could claim that philosophy, which seeks absolutes, has the luxury of ignoring realities, while rhetoric respects and addresses them. They could cite Aristotle's point in his Rhetoric that this art or techne is central to the practicalities of life and society, and quote Cicero's remark that to us orators belong the broad estates of wisdom and learning. And they could observe with Cicero that Plato himself was a formidable exponent of rhetoric in his writings. It is however undeniable that the concerns of many of the Renaissance thinkers were far removed from the technical debates of the schoolmen and their successors, even those who claimed adherence to the revived Platonism of their time. The Platonist revival, and humanism, are interesting also, but in a quite different way is the intellectual energy invested by Renaissance thinkers in magic, alchemy, astrology, Hermeticism and the Kabbalah. All of these occult sciences saw a tremendous upsurge, especially in those parts of Europe which had been removed from the sphere of the Roman Church by the Reformation, the chief reason being that the religious authorities in Protestant parts of Europe did not have the authority or, more to the point, the power to stop an ebullition of interest in them. The drivers of this interest were the desire for eternal youth, immortality, and wealth gained by transforming base metals into gold, or by persuading others that one could by one's skill provide any of these. FN1 As we see in Part 3 below, Modern Philosophy, it was in reaction to this that the science and philosophy of the 16th and especially 17th centuries arose. Renaissance Platonism. As the discussion above has shown, the dominance of Aristotle in later scholastic philosophy brought with it tensions resulting in charges and countercharges of heresy because of the bearing of philosophical disputes on theological doctrines. The combination of Plato's views and Neoplatonist interpretations of them made him a far more congenial and ironic figure from a Christian point of view, especially for Christians not embroiled in the fierce metaphysical disputes of the schools. Indeed, Platonic views were regarded as positively inspirational from a Christian perspective, and mystical significance was attached to his writings. His reintroduction was therefore welcomed by many Renaissance intellectuals. Platonism did not usurp Aristotelianism, not by a long way, but interest in it had the effect of weakening the latter's authority, giving later philosophers and scientists, especially those in the 17th century, a less difficult task in rejecting it. The Platonist revival is datable to a specific event in a specific place, Florence in the year 1439. In the previous year an ecumenical conference had been moved to Florence from Ferrara because plague had broken out in the latter city. This conference, a highly controversial one, ostensibly had the aim of healing the breach between the Orthodox and Catholic communions, but it was entangled with a variety of other complex matters, not least the powers of the papacy and military tensions between the Holy Roman Empire and the Ottoman Empire. Cosimo de' Medici the Elder, Florence's de facto ruler and founder of the Medicean dynasty, was a man of great culture, and embraced the opportunity provided by the transfer of the conference to welcome Byzantine scholars who accompanied the ambassadors from Constantinople. One of them was George Gemistos, 1355–1452, known as Platon. Platon was the leading scholar in Byzantium in that era, and a Neoplatonist. In 1439 he lectured in Florence on Plato and the differences between Plato and Aristotle, to Plato's credit and Aristotle's discredit. The lectures were later published under that descriptive title, De Differentiis Aristotelis et Platonis. This book naturally enough sparked a controversy, in which defenders of Aristotle attempted to discredit Plato by claiming that Platonism was in fact a religion which sought to rival Christianity. That was the allegation levelled at Platon by George of Trebizond, a vehement Aristotelian who served for a time as secretary to the equally enthusiastic Aristotelian Pope Nicholas V. George's Comparatio Philosophorum Aristotelis et Platonis, to which Cardinal Basilios Bessarion, a former student of Platon, replied in Calumniatorum Platonis, against the calumniator of Plato, is a mixture of enormous learning and intemperate, almost lunatic, polemic. Fn 2. But Platon had achieved his desired effect. Interest in Plato was vitally stimulated, as was an interest in learning Greek so that Plato could be read in the original. The fall of Constantinople to the Ottomans in 1453 drove its scholars into a diaspora, among them John Argyropoulos, 1415–87, who had earlier in life studied at Padua and now returned to Italy as his chosen place of exile. He settled in Florence and lectured on both the Greek language and philosophy. One of his pupils was Marsilio Ficino, who went on to translate Plato's works into Latin and to head the Platonic Academy founded and funded by Cosimo de' Medici in Florence. Ficino also translated writings by Plotinus, Porphyry, Iamblichus, and less helpfully, perhaps, the Hermetic corpus which played such a large part in the promotion of occult sciences then and afterwards. The Platonic Academy was more a club than a university, but it was the single most influential body for diffusing Platonic ideas in 15th-century Europe. Ficino's role was central. In addition to translating all the works of Plato into Latin, he wrote a work entitled Platonic Theology, which was both an introduction to Neoplatonism and an argument for its consistency with Christianity. He said that human souls are, in their immortality, the link between the abstract world of ideas and the material world, and they are what confer on human beings their special dignity. Inspired by Plato's idea of the ascent to love of the good in the Symposium, he coined the term Platonic love to describe the soul's love for God when, after ascending through levels of knowledge, it achieves unmediated contact with Him. Ficino's desire to synthesize Platonic philosophy and Hermeticism with Christianity was shared by his student Giovanni Pico della Mirandola, 1463–94, who managed in his short life to give both humanism and the occult sciences a boost. Pico was an aristocrat, the youngest son in a family that ruled Concordia and Medina in Italy and was related to a number of other leading Italian houses, the Sforza, Este, and Gonzaga. He was precociously brilliant, and his mother wished him to enter the church, against his inclination. She died when he was studying canon law at Bologna, freeing him to turn his attention to philosophy, going first to Florence and then to Paris to do so. His studies were eclectic, and in addition to philosophy, Latin and Greek, he acquired a knowledge of Hebrew and Arabic, and became acquainted with Chaldean and Zoroastrian ideas and the mysticism of the Kabbalah, otherwise spelled Kabbalah. On his return from Paris to Florence, Pico met and studied with Marsilio Ficino, who introduced him to Lorenzo de' Medici. The first encounter between Pico and Ficino occurred on a day which Ficino had determined, by astrological means, to be most propitious for the publication of his Plato translations. Pico was skeptical about astrology, but this difference of view did not stand in the way of their relationship, nor of Lorenzo de' Medici's admiration for him. Indeed, without Lorenzo's support it is unlikely that Pico would have survived the next steps in his career, the most immediate of which was an adulterous affair that nearly ended in his being killed by the irate husband in the case. More risky still, however, was his plan to issue a challenge in Rome to all the scholars of Europe to debate his 900 Theses, a work he had begun composing while in Paris and which had since been expanded by his studies of treatises on magic, the Kabbalah, and Hermetic texts. This eclectic array of sources had a Platonist foundation, as demonstrated by the essay he wrote to accompany and explain the intent behind the theses, the oration on the dignity of man. The opening words of Pico's oration are, "Most esteemed fathers, I have read in the ancient writings of the Arabians that Abdallah the Saracen, on being asked what, on this stage, so to say, of the world, seemed to him most evocative of wonder, replied that there was nothing to be seen more marvelous than man. And that celebrated exclamation of Hermes Trismegistus, what a great miracle is man, Asclepius, confirms this opinion." Although a large part of the intent of the oration was to seek legitimization for a syncretistic inclusion of the Kabbalah and other mystical and supposedly ancient wisdoms into Christian thinking, its primary effect was arousing celebration of the worth of humankind and everything associated with life in the world, a 90-degree shift of focus from anxiety about getting safely into the afterlife at all costs. This is the key to humanism in the Renaissance. Pico's oration has been described as a key text in capturing its essence. Among the inquiries to be fostered and celebrated, said Pico citing Plato, is mathematics. In the Renaissance there was a close association, in the minds of nervous people, between mathematics and the occult arts. The terms calculating and conjuring were often used interchangeably. Legitimizing mathematics meant legitimizing all the other suspect inquiries. Pico argued that to search for knowledge anywhere and everywhere raised humankind above the rest of creation and led to closeness to God, just as Plato had argued that knowledge of the forms and especially the form of the good is the great aspiration of philosophical endeavor. In extolling the philosophical virtues of mathematics, Pico was in agreement with his older contemporary Nicholas of Cusa, 1401-64, the German scholar and mystic who viewed mathematics as the highest knowledge because it alone is certain. This view placed Plato's scheme of knowledge above Aristotle's empiricist interest in the natural sciences. Preferring Plato to Aristotle did not stop Nicholas from reliance on empirical methodology in certain respects. To him is attributed the idea of measuring a patient's pulse rate by means of a water clock. But Pico's interest in numerology and mystical implications of the alphabet place him in the tradition of Platonism, which takes license from the Timaeus, and from Plato's use of the technique of stating his doctrines in the form of revelations by deities, for emphasizing the mystical and revelatory over the empirical. It is perhaps a contradiction that Pico's valorizing of humanism is not his chief legacy, which instead is the strain of Christian Kabbalism he helped to promote. Raymond Lull in 13th century Spain had been the first to take an interest in the Christian possibilities of Kabbalah, but Pico gave the idea greater currency. He was followed in succeeding centuries by Johann Reuchlin, Paolo Riccio, Athanasius Kircher, and others. For Pico himself and the Platonic Academy in Florence, The tumultuous political circumstances of the late 15th century brought the Florentine promotion of Platonism to an end. When Lorenzo de' Medici died in 1492, a year of other major events, the expulsion of the Moors and Jews from Spain, Columbus' discovery of the New World, the publication of Leonicinos on the errors of Pliny, threats of invasion of Italy by France, which followed in reality in 1494, the Platonic Academy was closed, and within 2 years Pico, and his fellow humanist Poliziano, Angelo Ambrogini, 1454–94, also known as Politien, had died in suspicious circumstances, quite likely murdered. Renaissance Humanism. Today the word humanist denotes a person who has a non-religious ethical outlook. In the Renaissance context it denotes scholars and intellectuals who believed that the studia humanitatis of grammar, rhetoric, history, poetry, and ethics would help to develop rounded and effective citizens dedicated to an intelligent vita activa. The source and inspiration for the material of these studies was explicitly classical antiquity, and explicitly not medieval scholasticism. The rediscovery and valorization of the intellectual culture of classical times was expressly seen as a rebirth, Renaissance, by the leaders of the new movement, and its central defining feature is humanism. The 14th century poet and diplomat Francesco Petrarca, 1304–74, more familiarly known as Petrarch, is called the father of humanism because his collecting of ancient manuscripts, advocacy of the value of classical thought and letters, and description of the period between classical antiquity and his own time's rediscovery of its values as the Middle Ages make him the self-aware promoter of a new outlook. His great fame as a poet in his own lifetime helped to spread his influence and ignite in other breasts a similar passion for the classical past. This included enthusiasm for finding forgotten manuscripts in monasteries and dusty archives, and encouraging their translation and publication, an enthusiasm shared to great good effect by others such as Petrarch's friend Giovanni Boccaccio, the Ciceronian Coluccio Salutati and, later, Poggio Bracciolina. Boccaccio, 1313–75, is best known for the Decameron, a collection of witty, perceptive, and sometimes ribald tales written in a naturalistic manner in vernacular Italian. He was appointed by the Florentine Signoria, the city-state's ruling council, to provide Petrarch with hospitality when the latter visited Florence in 1350, and they became fast friends. Petrarch encouraged Boccaccio to study classical literature. Boccaccio called him my teacher and master, and the fruit was his encyclopedia of Greek and Roman mythology, the Genealogia Deorum Gentilium, a key text for Renaissance humanism and art. Coluccio Salutati, 1331–1406, the great chancellor of Florence whose letters were described by his arch-rival Giangalizzo Visconti, Duke of Milan, as each more dangerous than 1,000 cavalrymen, modeled his beautiful writing style on Cicero, and spent a fortune on collecting ancient manuscripts, in the process rediscovering Cicero's Epistulae ad Familiars, letters to his friends, which contain commentary and argument on the loss of Rome's republican liberties. Salutati's late work De Tyranno, on the tyrant, owed much to Cicero's views. He was a generous promoter of talented younger contemporaries, Poggio Bracciolina, 1380–1459, among them. One of the greatest finds made by burrowing into old monastic libraries and archives is owed to Bracciolina. He sent his scouts far afield in search of manuscripts, into Germany, Switzerland, and France as well as across Italy, and recovered a large number of lost works, by far the most significant being the De Rerum Natura of Lucretius. His position as papal secretary was a help in this endeavor, and he became rich as a result. The sale of a manuscript of Livy funded the purchase of a handsome villa in the valley of the Arno which he filled with antiquities. Bracciolina engaged in a celebrated dispute with the philologist Lorenzo Valla, 1407–57, whose work on the elegances of Latin literature, defense of Epicurus on pleasure, and exposure of the fraudulent donation of Constantine by linguistic detective work had made him famous. Valla argued that biblical texts should be subjected to the same philological analysis as texts by the classical authors. Brocciolina countered that secular and divine literature should be treated differently. Their battle was conducted in a series of detailed publications, and ended, though Brocciolini at one point described Valla as insane for thinking as he did, in the two becoming friends. It was not until the 19th century in Germany that Valla's views about the application of radical criticism to biblical texts were fully implemented. The poet and scholar Poliziano, mentioned above in connection with Pico della Mirandola, was an innovator in Latin style, like Salutati in the century before his own. He translated Homer, Epictetus, Galen, and Plutarch into Latin, and published editions of Virgil and Catullus that sought to be accurate. He served as tutor to the children of Lorenzo de' Medici, and was invited by Ficino to lecture on classical literature at the Platonic Academy. There he influenced many visiting students from across Europe, promoting interest in Ovid and the younger Pliny among others, and encouraging greater precision in the translation and editing of classical texts. As these vignettes of leading humanists show, Renaissance humanism was above all else an educational movement. Florence's Platonic Academy was just one expression of this. In Ferrara the brilliant teacher Guarino Veronese, 1374–1460, also known as Guarino de Verona, taught Greek, translated Strabo and Plutarch and wrote commentaries on various classical authors including Aristotle and Cicero. He had studied in Constantinople to advance his knowledge of Greek, bringing back a valuable collection of manuscripts of classical texts. In Mantua, Vittorino Rambaldoni, 1378–1446, known also as Vittorino da Felder, developed new methods to teach the classical languages and their literatures. Like Guarino, he frequently paid for poor students out of his own pocket. His fame as a teacher prompted many of Italy's leading personalities, including Brocciolini, to send their children to his school, which was in effect Europe's first secular boarding school. One of his most celebrated pupils was Federigo da Montefeltro, later Duke of Urbino, whose recognizable hooked nose is a prominent feature in Piero della Francesca's portrait of him. Federigo made money for his duchy by hiring himself out as a condottiere, a mercenary general at the head of his own army, but Vittorino's teaching evidently stuck, because Federigo was in the habit of having classical and especially philosophical texts read to him as he breakfasted in camp every morning. The humanist educators believed that classical literature provided intellectual discipline, moral training, and civilized tastes. It was regarded as especially formative of those destined to take leading positions in society and culture. It was an ideal that persisted for a long time, only recently being abandoned for more practical and Spinozic aims. As the examples of Guarino and Vittorino suggest, the Studia Humanitatis was mainly, though not exclusively, a feature of school rather than university education. Many more people attended school than university, and in the universities the study of law, medicine, and theology, and the disputes in metaphysics and logic that lay at the heart of philosophy, still dominated. But even in universities the study of Greek, classical rhetoric and poetry increasingly gained a footing, and a number of the humanist intellectuals were invited to lecture in, or became professors of, universities. Guarino, for example, became professor of Greek at the University of Ferrara. It was, however, an advantage for society that those who received a humanistic education were more likely to become chancellors of city-states or secretaries to popes than university professors, because they took the liberal outlook and wider horizons of their education into practical affairs. And not only chancellors and secretaries, but princes and popes themselves received such an education, not a few of them becoming patrons of humanistic education and culture in their own turn. In the middle of the 15th century, Johannes Gutenberg's invention of a movable type printing press gave a tremendous impetus to the book trade. Within decades every major town in Europe had one or more printing businesses, and by the end of the century an estimated 20 million volumes had poured from them, including hundreds of editions of classical texts translated and edited by humanists. But in fact the book industry had been flourishing even before this, demand for scribes and copyists rising quickly and new forms of script being introduced to make copying both faster and more legible. The elaborate Gothic script which had been enough for monastic libraries and wealthy private collectors gave way to a form of minuscule invented by Brocellini. He thought the original minuscule was Roman, but in fact it was Carolingian, and to a popular and widely used cursive italic script invented by Niccolò de Nicolai, 1364–1437, one of the humanists who flourished under the patronage of Cosimo de' Medici the Elder, and who added to his calligraphic innovations the successful technique of editing texts into paragraphs and chapters, with tables of contents at the head. When printing first became widespread, Nicolai's italic was the most frequently chosen form of script. Brocellini's minuscule is, however, the ancestor of the kinds of font now most familiar. The relation of humanism to philosophy in the Renaissance is seen most clearly in ethics and political theory, which together with economics formed a whole. The source of this view was a set of Aristotelian texts, the Nicomachean Ethics, the Politics, and a work called Economics attributed to Aristotle though not by him. Its unknown author is therefore called Pseudo-Aristotle. Aristotle himself had described ethics and politics as continuous, and his later commentators followed suit in recognizing the tripartite combination of inquiries as constituting practical philosophy. In the Renaissance both Aristotelians and Platonists continued the tradition, and it persisted into the 17th century. There was a naturalness to this view in that each of the branches related to the others in a logical way. The individual, the home and the state were the respective topics of ethics, economics, and political theory. Albertus Magnus had described the connection between them in terms of an individual's relationships, the relationship of an individual to himself, of an individual in his domestic relations to his family, and of an individual in his civil relations to his society. Albertus' student Aquinas elaborated this view of the natural sociality of humankind in his commentary on Aristotle's Nicomachean Ethics, and this view remained dominant throughout the Renaissance. What the Renaissance added was an intensification of interest in human nature itself, given that this was the basis of practical philosophy. Petrarch laid claim to being the first to turn away from bewailing the misery of man, the vale of tears on which medieval Christianity focused, and to celebrate human dignity instead. He did this in his De Rem Deisiatriusque Fortunae, translated as Petrarch's View of Human Life by Susanna Dobson in 1791, a wise and often witty series of 254 dialogues, through which runs a Stoic theme of modesty and fortitude. The dignity of man theme had been moved some time beforehand by Pope Innocent III, 1160–1216, who in the preface to one of his writings on the misery of the human lot said that he intended to balance his account of that matter with something more positive, but had not managed to get round to it. Petrarch and Pico della Mirandola were just two of those who took up the challenge. Other treatises followed, and in their turn prompted contrary replies repeating the idea that life in the flesh is anything but dignified and happy. One such responder was Poggio Brocellini in his De Miseria Humani Conditionis, on the misery of the human condition. Discussion of the nature of humanity involved comparisons between humans and other animals. The idea became commonplace that man is the stepchild of nature because alone in creation he comes defenseless and naked into the world, without claws or sharp teeth, without swiftness or the protection of a shell, and so on, but with one gift, that of intelligence. Ficino argued that the possession of intelligence makes man godlike, for by its means he can exploit all the advantages that animals have, the ox's strength, the horse's swiftness, the wool of the sheep to keep himself warm, whereas animals can use only the one advantage that nature gave them. Man's superiority in these respects did not go unchallenged. A Franciscan monk who converted to Islam, Anselm Termita, who as Abd Allah at-Tarjuman became a vizier or secretary in Tunis, wrote a witty account of a dispute between himself and an ass over the question of which was more noble. Termita points out that men build palaces and cities, the ass responds that bees and ants do likewise. Termita says that humans eat the flesh of animals, the ass says that worms eat man's flesh in the grave. Matters proceed without advantage to man until Termita, still evidently in his unconverted Franciscan frame of mind, points out that God made himself man, thus forcing the ass to concede. The incarnation of Christ was taken as the chief point in extolling the dignity of man, that God himself had glorified human nature by becoming a man in order to fulfill his universal plan. There were parallels to celebrate. Like the Trinity, man's soul has three parts: intellect, memory, and will. A Platonist could modify this slightly by citing Plato's reason, spirit, and appetite as the soul's three divisions. Nicholas of Cusa claimed that man's powers of imagination and creativity were a reflection of the deity's power in creating the world. Man was the deity of his own created mental world. The book of Genesis in the Old Testament was cited as proving that God had made man himself a god in the sublunary world, giving him dominion over all things. Perhaps the logical ultimate of these increasingly self-congratulatory ideas about the dignity of man as a near-divine creature was Pico's view that man can create himself, can be whatever he chooses to be, and can occupy any position in the scheme of things from lowest to highest. This implies that there is no predestined place for man, but instead an almost supernatural standpoint from outside, above and beside all other things, a heroic standpoint as observer and mirror of the world. This is the view of Charles de Bovals, 1475–1566. The dedicatory epistle in his Liber de Sapient, Book of the Wise, begins, when the Pythian Apollo was asked what would be true and most excellent wisdom, he is said to have replied, "Man, know thyself." He adds that since the Psalms say that the greatest stupidity of which humanity is capable is ignorance of self, one can see that for man to know himself is to know a high thing indeed. The exalted view of human nature fostered by Renaissance humanism met its hubristic opposite in the 16th century Reformation and the Protestants' bleak reassertion of humanity's fallen nature, the result of Adam's sin in Eden. It is a key teaching of Calvinism, for example, that the hopeless corruption and impotence of man can be salved only by the grace of God. The fine phrases of Pico and Bovals are false, for man is born deathly sick, and can be rescued only through the sacrifice of Christ on the cross. In less apocalyptic terms, the rational scepticism of Michel de Montaigne, 1533–92, also contributed to deflating the presumptions of the dignity of man tradition. He pointed out that those who claimed a unique excellence for humans because they stand upright and can look at the stars whereas the beasts hang their heads low and look at the ground only, had forgotten about camels and ostriches, whose upright stance and longer necks place them closer to the stars than man. Renaissance humanists were Christians, at very least in profession and practice, whatever they privately thought, since there was no life outside the religion. But doubtless the great majority of them believed enough of the Christian teaching to think that the greatest good for humanity was attainment of heaven after death, or at least a not too onerous spell in purgatory to be cleansed of the sins they had acquired through the exigencies of human nature and the pressures of an unjust world. Aristotle had taught that the highest good, the summum bonum, was happiness, eudaimonia, and the Renaissance identified this with eternal life in the presence of God, as promised to the faithful and virtuous as their reward. But it was of a piece with humanistic optimism to think that although true felicity could only be the posthumous one just described, nevertheless a form of happiness is attainable in this world, a reflection, or imitation, of course flawed and imperfect, of the supreme posthumous happiness. Officially, so to speak, this was held to be most available to wise and learned people whose relationship with God while in this world is exemplary, but Renaissance art tells a more generous story about the sources of pleasure and joy, not least in the contemplation of beauty. It must be remembered that in the first centuries of their religion's history Christians expected the imminent return of the Messiah and the institution of the kingdom of God. Saint Paul had promised that the saints shall not see corruption, that is, any saints, such as the martyrs among them, who had died, would not decay in the grave, before the parousia or second coming. This is why the scriptures teach that one should give away all one has, for possessions are not needed in the kingdom, should make no plans, take no thought for the morrow, for there is no tomorrow, and not marry, since there is no time or point in raising a family. The Anchorites and Hesychists who fled to the desert to escape temptation and to obey these injunctions were among the few who tried to live up to them. But when in the 4th century CE Christianity became the official religion of the Roman Empire and the bodies of saints, exhumed to be placed in churches where they were expected to be a source of miracles, were found to have rotted, a new theory was required, and the doctrine of the immortality of the soul was borrowed from Neoplatonism to provide it. But that was not the only need. The scriptural teachings were unlivable, so ethical views more adapted to a normal human lifespan in the world had to be borrowed. The only place from which they could be borrowed was pagan philosophy. Street Basil the Great of Caesarea, 330–79, showed how, in his address to young men on Greek literature, he advised a selective use of pagan philosophical writings as an aid to reflection on virtue, saying that if they chose texts consistent with Christianity and viewed them as the reflection of the sun in water before seeing the sun itself, they would profit thereby. Other church fathers followed suit, in general preferring Stoicism and Platonism to Aristotelianism and Epicureanism as sources of inspiration. Aristotle's ethical views received rehabilitation in the hands of Aquinas, but in the High Renaissance both Cicero and Seneca came to be admired. Erasmus of Rotterdam, 1466–1536, in particular arguing that Cicero put many Christians to shame and merited being renamed Saint Cicero. Such views were widely held, prompting one commentator to argue that God had permitted the writings of the pagans to survive precisely so that they could be an admonishment to Christians for their failings in comparison. But the debate was by no means one-sided. Reflecting on pagan moral philosophy, Salutati observed that the ancients had been concerned with outward action, whereas Christianity is concerned with inner conscience. Others took the point further, saying that for the pagans ethical choice depended on reason, but for Christians what counts is the far superior matter of the operation within them of the Holy Spirit. This led some thinkers eventually to reject the idea that classical ethics and Christianity were in any way consistent and mutually useful. Matteo Basso, 1427–1502, argued that philosophy offers nothing on the question of ethics because it lacks the divine light of Christ's wisdom. Lorenzo Valla and others agreed. When the Reformation took hold in the middle decades of the 16th century, a number of Protestant theologians joined them in this view. But the Protestants were as divided on the issue as their Roman opposites. The Lutheran Philip Melanchthon, 1497–1560, held that although the fall and the need for redemption through faith in Christ were the central considerations in Christianity, nevertheless the use of reason to grasp and follow the law of nature while in the flesh was consistent with God's will, since God provided man with reason to do so. Luther himself had followed St. Paul in distinguishing between what appertains to God and what appertains to Caesar, the implication being that in this life in the world it is necessary to obey the dictates of moral reason. The result was that, courtesy of Melanchthon, some Protestant preachers and educators felt that they had license to make use of pagan philosophical ethics as a supplement to Scripture, providing the two were consistent. Luther was in general agreeable to this, though he felt it necessary to attack the use made by scholastic philosophers of Aristotle's ethics, which he saw as a denial of the doctrine of grace. Because he was not alone in criticizing Aristotelians rather than Aristotle himself, a branch of comparative studies of Aristotle and Scripture became a fixture in 16th-century philosophical theological debate. For Platonists among the humanists, it was easier to reconcile their admiration for Plato with commitment to Scripture, for his notion of the supreme good was easily identifiable with the Christian view. After all, Plato had taught repeatedly, in the Phaedo, Republic, Symposium, that it is only in its disembodied state that the soul can perfectly contemplate the supreme good, and this was scarcely distinguishable from what Christian doctrine taught regarding the ultimate posthumous felicity of eternal life with God. Chief among the aspects of Plato's views that humanist Christians found attractive was his theory of love as expounded in the Symposium, for it chimed so well with the optimistic doctrine of their faith that God is love, and that one soul climbs to the embrace of his love through love. In the universities Aristotle was still the dominant figure in studies of ethics, commentaries on his Nicomachean Ethics continued to be written, and moral treatises based on it were published in numbers. Some of the commentaries and treatises were written in the scholastic style, others in the more accessible and agreeable humanistic style. An example of the latter is the Moralist in Ethique and Introductio by Jacques Lefebvre, of Étaples, 1455–1536, a gracefully readable work full of examples drawn from literature and the Bible to illustrate Aristotle's views. He was a scholar who among other things wrote introductions to Aristotle's scientific, ethical, political, logical and metaphysical works, edited Boethius de Arithmetica and translated the Bible. He was one of the chief importers of humanism to France. Stoicism and Epicureanism were not as influential in the Renaissance as Platonism or Aristotelianism, but they were known. Stoicism influenced some, but Epicureanism mainly received a bad press because its identification of pleasure as the greatest good, even when what was meant by pleasure was understood, was condemned. Those who sought to defend Epicurus by arguing that he was too often criticized by those who had not read him were likely to find that their effort was added to other charges against them, two such, Giordano Bruno, 1548–1600, and Giulio Cesare Vanini, 1585–1619, were burned to death at the stake. As these remarks show, the Renaissance was a period not of original ethical debate, but of efforts either to reconcile moral philosophy with Christian doctrine or to reject it. In the former endeavor the best that was attempted was the opening of a space within which the rich and mature precepts of the pagan philosophers could be applied to life in this world, leaving Scripture to deal with what was required for the next world. At the same time it is hard to deny that the humane spirit breathed by the philosophy of pagan antiquity had a great deal to do with the humanistic spirit of the Renaissance. Erasmus affords a prime example of one who was able to acknowledge this conformably with his orthopractic Catholicism. And the focus on human nature, and refreshed ideas about the possibility of finding joy and satisfaction in the flesh in this world, gave an impetus to painting, sculpture and poetry that we would not be without. That is unarguably the greatest contribution of Renaissance humanistic and ethical thought. Renaissance political thought. The Italian city-states of the Renaissance had been evolving for centuries, certainly since the 11th century, by which time many had begun to assume recognizable forms as independent communes with their own established systems of government. With them had grown a literature of advice both for communes and for their rulers and administrators on the aims and arts of government. Nominally the city-states were part of the Holy Roman Empire, and by the 13th century the study of Roman law in the medieval universities had reached such a point of sophistication that the suzerainty of the emperor over his dominions was, in legal theory at least, unarguable. The paradox was that the city-states were, by sharp contrast, de facto independent, and de facto republican. In the course of the Renaissance many of the rulers of city-states came to acquire the titles of duke and prince, and instead of elections for the office of podesta or power holder the dukedoms and principalities became hereditary. Not all, the dogi, dukes, of Venice remained elected office holders always, though only by their peers among the rich leading families of the city. But even at the height of the Renaissance, in 15th century Florence for example, the de facto ruler, in this case Cosimo de' Medici the Elder, exercised his authority under cover of the Signoria, and did not flaunt either his power or the wealth that underwrote it. His successors behaved very differently. In addition to the problem of the legal authority of the emperor, and of kings, queens, or princes elsewhere in Europe, there had long been a correlative view, premised on St. Paul's argument that rulers are appointed by God, that allegiance and obedience are owing to them because they are God's temporal regents on earth. For the Italian city-states these were not congenial doctrines, so the rediscovery of Aristotle and in particular his Politics, available in Latin for the first time in the translation by William of Moerbeke in 1260, was especially welcome. His enthusiasm for the city-state model, his support for elective systems of government and his extolling of the virtues of what he called polity were agreeable to the sentiments of the Italians. In his view the best system for a practicable state is one in which there is a large middle class, intermediate between the state's richest and poorest, whose members will be more inclined to fairness, moderation, and justice than either of the other classes because, he says, Moderately well-off people find it easiest to obey the rule of reason and are least inclined to political machination. They will accordingly constitute a body of people acting for the common good. Commentary on an adaptation of Aristotle on politics thereafter flourished as a new discipline of political science, starting with Aquinas and continuing unabated to the classics of Machiavelli and beyond. In conformity with Scripture, it was held that whereas a virtuous monarchy has to be the best form of government because it imitates God's monarchical government of the world, in practical terms the desiderata of peace and economic flourishing were regarded as justifying the application of Aristotelian principles to the doctrine of the state. So argued Marsilius of Padua, 1275–1342, who went even further than Aristotle in arguing that final political authority should lie in the hands of the people. His famous tract Defensor Pacis, written during the quarrel between Pope John XXII and the Holy Roman Emperor Louis IV of Bavaria, argued for separation of the papal and imperial powers, a secularist view, and further argued in favor of Aristotle's claim that the purpose of government is to satisfy the rational need of the populace for a sufficient life. One of the main arguments he employed in favor of democracy was that if the people are the ultimate source of the laws, they will be more inclined to obey them. Alack for Marsilius, the growing factionalism and turmoil in Italy's city-states made his faith in democracy seem misplaced. City after city replaced forms of quasi-democracy with oligarchies, in many cases hereditary, so that Dante's complaint that Italy had fallen under the sway of tyrants seemed, by the beginning of the 14th century, to be true. But this development was supported by Petrarch and numerous others on the grounds that one of the chief aims of government must be the maintenance of peace and order, so that individual lives can flourish. Under the influence of classical models and humanistic ideals, an added element was that the state should seek not just peace but fame, honor and glory too. They did not mean by military activity, they meant by promotion of arts and learning, the beautification of the city and achievement of the elegances of life, by what was called virtus rather than vis, force. Such a view was emphatically opposed to Aquinas' argument that seeking glory is harmful to the character of a prince, and indeed that it is the duty of a good man to show contempt for glory and all temporal goods. In sharp contrast, Petrarch claimed in his letter on government to Francesco de Carrara that his advice is precisely intended to show the way to fame and future glory. Aquinas had assumed, in common with other schoolmen, that peace might often have to be attained by the use of force, which is why he had written on just war theory, employing ideas on the topic found in Augustine. The early Renaissance humanists disdained the idea of force, regarding war as bestial and unworthy of civilized humanity. Virtus as the desired characteristic in a ruler included justice and generosity, and freedom from avarice and pride. Such a ruler would never stir dissatisfaction in his own people or animosity in the rulers and people of other states. Petrarch's characterization of the ruler with virtus closely follows the model given by Cicero in his De Officiis, where he argued that the just ruler will do nothing that harms his people, but will keep his promises to them, thus securing their love and trust. This was likewise the early humanist picture of what a good ruler should be. Practicalities, however, again pressed. In his encomium on Florence's greatness in his Laudatio Florentini Urbis, Leonardo Bruni, 1370–1444, praised the art, architecture, wealth, and influence of Florence, and claimed that it was all owing to Florence's liberty. He meant two things by this. One was that Florence was able to defend itself from conquest from without, and the other was that its institutions protected it from being seized by a faction from within. Rivalry with Visconti Milan had honed Florence as a military power, which explained its external defenses. The internal security Bruni praised was, so he claimed, a function of its mixed republican constitution. Rome's historians and poets had insisted that Rome's glory began only once it had liberated itself from the tyranny of kings. This provided Bruni with his lesson, which he took to be that, as he put it, what concerns the people must be decided by the people, and that the administration of justice must be scrupulous. Bruni's views differed from those of Petrarch and the earlier humanists in two ways. One was that Petrarch saw the peace of the city as enabling a life of odium, of graceful leisure in which the arts and learning can be cultivated. Bruni was aligned with the more robust later humanists who followed Cicero in extolling the vita activa. Secondly, Petrarch had enjoined the cultivation of virtues in the ruler. Bruni said that everyone in the state should cultivate it, so that the ideal citizen is one in whom justice, prudence, courage, and temperance combine. This too is pure Cicero. Hope that city-states could adopt or persist in the Florentine model lauded by Bruni was short-lived. Increasingly their governments fell into the hands first of oligarchies and then of princes. The role of writers on government changed with the changing times, coming to focus on advising rulers about ways of preserving and extending their power. Whereas earlier treatises had as their subject matter the flourishing of a state, these later treatises were of the mirror for princes genre. The rulers of Milan, Mantua, Siena and other cities received such tracts from resident humanist intellectuals, and eventually in Florence too. By the end of the 15th century Medici rule was no different from Visconti rule in Milan, and though the temporary exile of the Medicis, between the French invasion of Italy in 1494 and their restoration 18 years later, enabled Girolamo Savonarola to restore something like republican government, a Medicean principate was inevitable upon their return. It was in this context that Machiavelli wrote. Niccolò Machiavelli, 1469–1527, held senior office in the Florentine government for 12 of the tumultuous republican years between 1494 when Piero de' Medici was overthrown and Savonarola was ascendant, and 1512 when Medici rule returned. He was, in succession and in effect, the Republic's foreign minister and minister for war. Because his role involved frequent travel to the courts of kings, emperors, popes, and generals on behalf of Florence, he had a marvelous opportunity to observe different personalities and systems, and because he was charged with the delicate task of negotiating with powers far more formidable than Florence itself, he was able to refine his analytic and diplomatic skills to consummate levels. In all the years he served Florence his reports and letters of advice were highly valued, praised for their astuteness and wisdom, and for their literary qualities. The Medici's return in 1512 ended Machiavelli's career. His life nearly went with it. He was thrown into the Bargello dungeon and tortured on suspicion of conspiracy. Happily the menace was brief, and he was allowed to withdraw to his farm in the Florentine countryside, where during his remaining years he relieved his immense frustration at being excluded from political life by writing about politics instead. There was minor consolation. Towards the very end he was again used, in lesser capacities, as a representative of Florence, and took an active part in efforts to save the city during the destructive Italian wars of the 1520s. But Machiavelli's main legacy is his writings, and chiefly his classic of frank and frankly shocking political advice, Il Principe, The Prince, completed in 1513. Its message is that princely virtues is not, as other humanist writers maintained, the promotion of justice and peace, but the ability to maintain the state by employing the lion's ferocity and the fox's cunning. To try to rule only by virtue, he said, would be ruinous, because less scrupulous opponents will take advantage. However, Machiavelli introduces a highly significant qualification. When he looks to the past for examples of good and bad rulers, he condemns those who were cold-bloodedly cruel, naming the usual suspects among Roman emperors, but singling out for particular mention the Syracusan tyrant Agathocles, saying, "It cannot be called virtue to kill one's fellow citizens, betray one's friends, be faithless and pitiless. By such means one may win power, but not glory." This shows that Machiavelli thought a prince's actions should aim at the security and benefit of the state, not of his own person, and that too is why he tirelessly urged Florence to raise and maintain its own army, instead of using mercenary forces, or trying to buy off invaders. Why give them money to make them stronger, when you could use it to protect yourself, he repeatedly asked. By far the most important task of the prince, said Machiavelli, is mantenere lo Stato, to keep hold of power. Not only will this stabilize the state and bring it peace, but with peace it will bring honor. To keep hold of power the prince must possess virtue, a word he derived from Latin virtus as used by other Renaissance writers, but differing from it in a significant way because in addition to courage, pride, determination, and skill it included, Machiavelli said, ruthlessness when necessary. Machiavelli's virtue is thus virtus plus vis, in contrast to the earlier humanists' view that vis is no part of virtus. Indeed, he saw a preparedness to use force as central to a prince's chances of success, and the lack of such preparedness as the explanation for the weakness of too many states. The earlier humanists had wished a prince's virtues to include such high moral standards as continence and sobriety, chastity, generosity, and clemency. Machiavelli said, on the contrary, that personal vices were irrelevant provided they did not put the state at risk. But most important, he said, is the need to grasp this harsh reality, that although it would be wonderful if a prince could invariably be generous, merciful, and faithful to his word, thereby gaining his people's love, these traits have to give way before necessity when necessity dictates. And necessity will soon reveal itself in many circumstances in which generosity and mercy would be ruinous, and where promises cannot be kept, so the prince might as well accept that he is going to be called cruel, and that his safety is better served by being feared than by being loved. He summed up his view by saying that a prince must know how to behave badly when required, that indeed it was a prince's duty to learn how not to be good. Cicero had said that a wicked ruler is no better than a beast, in his De Officiis criticizing the use of fraud and force by saying, fraud seems to belong to the cunning fox, force to the lion. Machiavelli frankly accepted that a ruler must be both lion and fox. Machiavelli makes the interesting claim that because so many princes pretend to generosity and mercy when in fact these are merely disguises for rapacity, the citizens of a state whose ruler is frank about his methods might come to admire and trust him more than one who pretends to the conventional virtues. But in the end it is the demands of maintaining power that dictate how the prince must behave, trumping all other considerations. Mantenere lo Stato is the supreme principle, and like a weather vane a prince must be ready to turn and turn about as the winds and the variations of fortune dictate. Other Florentine political theorists, chief among them Machiavelli's friend Francesco Guicciardini, 1483–1540, were in the habit of praising Venice's constitution as the most perfect and desirable. Guicciardini's argument was that Venice had achieved a balance between the social orders in the state, by combining the best features of all kinds of states, those ruled by one, those ruled by a few and those ruled by the many. In Venice's case the mixed constitution shared power between the Doge, the Senate, and the people. In response Machiavelli changed his mind, writing another book very different in outlook from the prince. This was his Discourses, ostensibly a study of the first 10 books of Livy's History of Rome, Ab Urbi Condita. In it Machiavelli maintained his view that the aim of government is to achieve grandezza, glory, not for the prince, however, but for the state itself, as had happened with Rome. And to achieve glory a state must be free, able to determine its own affairs for the benefit of all in it. Since the interests of an individual prince might well not coincide with the interests of the state he rules, the best kind of state is a republic. Greatness comes to cities not through individual benefits but through pursuit of the common good, Machiavelli now wrote, and there is no doubt that this ideal can only be achieved in republics. And he goes further, adding that when the people are the guardians of their own liberty, their liberty will be preserved more effectively than under any other form of government. In marked difference from his predecessors and contemporaries, however, Machiavelli urged that to protect its liberty a state should arm its citizens, and accept that this might occasionally result in instability and turmoil. But that, he said, is a price worth paying for the grandezza that could come from independence and a martial spirit, as had happened with Rome. By contrast a state such as Venice could never aspire to a similar degree of grandeur. As to the turmoil that might result from an armed and independent people, well, if the citizens achieve virtue then the state will be well ordered internally, and turmoil will be avoided. A significant point of continuity with the prince is Machiavelli's insistence that the overriding aim, although in this case it is the life, liberty, and security of the community rather than, as it had been in the prince, the prince's power, must be preserved at the expense of everything else. Whenever what is at issue is the basic security of the community, no consideration should be given to questions of justice or injustice, clemency or cruelty, praiseworthiness or ignominy. Rather, setting every other feature of the situation aside, you must be prepared to follow whatever course of action will in fact save the life and preserve the liberty of the community as a whole. The ruthlessness recommended to the prince is thus recommended to the people, if necessity demands it. Machiavelli's espousal of a frank form of realism survives to the last. Thomas More, 1478–1535, takes to its full extent the idea that a republic will flourish optimally if all its citizens are devoted to virtue, not virtues. Unlike such earlier humanists as Petrarch, for whom a good state is a means to odium, leisure, in the service of an Aristotelian life of contemplation, for the citizens of More's utopia the end is the pursuit of virtue for its own sake. When everyone takes delight in individual and collective virtue, the state is at peace externally and internally, it is free, it is not racked by the conspiracy of the rich pursuing their own private interests under the name and title of the Commonwealth. Public service is the noblest of callings, and More recognizes the force of a Platonic view, expressed by the character Raphael Hythloday, that the abolition of private property and a complete equality of goods would make possible the utopia he described. The view is consciously a derivative of Plato's Republic. But, perhaps not surprisingly, More himself ends on a note of doubt about such a complete system of communism, which he perceives is the foundation of the utopia Hythloday describes, that is, their living in common, without the use of money, by which all nobility, magnificence, splendor, and majesty, which, according to the common opinion, are the true ornaments of a nation, would be quite taken away. He does not end by endorsing this latter view outright. He says he would himself like to see in his own country many of the things Hythloday describes, but he leaves open which things he would not like to see. Part 3. Modern Philosophy. The rise of modern thought. From the 4th to the 14th century CE, the increasing dominance of religion over the mind of Europe meant that philosophy was largely the handmaiden of theology, and as noted at the beginning of Part 2, it became increasingly dangerous for philosophical speculation to stray from the neighborhood of doctrinal orthodoxies imposed by the Church. This grip was broken by the Reformation of the 16th century. It was broken not because the Reformation introduced a new intellectual liberalism, rather the opposite, when you consider the inflexibilities of Calvinism, for example, but because religious authorities in most parts of Europe that became Protestant did not have the power to enforce theological orthodoxy or to control speculation and inquiry. One immediate result was, as mentioned, an outburst of interest in the occult, magic, astrology, the Kabbalah, Hermeticism, alchemy and mysticism, but in the midst of this, and arising partly out of it, there was also a liberation of philosophical and scientific inquiry. The Reformation was, famously, triggered by Martin Luther when he posted his 97 Theses on the church door of Wittenberg in 1517. He was not the first to object to malpractices by the church, but he lived in the dawn of a new and powerful technology, printing. In the half-century before Luther made his protest, Gutenberg's printing press had been copied in hundreds of towns and cities across Europe, and millions of printed books had already poured from them. It was a dramatic instance of how the rapid adoption of new technologies changes history. Interest in magic, alchemy and the other occult sciences constituted in their various ways efforts to find shortcuts to the control of nature, with a view to achieving one or all of several great desiderata, changing base metals into gold, preserving youth, attaining immortality, and predicting the future. Much nonsense followed. Fn1 But it was clear to more perceptive minds that among these endeavors were possibilities for achieving greater understanding of the world. What was required to disentangle sense from nonsense was, they saw, a method. The two chief figures involved in advocating responsible methods of inquiry were Francis Bacon and René Descartes. These two thinkers are therefore regarded as the founders of modern philosophy, not least because in describing and applying the methods they advocated they thereby rejected the assumptions, the jargon, and the theological restrictions that since the Middle Ages had increasingly weighed down and cluttered up the philosophical enterprise. What Bacon and Descartes had in common was their rejection of scholasticism and its Aristotelian foundations, but they differed in a respect that was important for the subsequent history of philosophy. Bacon was an empiricist, Descartes a rationalist, in the epistemological sense of this term. This difference has led to a conventional grouping of the philosophers who came after them in the 17th and 18th centuries into two camps: the empiricists, whose leading figures are John Locke, George Berkeley, and David Hume, and the rationalists, whose leading figures after Descartes are Baruch Spinoza and Gottfried Leibniz. Empiricism is the view that all genuine knowledge must either originate in or be testable by experience of the world, and this means sensory experience, seeing, hearing, touching, tasting and smelling, aided by the instruments, telescopes, microscopes, oscilloscopes, scientific instruments, in short, that extend the range and power of observation. Rationalism, in the epistemological sense, is the view that genuine knowledge can be attained only by reason, by rational inference from first principles, logical foundations, or self-evident truths. Natural science is the paradigm of knowledge for empiricists. It involves observation and experiment. Mathematics and logic provide the paradigm for rationalists. The conclusions of mathematical and logical thinking are eternal, unchanging, and certain, which is what the rationalists argued truth should be. Plato is a major influence in this way of thinking. The history of philosophy in the 17th and 18th centuries is capped by the giant figure of Immanuel Kant, who rejected the opposition between empiricism and rationalism, instead arguing for a synthesis between them. As we shall see, he argued that both experience and thought of the world, and the world as we experience and think about it, arise from the combination of the inputs of experience and the action of the mind upon them, and that neither experience of the world, nor the world as we experience it, is possible otherwise. Francis Bacon, 1561–1626. Bacon was a statesman, lawyer, essayist, and philosopher. He had a spectacular career between his admission to Cambridge University at the age of 12 and his fall from high office, probably as a result of political machinations, at the age of 60 in 1621. Despite being a busy and ambitious man, he managed to devote time to his great love, the study of philosophy and science. But with the leisure enforced by his fall, he set himself to finish an encyclopedic work encapsulating everything known, together with his theories about how more knowledge can be acquired. It was called the Instauratio Magna, implying a great beginning for a new age of firmly based knowledge. He died before he could finish the project, but one of its influential legacies was a book called The New Atlantis, published posthumously in 1627. In it is set out his concept of a Solomon's House, a research institute for collaborative scientific effort, the idea that directly inspired the founders, as they themselves acknowledged, of the Royal Society in London in 1662. Bacon's commitment to the promotion of serious science had the practical aim of improving humanity's lot through increased understanding and control of nature. Contrary to the usual view that he was merely a theoretician of method rather than a practicing scientist, he did indeed engage in hands-on science, constructing a physical system and attempting experiments. It was as the result of an experiment on refrigeration, stuffing a dead chicken with snow to see how long it would last, that he caught a chill and died. His system of physics, geocentric and still owing too much to Aristotle despite his rejection of scholasticism, did not advance matters. He did, however, make two major contributions. One was his advocacy of cooperation in science, as therefore requiring an institutional basis for shared experimentation and the exchange of ideas. The magicians and occultists of his day were secretive, keeping their knowledge to themselves because they did not want others to steal a march on them. Bacon saw that progress requires a collegial endeavor, and he advocated it strongly. Science has proved him right. His second contribution lay in the idea of scientific method itself. He had sketched these ideas in an earlier work, the advancement of learning of 1605, and developed them in work for the Instauratio Magna, one part of which, the Novum Organum Scientiarum, had been published in 1620, and was of particular significance. As an empiricist, Bacon argued that science must be based on observation of facts, which underpin the theories that organize and explain them. This view is often caricatured as saying that inquirers should gather observations at random, and then find a theory to explain them, but that is not what Bacon meant. The caricature was nevertheless widely believed, even Newton and Darwin subscribed to it, and indeed both approved of it. In the second edition of the Principia, Newton wrote, "Hypotheses have no place in experimental philosophy. In this philosophy particular propositions are inferred from the phenomena and afterwards rendered general by induction." Likewise Darwin in his autobiography wrote, "It appeared to me that, by collecting all facts which bore in any way on the variation of animals and plants under domestication and nature, some light might be thrown on the whole subject." My first notebook was opened in July 1837. I worked on true Baconian principles, and without any theory collected facts on a wholesale scale. What Bacon himself meant by his method is much closer to the now standard view that observations are gathered to test an antecedently formulated hypothesis that specifies which of those observations would be relevant to refuting or supporting it. This is set out in the plan of the Instauratio Magna. The greatest change I introduce is in the form itself of induction and the judgment made thereby. For the induction of which the logicians speak, which proceeds by simple enumeration, is a puerile thing, concludes at hazard, is always liable to be upset by a contradictory instance, takes into account only what is known and ordinary, and leads to no result. Now what the sciences stand in need of is a form of induction which shall analyze experience and take it to pieces, and by a due process of exclusion and rejection lead to an inevitable conclusion. This method is explicitly empirical, with observation and experiment as the foundation. It somewhat anticipates what are now known as Mill's methods, after John Stuart Mill's account of induction in his System of Logic, 1843. Bacon was alert to sceptical challenges to reliance on sense experience, but he had a reply: "We are to receive as conclusive the immediate informations of the sense, when well disposed, the information of the sense itself I sift and examine in many ways. For certain it is that the senses deceive, but then at the same time they supply the means of discovering their own errors, by experiments. For the subtlety of experiments is far greater than that of the sense itself, even when assisted by exquisite instruments, such experiments, I mean, as are skillfully and artificially devised for the express purpose of determining the point in question." A striking feature of Bacon's thinking is that it should be guided by the practical knowledge acquired in crafts and trades, in the experience of builders, butchers, carpenters, farmers, and sailors, of people who know their materials, who know nature itself, who have practical experience of how things work and what can be done with them. In this way, he said, we ensure that the foundation of inquiry is how things are, not how we imagine them to be. Of this reconstruction the foundation must be laid in natural history, and that of a new kind and gathered on a new principle. For first, the object of the natural history which I propose is, to give light to the discovery of causes and supply a suckling philosophy with its first food. I mean it to be a history not only of nature free and at large, when she is left to her own course and does her work her own way, such as that of the heavenly bodies, meteors, earth and sea, minerals, plants, animals, but much more of nature under constraint and vexed, that is to say, when by art and the hand of man she is forced out of her natural state, and squeezed and molded. In insisting on a collaborative empirical method, Bacon was urging something revolutionary in contrast to the long dominance of religious doctrine and a priori reasoning that had governed thought for nearly a millennium before his time. But his approach was not new. It was a recovery of the attitude to inquire that had inspired the first philosophers of antiquity, such as Thales, in relying on observation and reason instead of authority and tradition. Bacon's writings accordingly promoted a change of attitude to the nature of knowledge that helped to bring the modern mind to birth. FN2 The standard view had always been that the ancients were superior in wisdom to later generations, their time a golden age to which later people could only look back with wonder. Later people were right. For a time, much knowledge was lost in the Dark Ages under the hegemony of the Church. Witness how many centuries lay between the Byzantine engineers' knowledge of how to raise the dome of the Hagia Sophia in Constantinople, built 537 CE, and Brunelleschi's Duomo in Florence, built 1418-34, hailed as an engineering marvel. A symptom of this looking back with admiration is that Copernicus' heliocentric model was dubbed the Pythagorean system, signifying that his theory was merely a restatement of something known in antiquity. Bacon did not share the Golden Age view. His outlook typified that aspect of the Renaissance which saw itself not merely as rediscovery but as rebirth, in the real sense of starting afresh. It was of course essential, for new progress to be possible, that inquiry should be free. Because it was still not everywhere free from religious orthodoxy, Bacon found it necessary to argue that it should be, by seeking a way to disentangle philosophy from religion so that the latter would not hamper progress. Part of this task was to combat superstition, religion's natural corollary. Bacon wrote, "It was a good answer that was made by one who, when they showed him hanging in a temple a picture of those who had paid their vows as having escaped shipwreck, and would have him say whether he did not now acknowledge the power of the gods, asked he again, but where are they painted that were drowned after their vows?" Bacon described blind immoderate religious zeal as a troublesome and intractable enemy to inquiry. Descartes, 1596–1650. The other great advocate of method was Bacon's contemporary René Descartes. In applying his method to what he saw as fundamental problems, Descartes raised questions that shaped much philosophical debate in the centuries that followed, questions about skepticism and certainty, the nature of mind and its relation to matter, and the role of reason. In recognition of these achievements and their influence, historians of philosophy have labeled him the father of modern philosophy. Descartes was born at La Haye, since renamed Descartes in his honor, in Touraine in France. He trained as a lawyer first, then went to the Netherlands to join the Dutch army in order to study military engineering. This fostered his interest in mathematics, to which he made important contributions. His chief interest was physics. He wished to replace the Aristotelian view of the universe taught by the Church, to which he otherwise remained loyal throughout his life, with his own. To prepare the ground for his science, he felt that he needed to settle the question of how we can acquire knowledge and attain the truth. His book on this topic, Meditations on First Philosophy, is the classic text that earned him the Father of Modern Philosophy title. There are two parts to Descartes' view about how we can acquire knowledge. One is that inquiry should consist in small, cautious steps from one clear idea to the next, each step carefully reviewed until the chain of reasoning is complete. The other consists in ensuring that the starting point of the chain is unquestionably certain. To achieve this certainty, Descartes famously employed a method of doubt. The first principle of his method is never to accept anything for true which I did not clearly know to be such, and to comprise nothing more in my judgment than what was presented to my mind so clearly and distinctly as to exclude all ground of doubt. He applied this method to a related set of four basic questions. The first is, what can I know with certainty? The next two are, what is the constitution of the universe, and, what are the relationships between its fundamental constituents? The last question concerns the existence of a good God, because Descartes needed the concept of such a thing to help with the answer to the first question. As often happens in philosophy, the answer to the first question determined the answers to the others. The method of doubt proceeds as follows. Even if I doubt everything I normally take myself to know or believe, I cannot doubt that I exist. This is the starting point of certainty. This argument, seemingly so simple and direct, is Descartes' celebrated cogito, ergo sum, I think, therefore I am. He then immediately asks, what is this thing that I know with certainty exists, this me or I? He replies that a little reflection shows that I am a mind or thinking thing, even if I do not have a body, because it is possible to doubt that one has a body. But how can one get from knowledge, however certain, that I exist as a thinking thing to there being anything other than me, most importantly, an external world and other selves? Descartes needs something to carry certainty beyond the starting point of the cogito. He finds it in the idea that there is a good God. The qualification good is important, because a good God would not wish us to be deceived if we correctly use the faculties he has given us. A bad deity would doubtless take pleasure in deceiving us. Descartes accordingly offers proofs of the existence of such a deity, and correlatively argues that the errors we are prone to fall into are to be blamed not on the deity but on our own post-Adam fallen natures. Note that Descartes' method of doubt turns crucially on setting aside any belief or claim to knowledge which admits of the least doubt, however improbable or absurd that doubt might be. The aim is to see what, if anything, is left behind once one has called into question everything it is possible to question. Whatever is left will be absolutely certain. It would take impossibly long to subject each individual belief to scrutiny one by one, so Descartes needed a wholly general method of setting aside what can be doubted. This he did by employing the arguments of the sceptic. His use of sceptical arguments does not make him a sceptic, on the contrary, he used the arguments merely as heuristics, as aids in setting up his theory of knowledge. He therefore merits the label methodological sceptic rather than problematic sceptic, by which latter term is meant anyone who thinks that scepticism poses a real threat to the acquisition of knowledge. Most philosophers since Descartes' time have felt that he did not provide an adequate answer to the sceptical doubts he raised, and that therefore scepticism really is a problem. The first sceptical consideration Descartes uses is a reminder that our senses sometimes lead us astray. Perceptual misjudgments, illusions, and hallucinations can and not infrequently do give us false beliefs. This might prompt us at the very least to be cautious in placing confidence on sense experience as a source of truth. But even so, there would be many things I believe on the basis of my current experience, such as that I have hands and am holding a book in them, that I am sitting in an armchair, and the like. To doubt this would seem to be madness, even given the sense's frequent unreliability. Would it really be mad to doubt such things? No, says Descartes, and here he brings his second argument into play, for I sometimes dream when I sleep, and if I am now dreaming that I am sitting in an armchair holding a book, my belief that I am so doing is false. To be certain that I am sitting thus, I have to be able to exclude the possibility that I am only dreaming that I am doing so. How is that to be done? It seems impossible to do it. But even if one were asleep and dreaming, one could still know that, for example, 1 + 1 = 2. Indeed, there are many such beliefs that could be known to be true even in a dream. So Descartes introduces an even more swingeing consideration. Suppose that instead of there being a good God who wishes us to know the truth, there is by contrast an evil demon whose whole purpose is to deceive us about everything, even about 1 + 1 = 2 and all other such apparently indubitable truths. If there were such a demon, one would have a completely general reason for doubting everything that can be doubted. And now we can ask, suppose that there is such a demon, is there any belief left that I cannot doubt? Is there anything that the demon could not fool me about? And the answer is, yes, there is something that is absolutely secure against doubt or deception. It is the proposition that I exist. This is certain because if I think that I exist, or even if I ask whether or not I exist, or even if indeed I think anything at all, the mere fact of my doing so by itself proves that I exist. I could not be tricked by a demon into thinking I exist if I did not exist. I think, therefore I am, cogito, ergo sum, that is the indubitable starting point Descartes sought. Some critics of this method have argued that the sceptical arguments used by Descartes do not work. They are just not credible. How can I doubt that I am now awake? How can one take seriously the idea of an evil demon seeking to trick me about anything and everything? Surely we would not know what we meant by talk of dreams or being deceived unless we understood the contrast with waking or being right, which would seem to require that we sometimes know we are awake or not deceived. So Descartes' method of doubt cannot even get started. But these criticisms are misplaced. There is no need for the skeptical arguments to be plausible. They are simply an heuristic which helps us see how saying I exist cannot be doubted, it must always be true when one says it. A vulnerability in Descartes' method is that it turns out not to be sufficient by itself because it requires a guarantee for the reliability of what we take to be clear ideas and careful steps. He claims that this required guarantee is, as already mentioned, the goodness of a deity. His two arguments in the Meditations for the existence of a God purport to establish that it is the required kind of God, indeed, the God of revealed religion, an omnipotent, omniscient, and wholly good being. The first of these arguments relies on an idea found in Neoplatonism, that the cause of anything must have at least as much and usually more reality than its effect. The argument is that I have the idea of a perfect and infinite being. Since I am imperfect and finite, I cannot be the cause of this idea. Therefore the idea must be caused in me by something that has at least as much reality as the objective content of the idea, that is, the thing existing outside my mind represented by the idea. And that can only be the perfect and infinite being itself, namely, God. The second argument is a version of the ontological argument made famous by Saint Anselm. It runs as follows. There is a being which is the most perfect being there is. A most perfect being which exists is more perfect than one that does not exist. Therefore the most perfect being necessarily, that is, essentially, of its essence, exists. Neither argument works. The point of interest, though, is Descartes' reliance on these arguments. His successors in the tradition of philosophy did not find themselves able to think as he did about this matter, and he is therefore alone in saying that we can get from the contents of our minds to a world outside our heads because our inferences from the former to the latter, if responsibly drawn, he grants that our fallen natures can lead us into error, can be relied upon with the help of divine goodness. The second major talking point in Descartes philosophy, the mind-body problem, is the source of an important debate in philosophy and more latterly also in psychology and the neurosciences. What is mind, and what is the relation of mind to the rest of nature? How should we best understand such mental phenomena as belief, desire, intention, emotion, and memory? How does the gray matter of the brain give rise to conscious experience and to the vivid phenomenology of color, sound, texture, taste and smell? Descartes gave the mind-body problem an especially sharp focus by arguing that everything that exists in the world falls under the heading either of material substance or of mental substance, where substance, as noted earlier in Aristotle's Metaphysics, is a technical term meaning the, or a, most basic kind of existing stuff. Descartes defined the essence of matter as extension, that is, occupancy of space, and the essence of mind as thought. Matter is thus extended substance, mind is thinking substance. The idea that mind and matter are really distinct things is supported by another of Descartes' significant claims. The fact that I can clearly and distinctly understand one thing apart from another is enough to make me certain that the two things are distinct. By making matter and mind essentially different, he raised the seemingly insuperable problem of how they interact. How does a bodily event like pricking one's finger result in the mental event of feeling pain? How does the mental event of thinking it's time to get up cause the bodily event of rising from bed? Descartes at first proposed the unsatisfactory answer that mind and matter somehow interact in the pineal gland located in the midbrain, but his successors saw through the ploy. It merely hid the problem in a then mysterious object whose main claim to be the mind-matter interface was its convenient location in the brain. They therefore had to resort to their own heroic solutions to the problem. Their strategy was to accept dualism but to argue that mind and matter do not in fact interact, their appearance of doing so being the result of the hidden action of God. Such were the views of Malebranche and Leibniz. Malebranche thought there was in fact no interaction, but that the deity provided correlates for mental and physical events whenever they were required. This doctrine is known as occasionalism. Leibniz likewise thought that interaction does not occur, and that God had set the mental and physical realms going at the beginning of time in exact parallel with one another, so that it looks as though mind and matter interact. This therefore is known as parallelism, and it comes at the price of commitment to a rigidly strict determinism, for without it the parallels between the two realms break down. Other philosophers since the time of Descartes and his immediate successors, indeed the majority of them, think that the only plausible alternative to dualism is a form of monism, mono meaning one. All forms of monism consist in the view that there is only one substance. There are three main possibilities. One is that there is only matter. The second is that there is only mind. The third is that there is a neutral substance which gives rise to both mind and matter. Each of the three has had proponents, but it is the first option, the reduction of all mental phenomena to matter, which has been most influential. In the end, Descartes himself never arrived at a satisfactory way of dealing with the problem whose deep intractability he had exposed. When pressed by Princess Elizabeth of Bohemia to explain how mental and physical phenomena interact, he ended by frankly acknowledging that he had no answer. It is worth mentioning in passing that the cogito argument was not invented by Descartes. Saint Augustine in the early 5th century CE wrote that we can doubt everything except that we doubt, and even he probably did not think he was saying anything novel. Neither presumably did Jean de Sillon, whose book The Two Truths was published in 1626 and contained the sentence, "It is not possible for a man who has the ability, which many share, to look within himself and judge that he exists, to be deceived in this judgment, and not exist." Descartes knew Sillon's work, which predates his own version of the cogito by at least 5 years. He drafted his discourse on method in about 1630, though it was not published until 1637, for he writes approvingly of Sillon's book though he does not quote it. Indeed, Descartes owes more than the cogito argument to Sillon. In the passage where the latter states a version of the argument, he also says that a proof of God's existence can be constructed from one's own existence, a vital step for Descartes' program as we see. Descartes' views shaped a great deal of the philosophy that followed. His starting point in the theory of knowledge, that we begin from the private data of consciousness from which a route to an external world has to be underpinned by a guarantee of certainty, lest it be an illusion created by perceptual or ratiocinative error, was accepted by all Western philosophy until the 20th century, and it was the source of endless difficulty. So was his dualistic commitment to the real distinction between mind and body. For although Descartes labored, most notably in the Meditations, to provide a guarantee for the route from private experience to knowledge of a public world, few if any of his successors could accept what he offered as the solution to that problem. Hobbes, 1588 to 1679. When Descartes published his Meditations, he included with it a series of comments and objections invited from fellow philosophers to whom he had sent the book in manuscript. With them he printed his replies. One of the participants in this exercise was Thomas Hobbes, whom Descartes later briefly met in Paris. Hobbes lived, as his dates show, for 91 years. He sang songs every night believing that doing so cleared his lungs and kept him well. He was born in Wiltshire, England, and with Machiavelli before him and John Locke after him is one of the founders of modern political philosophy. His major work, Leviathan, 1651, has all but eclipsed other contributions he made in philosophy, history, and science. These other views are interesting, and in many respects in advance of his time. He was a materialist and empiricist who thought that everything is physical and that physical phenomena can be explained in terms of motion. Sensation, which is the source of all our ideas, he took to be the result of chains of causal events starting with objects in the world and exerting pressure on sense organs, which in turn cause motions to pass to the heart and brain. He was a nominalist about universals, and defined reasoning as a form of computation. By reasoning I understand computation, to reason is to add and subtract. His materialism was thoroughgoing. He thought that God is made of matter, and was dismissive of religion, regarding it as largely indistinguishable from superstition and filled with delusive ideas about an afterlife and heaven. Thus, he said, philosophy excludes from itself theology, because theology does not lend itself to the kinds of causal explanations that he took to be required for scientia, true knowledge. For most of the decade between 1640 and 1650 Hobbes lived in self-imposed exile in France to keep out of the way of the civil war raging in England. He was a royalist, a fact that lends some color to the view that his political philosophy's defense of absolutism is a defense of absolute monarchy. But in fact his views are consistent with republicanism also. The key point for him is that, to prevent the evils of civil war and dissension, the central authority of government, whatever form it takes, must be absolute. Hobbes regarded membership of political society as the only guarantee of individual safety. Without insurance against the depredations of each on each in the unpredictable and violent conditions of a state of nature, life would be, as he memorably put it, solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. In the absence of an authority capable of keeping everyone safe, there can be no security. Not even self-defense pacts formed by groups of individuals would be sufficient. The only sure source of safety is a common power, a central authority which Hobbes named Leviathan, a biblical term denoting a huge monster. The Leviathan's authority derives from the consent of each member of society to accept its unlimited power over them. The Leviathan could be an individual person, such as a monarch, or a group, or indeed any other entity, so long as it possesses plenary powers. For by this authority, given him by every particular man in the commonwealth, he hath the use of so much power and strength conferred on him, that by terror thereof, he is enabled to form the wills of them all, to peace at home, and mutual aid against their enemies abroad. And in him consisteth the essence of the commonwealth, which, to define it, is one person, of whose acts a great multitude, by mutual covenants one with another, have made themselves every one the author, to the end he may use the strength and means of them all, as he shall think expedient, for their peace and common defense. This sovereign power, thus instituted by the agreement of those over whom it has complete sway, is thereafter under no obligation to its subjects, beyond ensuring their safety. Hobbes said the sovereign must have two inalienable and unlimitable rights in order to fulfill its function properly. It cannot have its power taken away or limited by its subjects, and it can never be charged with treating its subjects unjustly. The justification for attributing these rights is that the sovereign embodies the will of the people, having been created by them for their own safety. To seek to overthrow the sovereign or disobey it would therefore be self-contradictory. The people would be challenging their own reason for creating it in the first place. By this institution of a commonwealth, every particular man is author of all the sovereign doth, and consequently he that complaineth of injury from his sovereign, complaineth of that whereof he himself is author. The two rights in question are what make the sovereign's power absolute. Only the sovereign can decide on matters of war and peace, on relations with other states, on what can be done in the state, on property, punishments, official appointments, the award of honors and all matters at law. Hobbes says that these powers are the essence of sovereignty. They are the marks whereby a man may discern in what man, or assembly of men, the sovereign power is placed and resideth. There is however one great constraint on the sovereign, which arises from the very reason for its existence, which is to ensure the safety of its subjects. If the sovereign fails in this duty, the overriding concern of the subjects for their own self-preservation gives them the right to disobey it and even to rebel. Self-preservation is a need and a duty that is not cancelled when all other freedoms are yielded up. At first blush this concession seems to lodge a contradiction at the very center of Hobbes' thesis, for if the people are entitled to overthrow the sovereign who fails to protect their safety,